hey, Zimbole, 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 oh, Zimbole, oh, Zimbole, 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 pop, 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 Zimbole, pop, pop, hey, faster, Zimbole, 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 oh, Zimbole, oh, Zimbole, 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 hey, Zimbole, Zimbole, faster, Zimbole, 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 oh, Zimbole, oh, Zimbole, Zimbole, hey, faster, Zimbole, Zimbole, hey, head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes, knees and toes, head, shoulders, knees and toes, eyes, ears, nose, and again, head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes, knees and toes, head, shoulders, knees and toes, eyes, ears, nose, and faster, head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes, knees and toes, head, shoulders, knees and toes, eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Knees and toes, knees and toes, knees and toes, head, shoulders, knees and toes, eyes, ears, nose, and faster, head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes, knees and toes, head, shoulders, knees and toes, eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Thank you. You may have a seat.
Again, did you shake your hand of somebody on your right? Hey, I said right. Some of you are going on the left. I said right. All right, if you don't have anyone on the right, or the one on the right doesn't seem to like your greetings, turn to the one on the left. Good morning again. Did you shake your hand of just get to know their names and where they come from? Hey, I said right. Some of you look at the width of their smile if it matches yours. I said right. All right, if you don't have anyone on the right, or the one on the right doesn't seem to like your greetings, turn to the one on the left. I invite you to just get to know their names and where they come from. Look at the width of their smile if it matches yours. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to welcome each and every one of you to the 6th Annual Convention and Medical Expo for Rupha. I invite you to it's an exciting time for us as an association where we gather together as members and as stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen, just to celebrate what the year has been, every one of you, and to see what the 6th is there for us in the coming year. And Medical Expo I want just to it's ask an exciting time one of my brothers here to come and open with a word of prayer as members and as stakeholders, and then I will be taking us through what the year has been, the order for the day, to see what is there for us in the coming year.
Good morning, everybody.
I want just to
my name is Harun Cherop from
one of my
Baringo County.
To come and
I
open
ask
with a word
that kindly
of
we may stand so that we can pray.
And then I will be taking
May we
us
pray.
through
Father, in the
the
name
order
of
for the
Jesus,
day.
this morning, Lord, we are full of gratitude in our hearts.
Good
for
morning, everybody.
Yet another day that you have given to us.
My name is Harun
We
Cherop.
thank you for
Baringo
bringing
County.
us from far and
I
near.
ask that kindly
Lord,
we
we
stand
have
so that we
come
can
to
pray.
this convention. We are grateful.
May we
we
pray.
want to commit this entire
Father,
day
in
before
the
you,
name
dear
of
Lord.
Jesus, this morning,
For them
Lord,
that are going
we
to speak to us,
are
for
full
them
of
that are going to lead us
gratitude
in
in our
panels,
hearts for
we pray that,
yet
Lord, we shall
another
receive
day
the
that you
glory.
have given to us.
Father, we thank you for each
We
one of
thank
us,
you
even as we
for
cover this
bringing us
place
from
into
your
far
presence.
and near.
May the Holy
And
Spirit
Lord, we
guide
have
us.
come to
May the Holy Spirit
this
direct our path,
convention.
Lord.
We
Bless
are
us, and
grateful.
even for them
We
that are
want to
still on the
commit
way,
this entire day
extend their
before you,
steps,
dear
dear
Lord.
Lord, we shall be able to
For
be
them that are going
together,
to speak to
with
us,
all of us.
for
Lord,
them
we
that are going to lead
thank
us
you,
in
we bless you,
panels, we
because
pray
we
that,
already
Lord, we
shortly
shall
believe
receive
and
the
trust
glory.
in Jesus' name.
Father, we thank you for each
Thank
one of
you
us,
very
even
much.
as we cover this place with your presence. May
Thank
the
you
Holy
very
Spirit
much,
guide us,
Dr.
and may the
Richard
Holy Spirit direct our
all the
paths,
way
Lord.
from Baringo
Bless
County.
us, and even for them that are still on the way,
Ravine.
extend
Ravine is
their
a
steps, that,
sub-county.
dear Lord, we shall be able to be
Oh, good.
together with all of us. Lord,
We are so
thank you, we
honored
bless
as
you,
Rupha. We
because
are
we praying
represented.
shortly,
We have a
believing and trusting
footprint in
Jesus'
all
name.
the 47 counties
Thank you very much.
in the country, and we really appreciate. So Baringo, thank you very much,
Asante kwa kuja.
Dr. Richard all the way from Baringo
Welcome
County.
again to the largest
Ravine.
meeting
Ravine
of
is a
hospitals
sub-county
in the country of
Oh,
Kenya.
good.
And
We are
it
so
is
honored.
my
As
honor
Rupha,
and
we are
pleasure
represented. We have a footprint
bring
in
to you
all
the
the 47
man
counties
that
in
I
the
honor
country,
and respect.
and we really appreciate. So
And this is
Baringo,
none other than
asante
the
kwa kuja.
founding chairman of the Rural and Urban
welcome
Private
again to
Hospitals
the
Association,
largest
meeting
my
of
good
hospitals
brother,
in
Dr.
the
Brian
country of Kenya, Makamu, and it is
Lishenga.
my honor
Please,
and
let's
pleasure
put our hands together
to
as we
bring
welcome
to you
Dr.
the
Brian
man
Makamu Lishenga.
that I honor and respect. And this is none other
thank
than
you,
the
Vice
founding
Chairman.
chairman
Ladies
of
and
the Rural
gentlemen,
and Urban Private
as you've heard, my
Hospitals
name is Dr.
Association,
Lishenga, Chairman of the
my
Rural
good
and Urban
brother,
Private
Dr.
Hospital
Brian
Association of Kenya.
Makamu.
It is a
Lishenga.
great privilege to see
Please,
you
let's
here
put our hands
in
together as we
this
welcome
dreadful
Dr. Brian
Nairobi
Makamu Lishenga.
weather. It's amazing that you've managed to find your way through the thank traffic you, and Vice the Chairman. rain. And Ladies and here right gentlemen, on time. As you've heard, my name is Chief Dr. Guest is Lishenga, also right Chairman. here on time. In fact, he was here at exactly 8:51 to start his session at 9. I think this is what 9:26. He tells me he's 15 minutes late for his session. So I do not want to make any long speeches, but I am hoping that Dr. Nikal, Chairman of the Parliamentary Health Committee, is on his way. My task was very simple: to welcome you all and to welcome the Chairman of the Parliamentary Health Committee to make the opening remarks for this annual convention. Now, there is a barcode scan somewhere. If you can find it, one is here on the pillars. I'm sure all of you guys have some digital phone. If not, you can advise us to do a raffle for people to win digital smartphones at the end of today. But you should be able to get the program, the electronic version of the program, from scanning those barcode scanners. So, it is my privilege to, get us starting this morning. Dr. Nikal is one of the most celebrated medical doctors in this country. I will try to read a brief bio of the Honorable Nikal. I am sure I will not do justice to this bio, but I will try my best. Dr. Nikal studied, like me, at the University of Nairobi. I'm sorry for people who studied in other universities, the University of Nairobi. Dr. Nikal studied medicine at the University of Nairobi, and he is presently the Member of Parliament for Seme constituency, having been elected without any disputes in the election of 2022 general election. He joined the University of Nairobi in the year 1972. Gosh, that is a while. I don't know how many 1972 people are in the hall. So this is when he joined the University of Nairobi. So you can work out backwards to study his undergraduate degree in medicine and surgery, which he completed in 1977. He then went on to pursue his master's in medicine in pediatrics and child health between 1981 and so this, Dr. Nikal, I don't think this is correct. It says 1981 to 1994. That is not possible unless you did several pediatric courses. 1984. 1984. Just to mention, 1981 is when I was born, when you were. Dr. Nikal lectured at the University of Nairobi in the Department of Pediatrics and Child Health from 1996. That might be correct, right? 1987. Okay. I had the pleasure of being taught by Dr. Nikal as an undergraduate for a short period of time. It might have been a few seconds, but I gained quite a bit there. He then became the chairperson of the Kenya Medical Association. I think that was 1997 to 2003. He has served on executive boards of the World Health Organization and held very many high positions within the Ministry of Health in Kenya, including, I think, Director for Medical Services. Dr. Nyikal ventured into politics in 2013. Dr. Nyikal, you will tell the doctors here why doctors need to get involved in this space. And successfully became Member of Parliament for Seme constituency in Kisumu County. So he has since served in 2 consecutive terms. This is the 3rd term, if I am not wrong, after triumphant victory in the just concluded 2022 general elections. Since last month, I believe Dr. Nyikal is now the chairperson of the Parliamentary Health Committee in the Republic of Kenya. I cannot say enough about this great man, but we as the Rural and Urban Private Hospital Association of Kenya are extremely honored to have Dr. James Nyikal be our first keynote speaker for our 2025 Rupha Annual Convention. It is an extreme honor for us, and ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and welcome Honorable Dr. James Nyikal. Welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Alishenga, my colleagues that we are all with here. Thanks for the glowing introduction. You only missed 2 things that are relevant to this discussion. One, that I'm actually a neonatologist, actually neonatal intensive care, which I did for some time in Australia, Monash Medical Center. Then the other one is that I was also a permanent secretary in the Ministry of Public Health and Sanitation. I think those 2 are important for what we are going to discuss now. Well, I chose today. He told me I wasn't sure I was going to come here, but I said it's important, and we managed to push time, and I've come. I would speak to a large extent from my heart and hopefully my brain. And so if you want anything written, you can get it later. It can be written. But I just want to share with you my experience. I presume the large group here are from rural health facilities, but I would rather say private health facilities. Whether they are rural or urban, I think makes no difference. If that is so, then I want to say things that have to do with doctors who are here, nurses who are here, and other professionals who are here, because running a hospital, owning a hospital, you don't necessarily have to be a medical professional. I think that you agree. My daughter is doing postgraduate surgery at Aga Khan, my last born. And something I'm learning from her, which I want to share with us as professionals, that if I was to go back to do any teaching, the only problem I would teach is communication between the patient and the health professional. That is the only thing I would really want. When I discuss with her, there is a lot of gap between what she knows and what her patients know. And in my view, there is no greater assistant to you as a medical professional than the patient. Whatever you want to do, if the patient does not know why it is being done or when it should be done, when they are in a position to make decisions, will not work. And if a patient has been with you for some time, the patient should be relatively knowledgeable about their disease. Then you will help them manage the disease. You are not managing the disease. You are helping the patient manage their health and their disease. How can they do that if they don't know? So please talk to patients, let them know what is wrong and what needs to be done and why you are doing it. That is number one. Then number two on that one, 72 is a long time when I joined the medical school. And 84 is equally long when I left formal training as a pediatrician. But I don't know, you can teach me. Do we take history anymore? Or that is old-fashioned, AI can do it? Do we examine patients anymore? Or that is not necessary, the lab and the radiology department can do it to make a diagnosis? When I was training, I knew that if you took a good history, a good physical examination, 90% to 95%, you should have a working diagnosis. The lab is to confirm or disapprove your working diagnosis. I get the impression, maybe I'm wrong, but now I'm talking the patients I interact with, that there is more lab work than is necessary. I don't know whether it is fear of litigation, so that a lot of investigations are being done. And two, we treat patients, not lab results. So the lab results must be congruent with what you are seeing in the patient. I know I sound irrelevant at this time, but I think that's where we are. Two, if you can save the patient the cost by just a good history and physical examination, why not? And if you can't do MRI came when I was already practicing. Dr. Gakombe, probably you too. We were treating patients. How can you stop treatment and tell the patient to wait for a month when they'll be able to get the money to do the MRI? Why can't you continue the treatment in other ways you can if there were no MRIs? That is my preamble for this discussion, which means we are here for one thing only. Are we going to take care of our patients at the cost they can afford? And we are the cost drivers, the biggest cost drivers. So if we can treat them at the cost they can afford, then that brings us to what I was told the theme of this meeting today, which is universal health cover, which means the patient, every person in the country should be able to get treatment at a cost they can afford at the point of delivery. Isn't that what UHC is all about? And that came about in the year 2000 when we made a presentation in Geneva, the World Health Assembly, number 58, when our social health insurance, it was called Ngilu Bill, was declined the signature by President Kibaki. We made a presentation, then all the countries like Germany, in particular, Japan in particular, said, sure, social health insurance can help countries to get universal cover. So we were proposing that social health insurance be declared by WHO as a single means of getting universal health cover across the world. Definitely Americans and a little extent the British said you cannot impose one system of financing across the world. And so after many evenings of discussions, it was agreed that the concept of universal health cover, that every citizen can get health they need at the cost they can afford, is adopted. Using means such as social health insurance and other means of financing. That is the resolution 58.33. That is the origin of universal health cover. Although the presentation came from here, we are no longer the leading in that area, the leading country in that area. So as Kenyans, know that you have a seed, this is giving fruit all over the world, but we are trying to plant it here and it has not grown. So if we start with that universal health cover, that is what it is all about. So what did the Americans say? If people can privately get their health insurance, why not? So remove the word social. Now what did the British say? If you have enough money, take money, put it in the health sector and treat people. That's called NHS. So in the US, it is actually private health care. They nearly killed Obama for trying to kill private health care with Obamacare. But what we know that in terms of public health, the US is not an example. Because of private health care, it is expensive even for them. The British is putting their money, the British are putting their money directly from tax, and they're struggling, but they're managing. The Germans, the Japanese, I think Thailand, they are actually in health insurance, and the Nordic countries, they are in health insurance, and I think theirs are working very well. And I think that is where we are trying to go. So you can have tax-based, totally private, insurance-based, or mixed. With those financing mechanisms, you can get again universal health cover. So really, I think that is where we are. So we then come to our situation. And we are looking at healthcare financing. It has been looked at for many, many years. When it started, to a large extent, it was tax-based. But even at that time, as early as the late 60s, there was need for some insurance. So I think 860s, 70, National Hospital Insurance Fund came into being. It was only paying for bed. It to a large extent, that's what is. So this was the rebate for the beds. And we went on like that. Then we tried social. Then that was the only bit, and it's for people who are employed. But in the government system, by late 70s, the tax-based system, we had to now introduce co-financing. It was called cost sharing. So we started to say, you go and pay a bit, the government pay a bit. It hasn't worked very well. So we now came with social health insurance, and I said with social health insurance didn't work very well. So NHIF grew. And we tried to move it a bit from just rebate for the bed to include other benefits. So we started now including a benefit package in NHIF. And I think a lot of things came in. Dialysis. Dialysis had to come in very early because as a director of medical services, I used to have people with chronic, we used to call them Talibans, because they used to come and camp in my office. Why are they dying? And there's a treatment they can get, which is dialysis. So then dialysis came, cancer came, and so on. So there are benefit package for NHIF. It worked pretty well. Surgery came and so on, and you know all the arrangements, the contracts you people had. So that then worked. But there are a lot of problems of management, of integrity on the use of funds. So as it was moving, the cost of managing the system was too high, and a lot of reforms had been tried, but it hasn't worked. So we said, we are going to overhaul the damn thing, and we are going to get a brand new thing, isn't it? We said we are going to have SHA. And Dr. You are smiling, isn't it? I'm just sharing with you my experience and how things moved. And now, when SHA came, the difference between SHA and NHIF is that SHA is broader, and SHA as such did not replace NHIF. It is only a component of SHA, which is SHIF, that replaced NHIF. Because SHA has got three funds. The Social Health Insurance Fund, which is SHIF, the Primary Care Fund, which is to be paid from tax, while SHIF is a contribution, and the Emergency and Chronic and Critical Care Fund, which is also to be paid from tax. Those have not really been implemented, the last two. We are in the process. So SHA came in quickly, and SHIF is if you have contributed. So this SHA, there's SHIF, there is Primary Care Fund, and there's Emergency and Chronic and Critical Care Fund. So for you to get services, you have to register. So we went on a big registration. And again, I want to make a distinction between the registration for NHIF and registration for SHA. I'm giving challenges to a large extent so that you can see where we need solutions. When you registered for NHIF, it means you paid some contribution. You're not talking of the levels. So within 3 months or so, or 3 or 6 months, you are eligible for services because registration meant you have paid. So as much as there was noise about other issues, anybody who was registered could get services and was eligible for pay. When we are registering for SHA, remember there are 3 funds. So the information out there is you register into SHA, you should get services. But when when we went out, we registered everybody. Of those who registered, some paid shift. Of those who registered, some didn't pay anything. But then why were they registered? In the belief that primary care fund and emergency chronic critical care fund is from tax, and people are entitled whether they are paid anything or not. There are now 20 million people have registered up to now. But only 4 million have paid for shift. Let's admit it. Government has not paid what we expected for the primary care fund and the critical care fund, nor has the system for implementing that put in place. What is the person out there who has registered thinking, now I'm sure I'm going to get it. So if I go to my local dispensary, I'll get it. If I go to outpatients in Dr. Lisenga's, I should get it. But it is not financially covered because you haven't paid anything. So a large number of people go out and look for these services. They don't get it. So they say SHA is not working. They are right. It isn't. Then a few people go out and get admitted, and SHA pays. Then they say SHA is working. So if you're a government officer and you want to toe the line, you use those few cases and say SHA is working. But if you're a politician in opposition, you use the many cases who are saying SHA is not working. Both are right. In politics, things like that are very dangerous. Now we need professionals to come in and splice it and say what is not working and what can be done. And that's where we come in. Not just the government, not just you, but we also in Parliament. Do we need to change the law, or do we need to just manage the system as we have designed it and tell people mere registration only entitles you to level 2, level 3, and if we organize ourselves, outpatient in level 4 and 5. But if you are admitted and you have paid for shift, then you will get services. Dr. Lishenga, if we did that, would there be a difference in perception of what we are dealing with? So that people know I have SHA, but I'm not entitled to everything. And unfortunately, what I'm entitled for has not been put in place. I want us to understand this, because this I know is what I'm going to struggle with in my new position, because that's where the big problem is. So let's then just say all these three funds are working. Chief, and I think Chief, we should do something. The question I'm going to ask, we are trying when we get in. NHIF registered, we are told 9 million, between 6 and 9. What was the total income they are getting? And these 4 million who have registered at a much higher rate, what is the total income? Can that money work? And then, what do we owe hospitals, particularly Dr. Leshenga's hospitals? Because if they are owed, they can't operate. So what do we owe them? What are the debts there? But just assume we can do that, we can pay the debts. The primary care fund has been, we have put the money in, we have put the systems. Then we have to realize that all SHA does is bring money for buying health services. Then we are in the next stage. Are those health services available? And where? If they are available, are we going to pay for all of them? From a straightforward treatment for malaria to prostate cancer. Complete with PET scan and so on. If we can't, then we have to say, what are we paying for? And that is called benefit package. Have we designed a benefit package that we can buy with whatever is in SHA? And who is providing this service which contains the benefit package that we want to buy with the money that hopefully we are now managing and is available? We have the public sector. The public sector is in two parts. One, the national government, which manages level 6 hospitals, which are mainly teaching and training and referral. These days I see any level is called teaching and referral. They always add that teaching and referral at any level. So that's a different issue I may have to deal with in my committee. Things in the technical world must be precise. Then we know what we are talking about. So the level 6 are only about 4 or 5. Is Kenyatta, is Moi, is Kenyatta University, is Othaya now, is Jaramogi is just getting there. So they are not many. But they have the services that are not available elsewhere, like cancer treatment, complex surgeries, heart surgeries. So then they are needed by everybody. Are those benefit packages there? But let me tell you, public health specialists who are here, if you remove those 5 level 6 hospitals in public, even in private, you put Aga Khan, all those there, and they didn't exist. But level 5 downwards were working perfectly. The data for the health indices in the country will not change. I don't know whether somebody can argue with that. So what I'm saying, the public sector, it is the county government that hold the services that will serve most Kenyans. Level 5 down to 2 and then the primary care network. Challenges. These challenges, I'm not giving that the solutions are yours, but they are solutions, they are challenges for the country. And an organization, Rupha, must be aware of them and even help as all stakeholders see how we can do it. Are the county governments ready, if SHA was ready, to provide all the services level 5 downwards? And these levels, are they what they are? If we say level 2, level 3, level 4, level 5, are they well defined so that when I'm in this level, I know this is what I'm going to get? But for the manager, you know, it must have these physical facilities, this equipment, and this type of stuff. And it can do this treatment and procedures. I don't want to bore you with the origin of the word levels, why it came. It's very simple. We used to have district hospital, provincial hospitals, and so on. Then we realized, for example, I was director of medical service then, that in Eastern Province, is it Embu that is going to be the provincial hospital, or is it going to be Machakos? In Rift Valley, was it going to be Eldoret, or was it going to be Nakuru? And in Nyanza, why was Kisii with the huge workload not the same as it was then called New Nyanza. Before that it was Russia, New Nyanza, now it's Jaramogi. It has changed names with a few new buildings coming in between. So we decided it does not matter. Let's put the levels and define what the levels are. So a big province can have 2 levels 6 or level 5 at that time. And therefore was nothing wrong with Nakuru being level 5 and Eldoret being level 5 because it is just the area you are serving. Nothing wrong with Embu being level 5 and Machakos being level 5. That's how the levels came. So then we extended to define all those levels. So in the public sector, when we have those hospitals, will they be able at county level to give us the services? The other purchaser is the private sector. And I can see you here, Dr. Kakombe here. When I was already a consultant, he was teaching me about investment. I didn't learn much, Dr. Kakombe, so I don't know whether when I retire, I will become I didn't know about this thing called investment. But seeing what you have done, investment, I should have sat in a class and you teach me. But we have to take different paths so that the society is whole. So the ones you have are now the private sector. So they must also have the services. And my view is levels must be the same whether in the private sector or in the public sector. Because if you are going to pay people according to the service they give, the services must be by level. It will easen the job of doing benefit package and where the benefit packages are. Welcome, Dr. Rio. I've just seen you. Yeah. So that is where we are now. But if we have the benefit package and the people who provide them and the services that we want to buy, then there has to be a way of deciding who is correct to get this service. Now we are calling it empanelment, isn't it? So I'm saying this thing because these things, we must work on them, and you know some of them that sometimes I don't know. Lueny was there, Dr. Lueny was there, so he can tell us a little more of why things, where they are. So on this empanelment, we have a system. And then the private sector we have to be very careful on how we do them. But if we do that, and then they have given the services, they have to make a claim and somebody has to pay. What is the claim system and the system that gives information across? That is where we had this, it's called the digital highway. And the big thing that had some issues about it, the digital system. So that has to work, the claim system. In my view, what I've said is actually a summary of what our services need. But let's go down a little bit to the county. We have something we are calling the primary care network. This primary care network is supposed to be one is hub and spoke, one level 4 or 5 with surrounding level 2 and level 3. It is easy to do in the public sector. In the private sector, have you actually worked on how you are going to get a primary care network? Because what we are going to struggle with, if the primary care fund has to work, then the primary care network has to be well defined so that I'm not so sure we'll keep, I don't think I want to keep the claim system in the primary care network. I would want some form of capitation which we say, if this is the primary care network, this is the population it served, we give you that money, let all people be seen in level 2, 3, and 4 outpatient and 5 with that money. So that it is then easy to handle that. So that primary care network, I think you people have to come out and say, how is it going to work? If you manage health, you soon realize, if you are a director general or director of medical services as I was, that it doesn't matter. You have to make sure all health services are working, both private and public. And so this primary care network, I think we should find a way how it will work. It is easy in the public sector, but bring in the private sector in a way that is functional. If we need to change the law, at least I know I'm still in that parliament for 2 years, or two and a few months. The last few months we are struggling to come back, or not to come back, but for those 2 months. And you people have to come out with suggestions and tell us. If we wait for the ministry to look at the policies, then formulate the laws, then come to us, it will take ages. If you're working for the government, things keep working, whether they are not working, and you keep getting paid. So you can work on it for years. If you're running your clinic, if things are not working very soon, first of all, you don't get paid, the patients get paid, and you have to close it up. And then you can change it to a hotel. You know, a hotel is the easiest thing to change in a hostel. And the hostel is the easiest thing to change in a hotel. Because in both, people sleep and eat. Then you can add treatment, then it is a hospital. If you leave treatment out, it is just a hotel. So I think I'm really bringing challenges, and I know where I'm sitting, and I know what my responsibility is. But I don't think as parliament we can do it alone. You can bring to us the legislations that you think are necessary for things to work. So I think I've given a summary of healthcare financing and the structure of our healthcare system. But when we come back to health system at individual facility level, that is hospital management thing with all the components of a health system, human resource, procurement, all that. The only other large procurement I want to bring in, which is the counterpart of SHA, is KEMSA. Because for county governments, hospitals, if KEMSA is not working, they are not working. Or they'll buy drugs so expensively and we can't be sure of quality. So KEMSA is another one where when KEMSA actually changed from medical stores to medical supplies, the idea was that it is funded, it buys drugs, and the public facilities buy from it. Before devolution, we were thinking of double funding. You fund the districts and you fund KEMSA so that the districts buy from KEMSA. And then it would be a revolving fund. Meds thought it's a very good idea, so they asked us if we could help them start meds. We helped them start meds when in the government. I think the difference is very clear to all now. But the idea was, with KEMSA, if it was working very efficiently with the economics of scale, it would actually bring the cost of drugs down in the country. And there would be nothing wrong, even the private sector buying from KEMSA, if the prices are right and delivery is right. So that's another area we really need to look at. And as I finish, there's a big one, human resource. Now we have to look at the area of human resource. I think this is where we have the greatest challenge. The greatest challenge is in training, is in regulation and absorption. The numbers are there. They may not be enough, but they are there because there are a lot more outside who are unemployed than those inside that are employed. So, but can we absorb all of them? I believe that if the SHA system works well, there'll be enough jobs generated to actually absorb all these people, because eventually it needs money. But here, what I would call upon you, our colleagues, are two things. Let us accept regulation, support regulation, so that the staff we have to treat our people are competent, self-driven, and service-driven. If we can do that, that is important. But right now, you know, we are challenging huge labor problems. The first thing I did as chair of the health committee was to receive a petition from health workers, the UHC health workers. So that's a big problem. So that's an area that we all have to work in. And for those of you, sure, at least I can pick on Dr. Gakombe. Dr. Area can pick on you on something. And I want to bounce this on you people because I think it may solve a position. The issue of internship, particularly for medical doctors. If you have a hospital that can adequately employ the 4 basic specialties, you are capable of training interns. Can we open and say, if we have agreed on what they charge, that private sector a certain level, for you to qualify as at that level, you have a certain position for interns. I know how Dr. Gakombe is thinking. He's already doing the maths of the amount it will cost him. I know that. But if we work things well, that cost should come from our financing system. Because if we did that, and you opened all your hospitals of level 5, and each of them had, say, 5 to 10 positions for training of interns, shall we have a backlog? Even if we give them a contract of 1 or 2 years in case they have to repeat, We can absorb all of them. But the big thing is now, all universities are training. The only place they can get in-champ is government. And if you are not careful, my doctor colleagues that are here, very soon interns will be paid a pittance and will be exploited shamefully. So let's open up so that our facilities can train them, and let's see the financing system will enable the private sector to sustain that. I think I can't say everything. I've gone beyond my time that I gave you, but I think those are the things I wanted to share. It's not written in a formal way, but I've tried to make it flow logically as much as possible. If you need, I can spend a weekend and write all of it and give it to you. But this will be, as politicians, we keep saying finally, finally. Now this is really final. Is community strategy, community health promoters. They started at community health workers. When we wrote the first policy document which I signed, they were community health workers. Then they became volunteers. Now they are promoters. The basic thing is we are not sure whether we should pay them. That's why we are playing with the names. That's why we are playing with the names. If they work, and they should, they'll reduce the cost of care tremendously. So I think that I leave that at that, and thank you very much for giving more time than will be available for anybody else. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mheshimiwa. It's a pleasure. When you started to speak about taking history, I was afraid you will look at me and ask a question. It felt like I am back in the ward rounds. But I think all of us have to agree that it is very difficult to follow that, to be the one speaking after that one, isn't it? So can we have another round of applause for Dr. James Nyakal? And I also appreciate the way you have challenged us as private sector. And one of the things that you have brought out very clearly is the journey that we have taken over the years. And that is quite the experience. Some of the things that we now take for granted, for example, surgical package, for example, dialysis. These are things now, a lot of private sector players now are entitled to. But it is good that you remind us that there was a time that this was actually not available. I can imagine that there was also a time when you could not be guaranteed an ultrasound scan, for instance, in this country. Where would you get it? There was a time when this was not possible. So it is good. One of the things that we appreciate from your experience is the journey that Kenya has taken. One of the things that also stood out for me was the fact that we actually as a country advised WHO on social health insurance. And I was just sitting with my friend Mokua here from the Christian Hospital Association of Kenya. And he was telling me, because you are saying we are now trying to plant it in Kenya and see whether it will grow. And he whispered to me that it is not even germinating, you know. So it is one of those things that as a country we have, and people always say Kenya is very good at doing policy documents, but not very good at implementing policy. And so we have been challenged and we have been encouraged. And I think everyone here has totally loved that session. And you have promised me, just as you were getting off stage, you had told us earlier that you would leave immediately. But I am happy if you are able to stay for a few minutes. You said you will not, you will leave quietly. I am sure somebody somewhere has a burning question for Dr. Nyakal. But our chief guest has asked that we will allow him to leave quietly. So the next session here is really to dissect what we have had as the introductory remarks from Honorable Dr. Nikal. And for this session, we have very experienced colleagues from the sector who have played a role in this entire journey. So this is a panel session, and this is where we are going to have a panel discussion. I think, is our moderator for the panel here, Dr. Diana? Hi, so our moderator is here, Dr. Diana Wangari, and I am feeling like I should hand over the microphone to you, but should I invite your panelists over? So, for the discussion around what Dr. Nikal has set the stage for, we will have Dr. Kanyenje Gakombe. Dr. Gakombe, you have been mentioned severally in very good light, and now is the time for us to hear from your experience, so please come up to the stage, Dr. Gakombe. I think you can. We have Mr. Moses Mokua. Welcome. I am going to have to wait for the chairman of the board of the National Cancer Institute, Dr. Olwenyi. But just handing over to you, Dr. Diana, we can get started as we wait for.
Thank you for that. We almost forgot the elephant in the room. So thank you for the panelists. As we await Dr. Timothy to join us, I'd also want to invite a representative from the Social Health Authority, if he can join us on the stage as well. Okay, for this session, we'll be having a short discussion just to lay out what has been the experience for service providers, from the associations, from government, from faith-based associations as well. And this will just be, it will allow us to just set the scene, set the pace for what I'm hoping will be an interactive discussion. So it will be a very brief panel discussion, then we open the floor for questions. So I'll ask the panelists just one question to set the scene, and thereafter we'll open the floor for conversation. Dr. Olwenyi. In the meantime, I'll start by introducing the panelists as well. And I know for most of you, you do know Okay, it seems we are getting more and more panelists to join us. So what I'll do is I'll have, you will take a 5-minute just health break so that we can reorganize the stage to accommodate the panelists as well. So just a 5 minutes health break, then we'll resume the panel discussion. And we're back. If you're outside, we're about to begin the panel session. Again, thank you everyone for joining us here. This panel session is truly more about the audience and your questions than the discussion. We've brought the experts here who I'll introduce shortly. Most of them have worked in industry for a couple of decades, people who have been pioneers, who have been system architects. And as I introduce them and as you hear from them, it will be important to have questions that have been burning, I'm sure, for some of you at the back of your mind, because we'll have a brief 20-minute discussion and then open the floor for about another 25 to 30 minutes for your questions, and you get to hear directly from them as they respond. Okay, to begin with, thank you, Sana. Karibuni, panelists. Gakombe here. We have distinguished panelists. All of you are people who are familiar to us, who again have had, as they call it, the lived experience. You're the architects for some of what we're calling the healthcare reforms, some of the challenges we're witnessing, you're experiencing them. You might have the solutions that Dr. Nyikal hinted or alluded to. So I'll start with the first panelist, just as an introduction. We know Dr. Gakombe, who's the chair of the Kenya Healthcare Federation, who's also the CEO of Metropolitan Hospital. He has served as a pioneer for multiple hospital associations, including the Kenya Hospital Association of Hospitals. He has served at KEPSA. He has served at the National Economic and Social Policy Council. Thank you, Dr. Gakombe, for being here. We have another distinguished gentleman here who's representing the faith-based organization, Moses Mukua as well, who's representing CHAK, which is the Christian Hospital Association of Kenya. We have Dr. Timothy Olwenyi, who's the chair of the National Cancer Institute. He's also the founding, do we call it founding or pioneer chair of the Social Health Authority, a system architect in his own right. We have a representative also from the Social Health Authority. In fact, he's the gentleman who sits in the planning department. He's here to tell us the plans, right? We have Shadrach here as well. We have a representative from the private sector, in particular from the payers side as well. We have from Liaison Insurance, Kitheke as well, who will be telling us from the private sector some of the challenges, even as service providers that you have. He'll be addressing those questions as well. And of course, we have the chairman of the Rural Private Hospital Association. He is well known to you. I'm sure he's been a big champion, a big advocate for most of the people in this room. A pioneer in his own right as well. So, Karibu Daktari, and thank you for having us all here. I'll get direct to the questions, and because, again, this is a discussion more for you than the panelists to answer your questions. The first question is really around more your experience, right? And I will go from the first panelist just to understand where are we, right? From where you sit, right, Dr. Gakombe, from where you sit, having been a lead in many of these hospital associations as well. What are the top priority challenges you think service providers are experiencing right now?
Thank you, and good morning. I'm very pleased to be here today. I hope you can hear me. And I want to start by saying that I want to thank Rupha for holding this function in this place. Because apart from all the things you've been told, I represent Murang'a County, and this is Murang'a in the diaspora. Sarit has its origins in Murang'a. It's not just Equity Bank. Two, I'm wearing a shirt I usually don't wear frequently to make a political statement. One, it's bright because I believe the future of the sector is bright.
And secondly, I wore it last year to this same place. And I want to make the point that unless the money flows, you will not be able to afford new shirts. And we may even run out of the ones that we are wearing. My experience is as follows. One, by design, and I'll focus mainly on the financing. By design, I consider SHA a far much better designed organization than the NHIF that it replaced. It's just that communication, in my view, has been a big challenge. Why is it better? Because we used to wait forever to be empaneled. Now the law says it's 30 days. I waited 5 years to be empaneled many years back. And recently, Avenue opened a hospital in Thika. They waited 3 years to be empaneled. And that's extremely risky because private insurance says you must be SHA empaneled before we empanel you. So essentially it means you cannot get patients other than the ones who are paying out of pocket. It's better designed because we now have a tribunal to complain to. Before SHA was judge, jury, and executioner. Now at least we have somewhere to report them once that tribunal gets working, and we must make sure that it works. It's better designed because there is a tariff council. It is not by brother from Shadrach, from NHIF, or from SHA saying a cesarean section is 30,000 bob, and that's it, and you cannot charge anything more. Because if everybody had that power, Kenya would have roads and everything else, because all that the Ministry of Roads would be saying is that a road will cost 10 million shillings and we force the contractor to build it, right? So in many aspects, it's a better design. But like everything else, the devil is in the details and the execution. So what is not working? Primary care is not working. We have a design problem with primary care. I believe there is room for improvement, and I would like to put a proposal straight up front that the people who are paying for SHIF should have the same outpatient benefits they had before. I believe you all know the SHA structure. SHA has 3 fundamental pockets. 2 are funded by the government. The other one we are funding either voluntarily or by force because the money is taken out of our payrolls. But those of us who are paying from our own money used to have outpatient capitation. Now we no longer have the one we are paying for, and the one the state is paying for is in a state of confusion. So we quite don't know where to go. And until we fix that primary care network situation, we will struggle. What is working, what is also not working is the proxy means testing. How much people who are self-employed should pay is a challenge. We need to fix that. And the targeting of M-Pesa transactions as a way to get the money, SHA may find itself in a space called the law of unintended consequences, where we go back to pillow banking, because we are not forced to use M-Pesa. We use it voluntarily because it makes our lives easy. If it becomes the way the government decides to rate how much money we owe it and the place to extract money by force of law, many of us will decide to use other ways of transacting. So primary care and how the self-employed should pay are, to me, 2 areas where SHA is not working. And finally, the system needs to be made to work. And we are working hard to make that system to work because after the initial struggles, now the money is not flowing as well as it should. I would be remiss if I did not mention that the money that got stuck in SHA, in NHIF, needs to get to providers, and I'm hoping that the presidential directive will be followed. Because if a head of state makes a statement that any hospital owed less than 10 million will get their money pop, and then the money doesn't come. What we are basically encouraging is something known as a revolution. And when I arrived here, there was revolutionary music from the 60s. I don't know whether it was the band or Brian, but there was revolutionary music. If Kenyans get to the point where a presidential directive cannot be implemented, what we are telling them is you need regime change. So those who are being given those directives, please see them for what they are. That they should be rarely made, and once they are made, they should be implemented without second guessing. Because that way we know there is direction and leadership. So I think I'll stop at that point, so to give my colleagues an opportunity to say their bit. But let me ask Tim to wave. That is the CEO of the Kenya Healthcare Federation. Yeah. He's a guy who does all the heavy lifting, and I stand here and take credit. Karibu team.
Karibu team, and we'll have some questions for you as well. Moses Mukua.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me. My name is Moses Mukua. I work for Christian Health Association of Kenya, which is part of the faith-based community. And in our group, we have about 1,300 hospitals that are members. There are health centers, dispensaries, and so on. They're in all parts of the country, so everywhere. I have been in the journey of this transformation, and there are certain things that I think have worked, as Dr. Kombe has said. And because he went on and on about what is working, I'll probably skip that part and go straight to things that need to be worked on. So when we were starting, my senior, Dr. Olwenyi, was the chairman of SHA. And he used to say one thing in all the meetings we attended. He said, we better do it slowly, but get it right, because there is no room to get it wrong. It's about human lives, and people can die while you're experimenting. I think because the advice was very, very tough, we decided to ask him to go to another place so that we can do our thing. So I apologize, Dr. And we moved into a system that was said to be costing 104 billion, which is actually paid upfront from the contributions you make before they pay for your service. They first pay for that system. It's supposed to be many systems. I was listening to the CS last night, and he said it's supposed to be 38 different systems. I don't know how many are functional right now, but we are paying. So after administrative costs, the next thing that is paid are those systems. There is another one called track and trace, and I don't know what else. I think that is part of the place where there is a problem. Our Auditor General, paid by the taxpayers, has given a report to Parliament, and Nyikal was here. And the good lady said that system was not lawfully and effectively procured. Those are the words that in the Constitution she's allowed to use. I'm sure she's gone into detail in the report. We think that is one place where there is a problem. So the system is being developed as we move. Those of you who have hospitals, you know that last week, there are all these claims that are being sent back. You send it back, they send it back. Then they tell you it has not passed the engine rules. You heard about those kind of things? It says Apiero and I don't know what else. Things that you cannot understand what they mean. So you do what you can, you send this thing back, and then it comes back again. Some of those things that are being sent back have been there for 6 months. So in October, when they said, please treat all the patients, you saw the patients, and the thing has not been paid up to now. It's being sent to them, and then it is coming back to you. It is very frustrating. So when things are like that, what do you do? As the faith-based, what we do is that we engage all the time, whether it is good, bad, and ugly. So tonight, I'm going to send a link to Daktari from 7 p.m. to 8:30. I'll be hosting an online call with the SHA people. They promise they'll come. I hope they do. Shadrach, please take this message. We need your CEO, your people to come and tell us why the system is not working. So we ask a lot of questions. We ask Shadrach, and Shadrach tells me, I have my portal here, but there is another person who has another portal that has to speak to this one, and there is another portal that has to speak to that one, so that it speaks to this one. I don't know whether you have heard those kind of things, but we have heard about them. That the system is not one, there are other systems. Just on the claims and where it is reviewed and where it is loaded to a payer, and then the decision is made to make the payment. There are several systems just within that area, just for SHA. And you know, they are not all real time. Some of them are real time, like the one that you use to see the patient is real time. You send an OTP, you get it in a few minutes and you process. But the others are not. If you have looked at your dashboard of the SHA system, you will have noticed that the payments that are there don't match with what you've been paid, right? Because somebody else has to decide when to upload it and stuff like that. It's not real time. I think that is creating a little bit of distrust between ourselves as providers and the system developers and so on. So we're going to have that meeting in the evening. We are going to ask these questions. We are going to give feedback. Now, I appreciate that SHA is giving us opportunity to speak to them. So tomorrow at 10 a.m., we've been invited to SHA because we have pushed. I'm sure, Dr. you have the invitation. Be there at 10. They might change the time, but it is supposed to be tomorrow. The reason why that meeting has been called is because we prepared our bishops and we gave them a 7-point petition to take to the president 2 weeks ago. Dr. Brian had gone on strike with all you members, and on the day that I had asked the bishops to go and also say that we are giving notice, he withdrew his own, and then we were just left alone there. And Doctor, you need to give me an explanation offline about that. But and he also wants the explanation. So the bishops went to State House. I'm going to plead, I think, to the people that are managing this system. I think we are putting too much pressure on the president. We don't have to be sending the bishops to the president about payment. And the president was put in this corner, and you know, he promised the 10 million. I don't know who has received it. We haven't in faith-based. And Dr. said a presidential directive should mean for something. I think the reason why the president would be forced to make that kind of statement is because we have exposed him. I mean, what do you expect him to do? The bishops are in front of him and they are saying, we need money. He has to tell them something. I think we need to manage things up front here and make sure that we are solving some of the problems ourselves, because we have the capacity to do it and not take everything to the president. So we are meeting tomorrow because the 10 million wasn't given, and the money that has been received in the last 2-3 weeks is too small. I got a message this morning from Kapsawar, and they said they only received 360,000, but they are owed more than 200 million. So I always make.
Truly.
We are preparing for the bishops again to go to the presidency next week. So we must have this meeting with SHA tomorrow and agree on the numbers and so on, so that when we go, we are speaking the same language.
And finally,
but let me say this, finally, and then Dr. I'll give it to you. You know, you can dance around the payments issue, any type of dance, including the traditional dance. But if you don't pay what is owed in NHIF, and if you don't pay at the same rate that we are sending claims to you in SHA, we will keep saying, well designed, not working. Thank you.
Doc, you were there at the beginning, right? I want to just turn the question a little bit and ask, what was the vision? Moses Mukwa here has mentioned that you constantly said it is better to go slow and get it right. There's an inspiration, a vision behind that. What was the vision, and where do you think we are now?
Thank you very much, and good morning again, everyone. I always get put in the spot, much as I'm not chair of SHA anymore. SHA questions keep following me everywhere. Now, our healthcare system had got some challenges, which we all acknowledge. All those of us who have been in the healthcare space for a long time, and especially in the private sector, faith-based sector, we know there were challenges that needed to be addressed. So in terms of challenges, they were there. Was NHIF perfect? No, it was not. Was change necessary? I still believe it was. There were solutions that were designed to be able to fix the problems we had in our healthcare system before that. And if you ask me in terms of design, I agree with Dr. Gakombe. By and large, the design was good. In fact, if you ask me in retrospect, the only thing which we should have done in the past was we should have left the NHIF contributory component as it was at that time and introduced primary health care and emergency care. That's what we should have done. Start at that point. First of all, that we're improving our healthcare system. The population are able to see the government is serious about changing healthcare. We deploy some additional funds, get the benefits. Then a little later, convince the population that maybe we can augment the component. We can augment the Then maybe at that point we can augment the NHIF contributory component and make some adjustments. But by and large, the design was good. The challenges I think we run into, and I say this with all honesty, is about implementation. And implementation, you remember, and he's quoting me, and my exact words at that time was, if I can be able to do this right and do it on time, I will take both. If I had to choose between one of them, I would do it right. At some point, we became in a hurry to implement this system, and those are part of the challenges we've got here today. In addition to that, I'll be honest, and I expressed my disappointment vehemently at that time. We did not sufficiently capitalize the two funds which we are creating. So in the absence of that, then you wonder, so what was the point? Because at the end of the day, if we were promised 125 billion shillings for these two funds, and we ended up with only 6 billion, then were we serious about this from the word go? I'll be honest. So I keep saying, and I'm telling you, my conscience is very clear. I did not lose the job lost me. I still maintain I was the best person for that job, and that I'll tell anybody any time of the day or night. All right? And at the end of the day, it can still work. We're still part of this healthcare system. We have got sufficient people in this country to implement this thing right, if given the room to do so. And that's one of the things I talk about again when it comes to leadership and in the health sector. For the longest time, we have shied away from taking leadership positions. And in the words of some Harvard professor who gave me a lecture once, he said, Kenyans, can you quit complaining? You keep coming here complaining politics is a bad game, this and this, and you let idiots run your system. And he said, let me tell you one secret. You can't change anything when you're not in office. And that's why I encourage everybody, even for me. That's the reason why I got offered this job and I took it, all right? Most of the times, if it was me of the past, I would have said I don't want to be involved. But we have to have a sufficient threshold of people who understand clearly what the issues are and are competent to do it for us to be able to make a change in this country. So whether it is running for Senator of Kakamega or it is being in public office in whatever capacity, let us embrace those positions. At some point, something is going to change. For me, I would say, at the outset, you might say it did not work out, isn't it? But at the end of the day, I know, and he'll tell you, as at NHIF when I was chair, he will tell you, I made a difference when I was there. Whatever difference it was, at some point, we will get to a point where we are going to change our institutions and we're going to change our country. But we shy away from these positions, we are never going to change things in this country. The big question people are asking now is SHA working? And I don't think that's a question you can answer. I think directly it is a question of it depends on who you ask. The expectations of SHA are very different depending on who you ask. For a patient, the patient, what they wanted is to be able to enjoy the same benefits they were enjoying on NHIF. And let me tell you, this is where the criticism is very harsh. There was already a standard that was set. People did not expect that we drop below what NHIF was offering on any of those parameters. That is the benchmark. This is not a new system. That is the benchmark wananchi are using to judge whether SHA is working or not. So people wanted to be able to register for SHA, to be able to transfer any prepaid contributions, to be able to go and be able to first have a premium determined in a manner that is fair. And that's where the means testing instrument Dr. was bringing up comes in. It has to be in a manner that is fair. They want to be able to pay their contributions and access care at least at the NHIF level, 24 hours a day at a facility of their choice. This is what Mwananchi expects. So if you want to ask Mwananchi, is SHA working? That is what he's using as a benchmark. If you go to the healthcare providers, and we also promise them, no more harambees, you walk in, you walk out. So they don't want out-of-pocket expenditure. I'll leave it up to you to judge whether that is where it is right now. But without primary healthcare working like Dr. said, it is not working for the Mwananchi, because they have to go to a facility that has got the supplies, has got the personnel, has got the supplies, and has got the testing that they need, and then get the drugs on the way out. Then it will be working. In the absence of us capitalizing the primary healthcare fund and organizing in such a way that it works, for Mwananchi it is not working. We need to fix that. For the healthcare provider, it's a different story. The healthcare provider wants to be able to have all this IT infrastructure we're complaining about in place. They want to be able to verify members, to be able to provide the service, raise a claim in good time and get paid for it. And the most important thing, which is one thing I promised people when I was chair of SHA, those debts were going to be transferred to SHA and they were going to be paid. That has to be done. And we cannot start at this point starting to allege that all the claims that are pending are fraudulent. That is extremely unfair. That is extremely unfair. And we know for a fact, the truth of the matter is most of the fraudulent claims were already paid. The fraudulent guys are not waiting. When you've got a fraudulent transaction, that transaction is sorted out, hapo na hapo and inaisha. The people who are waiting, who are suffering now are the ones who have genuine claims. And I'm really worried about the sustainability of our healthcare system, because if you don't have healthcare providers, and I said this also when I was chair of SHA for the longest time, in the absence, we are taking a premium for people and making a promise on a benefit we can't deliver as SHA on our own. We need healthcare providers to deliver on that. If the healthcare providers disappear, can we deliver on that promise? We can't. So it is in our best interest in this ecosystem that all the players are, even if their well-being cannot be maximized, it must be sustained. And the issue of payments, you cannot start telling people that, oh, we're making SHA payments, and therefore the NHIF ones, why are you worrying about it? That argument cannot fly. The payments must be made and must be made in good time. Otherwise, I'm really worried about our healthcare system and whether we are staring at imminent collapse. And even when I was chair of SHA, I remember there are a lot of people who called me and said we're under financial distress. We have got auctioneers at our doorsteps. We can't pay suppliers. We can't do this. That is a tragic situation which we should not preside over. So that is from the healthcare provider's perspective. Then from the payer perspective for SHA, whether it's working or not, they have got different metrics again. And it's the same thing with the policy maker. You know, the policy maker and government and so on, we've got higher level interests. We don't talk about UHC, but Mwananchi don't care about those details. Mwananchi wants to know that as an individual, when I go to get care, when my relative goes to get care, they access the service that they need, and it is comprehensive, it is of good quality, sufficient to be effective, and also I don't incur out-of-pocket expenditure. That's what UHC is about. So at the end of the day, I think we are in a bit of trouble. We're in a bit of trouble, but the thing is, I don't think it's too late. NHIF is not coming back. Let us agree on that. The only way I see NHIF coming back is if the court absolutely rules that these laws were unconstitutional and they're repealed, and therefore we automatically revert back to NHIF. That is going to take a while. I don't see that happening in the immediate term. So can we just work with what we have? We are where we are, but we need to take a deep breath. And I don't think the approach is to keep insisting that it's working when you're being told it's not working. We need to listen. We need to listen, we need to go back to basics, and we need to work as a group and let this thing work for our country's sake. Thank you.
Shadrach, you've heard from panelists. I'm sure you've been hearing from Kenyans as well. And as we say, kuna mikakati maybe, that maybe you want to share with us. We saw the presidential directive this week. What's in the pipeline? What's in the pipeline? I don't want to ask a very specific question because there might be things that are working in the background that we're not aware of, and there are some elements that are working. So maybe from where you sit in the planning department of the Social Health Authority, what is in the pipeline? What is the plan?
Okay, thank you very much. And first of all, I would like to take this opportunity to thank Rupha for the forum like this, because it's during such engagements that at least we can share information so that we try to be on the same page. I'm also grateful for what has been talked about, beginning with our initial panelist, Dr. Nyikal, having also been a member of the board of NHIF. I'm sure for us it was, we were like students. He's given it all from the inception of NHIF to the journey and to the vision that we are having right now. By and large, I would say I'm mainly here to listen and get your feedback, because us being the implementers, I think it's only fair and objective, as our former chair says, Daktari, that we need to listen and engage. And I would say that the move to SHA, with all intentions, it was very good, as has been explained from Dr. Nyikal to all my panelists who have spoken here. And I think we were mainly, it is mainly to sort out the financing challenge. So for me, I would take it that as stakeholders, because as a stakeholder, there's a stake. We all have stakes in it. I would just urge that we be keen, and we also advocate on what it is that we need to do so that things can work. As they say that at one point it's working or it's not working, depending on what you are. As implementers, we are really trying round the clock to seize the opportunity to serve Kenyans. As you had the three funds, the ECCF and the Primary Health Care Fund, they've had a bit of funding challenges, as Dr. Nyikal was saying. So, which means, by and large, the one that has been financing is mainly the SHIF, the Social Health Insurance Fund. And actually, that's the other place where, again, sensitization, which all boils up to all of us as stakeholders. that we may need to pass the right information to the intended segments, so that so that I don't have one segment doesn't have mainly the care consumers do not have too much expectation on what is available and what is not available. Of course, the challenges like what he's talking about, that NHIF had already set some standard. Those challenges, I think, will continue to exist as even policymakers try to work around them. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how good the benefit package is. It is how that benefit package will be financed at the end of the day. Even what you are now talking about as the debts, you see, I mean, at the end of the day, the debts have to be paid so that the facilities can continue providing the services. So, summing it up, I would just say that a lot is happening, even with the changes, and a lot is being done, and these are going to be rolled out over time. Thank you.
I think, Shadrach, as you said, you're here to listen. I'm hoping you have questions. He's here to listen to you more than anything else. Liaison, I think from the private sector, as an insurance broker, you have to work in harmony with, Chief. You are also being impacted with the healthcare by the healthcare reforms. Considering that the audience here is mostly service providers, hospitals who are also coming to your door as well, there are some challenges that they have raised. Some of them, I think, have been mentioned even on this panel. We'd want to hear a little bit of what your perspective, from a solution perspective, what's been done on the private sector side, right, to cushion, perhaps, to accommodate service providers who are under distress. From a solution perspective, what's been done and where do you think the industry is going from a private sector insurance industry perspective?
Thank you. Thank you, Diana. And good morning. Yes, let me just start by a disclaimer that the idea of universal healthcare coverage was the best that the country should have done. All of us knew the challenges which were there on NHIF. Dr. Olwenya has talked about it. And that was the first thing that we should have thought about during the time of thinking about the change that we wanted. How are we going to deal with it? Just going back to the basics of the gaps that we had. And one of the main one was on the infrastructure itself. We know our public sector, our public health sector itself. We know the hospitals that are there in our rural areas. We know what they have. We know the capacities that they have. We know what they can be able to take care about on. All those areas, if that was the first basic thing that we thought, as a government, as a country, I think we will have been going to the right direction. Number two, from the private sector, we can say that we complement the government itself. We complement what the national government is doing, and we are closely monitoring the SHA. We work closely with the SHA. No one from the private sector doesn't want SHA to work, because it provides one of the best solutions that we want in terms of everyone in this country being having a healthcare cover. Remember, from the private side, that insurance is about less than 3%. Where is the 97%? And from everyone in this room, I'm so sure, we know, and I tell people that we also have an insurance in one way or the other. Most of us are in WhatsApp groups because some of our relatives have no cover. They are at the hospitals, and there is no way, there is no any other solution than getting those few funds from here or there so that we can be able to be taken care of. But the hospitals that are next to them, they cannot also be able to assist them. So my first challenge to SHA is accessibility. Accessibility in terms of the hospitals that members go, and also that those accessibilities in other infrastructure in the rural areas where even an ambulance cannot reach. There are many other areas in Kenya that we have never thought that this is a whole ecosystem that ourselves we needed to first dwell in before even rolling an enhanced cover for the SHA itself. NHIF had also done very good in terms of benefits, as also one of our panelists has talked about. The SHA benefits should not have gone lower than what the NHIF was doing. That is as my second challenge or solution, that we as the government, we as the private sector, come in to make sure that wherever the SHA gives their benefits, we come to complement from there, so that you make sure that if, for example, you are living here to go abroad, SHA will take your 500,000, but the private sector comes in and takes what is over and above. So that is how we complement them in terms of that. The other area in terms of solutions is that SHA, we find the issues of processes, systems that we have. I don't know where specifically they went for their benchmarking in terms of making sure that whatever they are giving has also been replicated in many countries. But when I was also going through some of my notes, I found the Kenya healthcare sector is ranked #2 in Africa. Just it's only South Africa which is ahead, meaning we could even have gone far. But some of the countries like in Asia, a small country like Taiwan, 77% of the population is actually on their own universal healthcare coverage. That is not a country we can compare like the ones which are on the West, which have a bigger funding models, which have started this thing for a very long time. There are some of the countries that we can learn from. Another way I can also say is that we learn from the service providers, that we also take our people in areas like in India. You find most of them, they are public hospitals. They are not even private hospitals, because they have sat and they have been able to create good infrastructure, good systems that can be able to make sure that the systems that they are using can be able to take care of the capacity, the population, and everyone who, the needs that they have, that their population need in those countries. And you find medical tourism in Kenya has become a very big thing. Everyone is in that business because they think our own capacities in our own facilities in Kenya, we cannot be able to manage. From the private sector, we also plead with the SHA to work closely with the private hospitals, because one, they have the systems. Two, they have worked out ways of making sure that any area in terms of procedures, in terms of drugs and everything, they have come up with a standardized way of costing it, because cost is also a big thing in terms of even pricing, and that has made the system to be very easy. And you find most of these ones, which we work closely with here, they have been able to be accommodated by the insurance companies that we work with, and we have created a good system that members can go to hospitals with a peace of mind. That is the area that we think from private sector we can be able to work closely. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Dr. Lishanga will be opening up the floor for questions. So perhaps you can give us a prelude to that. What are some of the questions that your members have been asking, as we also pick questions from the audience?
So thank you very much. So just my quick remarks on this. Number one, I think it's been a great last 6 months for healthcare. All the challenges notwithstanding. Why do I think it's been great? It's because healthcare has driven the national conversation. We could have been talking about roads, education, water, I don't know which scandal, something. But for the last 6 months, more than 6 months, for over a year actually, it's been healthcare, healthcare, healthcare. So to that extent, it's been great. And number two, I think that all the healthcare providers here need to applaud themselves because they have pushed the reform. For instance, let me give you an example. One of the things we have done as an association, as Rupha, is, and with the help of our colleagues from Kenya Association of Private Hospitals, Kenya Healthcare Federation, CHAC, is we have been carrying out surveys since the transition happened. And what have those surveys been able to do? First of all these healthcare providers have cooperated. They have shared with us data which they would consider proprietary or private, but they have been happy to share with us information which has been very critical feedback to the Ministry of Health to share in order to see how the transition is going. And in fact, if you do an online search right now and you try and find out, no, let me make it better. If you ask ChatGPT to tell you about share transition, ChatGPT will give you language from the surveys. So, which means that all of us have contributed in making healthcare the single most important conversation in Kenya. And for me, that is the future. That is where we should go. We should not look at this as temporary for now and then we leave it. So we need to keep pressing. Now, in terms of what the future looks like, now just speaking as, you know, in terms of how Rupha members see the future, some of the things we say could be considered controversial. So for instance, I agree with Dr. Gakome, Dr. Olwenyi, and Mokua here, that primary healthcare is a problem. It's a major problem. 60% of Rupha members are level 2 and level 3 facilities. Now, they do primary healthcare. We have come out, so for instance, I wrote an article, well, I can't remember, early this year, where I proposed, it was a controversial heading. If you read it, it was not so controversial, but the headline was, private hospitals should exit primary care. Okay, now some people did not just read the headline and immediately wanted to do a protest. But if you read the article, what we were actually saying is that the design of primary healthcare means that if you are a private sector investor in healthcare in Kenya today, you need to think about how you re-engineer outpatient services if you have to play in that space. And maybe that is where our private sector colleagues come in, because we do not have enough products coming from private sector for outpatient services. In fact, if you want to get the worst insurance cover, try and get an outpatient benefit from private cover. It is extremely expensive, very limited, and it's not an alternative. Secondly, do we, and Mokua said he wants an answer to, did Mokua only or Gakombe also say he wants an answer? You guys want an answer to why Rupha exited the strike in the middle and left you pending to start? Well, I can flip it and say why you didn't join us initially, but you know, however, strategically, how we saw it as the Rupha Executive Committee was that, and this is where I think the challenge to Shadrach, and I'm happy I can't ask Olwenyi this because he appropriately exited the position, or rather the position left him at the right time, but it's very difficult from an advocacy point of view to deal with government. It's extremely difficult. So people asked me, did you ever receive threats for calling for mass action, for withdrawal of services? I certainly received threats. You know, was your phone tracked? Yes, my phone was tracked. Well, my relatives called. My mother was called and told, tell your son to go slow. You know, so it's very difficult to do it. But it is also, we are also providers, we have a duty to our patients. So at some point, once the president had declared that he commits that this debt is legitimate, if it was cabinet secretary declaring, we could have continued. But the head of state, on all his official channels, signed by himself, said that we acknowledge that this debt is valid, and he gave a number to it. He said 33 billion, which was even higher than the number we had. So we were like, thank you, Excellency, you've added 2 billion on it, you know? he committed and he said this debt is valid. Not only did he do that, he went ahead and said, pay. In fact, the instruction was pay. And I agree with Dr. Gakombe. He said, pay anyone owed less than 10 million. Okay, that is an instruction. And then he went on and said, institute a verification committee. Of course, there are those of us who are not happy with the idea of verification committee, but there is a plan there. So to the extent that the head of state comes out in public, we felt as an association that we could not then continue with the withdrawal of services in good faith, because Kenyans out there don't understand the nitty-gritty differences we have on policy. For them, it is access to healthcare. When they hear the president has said pay hospitals, and hospitals continue, now the backlash will flip to these providers, because they will say, it looks like you are intent on punishing us. If the president has said he's going to pay, why are you still? So we withdrew that action because of the promise of the head of state. Obviously, we were also cognizant that the faith-based organizations would be joining, would be coming in on that same day or the next day. And when we talked to them, they said, we have a meeting today, on Monday we will act. When the Monday came, they got a call from State House, and the rest is history. So I think that, what does the future look like? Number one, if you are in primary health care, I shared an opinion this week, and I said this, that you are going to receive a windfall for now. And I don't know if providers understand this. I am aware, because of our engagements with SHA, that there are members of Rupha who do patients. It's ridiculous. If you calculate the amount of money reimbursed per patient, they were getting maybe somewhere close to 8,000, 9,000 per visit. Now, you cannot ask that member to go on strike. How? This is the best of times for that person. But at the same time, there are providers who received very little amount of money from primary health care. So what am I saying? There is going to be a windfall for primary health care services for now for two reasons. One, a lot of providers have been skeptical about primary health care, so you are staying away from participating. The few who are participating will consume the entire budget. That is how the structure is, and they will have a good time. But after some time, each one of you is going to realize that that hospital there is doing so well because they are doing primary health care. And then all of you will jump in, but the budget will not change, because the budget is fixed per population, and it's 75 shillings per registered person per month. Now, what is going to happen over time, because this system is designed for competition, over time, all of us are going to compete for the same population, and therefore reimbursement levels are going to go lower and lower and lower. So what are we proposing? If you're a private sector player in primary healthcare, the best advice we can give you is listen to what Dr. Nikal said. He said he thinks that it is harder for private sector players to form networks than it is for public sector. So as far as primary healthcare is concerned, public sector, if it gets its act right, will dominate it, and that is the design. How do we respond as private players and faith-based? The only way we can respond reasonably, other than pushing for more money, which we should do, is to work together. We have to pivot as well. It is not sustainable for Lishenga to be on TV every time saying, tutafunga hospitali, we will close hospitals. It's not sustainable. I think the people gathered here are business people. We need to be thinking more solution-oriented. And part of this, what we are doing in this gathering here, is to bring business ideas, different industry sector people, so that the private sector can lead innovation and lead new ideas of how healthcare is done. And I hope that's what we do today.
Thank you, Dr. Lishanga. We're going to turn over the mic to you for burning questions. Dr. Lwenyi is here, Dr. Gakombe is here, Shah is here to listen, Moses Mkoa is here. Burning questions, or we're going to be joining the forum. Okay, please. Is that mic? I can do it. It's okay. Okay.
Thank you. My first question goes to SHA representative. Thank you for being here. And I represent Nala Hospital Kakamega. And to some extent, our proprietor has told us to register the members of public, to do voluntary registration of members of public. And from our views, those people who do registration, we have realized that members of public are not privy so much to the SHA and SHIF authority. Now, when we register these members, we found that most members were migrated from NHIF to SHA, but then they are not contributing. They are not paying. And these members come to hospital like we offering primary health care. How are we sure we are going to receive our claims if this member is not paying? I feel like the SHA and Chief Authority should do more of sensitization to members of the public to ensure they are paying on time. Like if you check on the SHA portal, some of them, ever since they registered, they have never made any contribution, which is our concern. You just see, last contribution made was in January 10th. So all this while they are not contributing and they are coming for treatment. Another area I would like to highlight is the issue of data protection. The issue of data protection should not be patient-centered. When these people come to our facility, they are just concerned with the patient, the data we are receiving from the patient. But again, you should also consider the data you are sharing of the proprietor. Sometimes you share the data on finances and financial, how you are paying the proprietor. Some of us, when we see this information and the proprietor is not paying us, we are like, now why are we not being paid? We can even go on a go slow because we have already seen pesa imeingia, mbona hajatulipa. So please watch on that. Another issue is on the issue of go slows. Our chairman, the Rupha chairman, has been on the forefront on the issue of go slows. Yet other members of Kenya Private Hospital Association, KPH, and faith-based, I have never seen them go on a go slow. Yet when the money comes and the president makes statements, they are all beneficiaries of these statements. Kindly, I believe that if there is a go slow, let us unite as private sectors and go on a go slow as a whole, so that pesa ikitoka kule inakuja mingi. Asante.
We need to unite. Thank you for that. Yeah, I will take briefly one. I can see three hands. Yes, your question. Make it brief so that then we can take potentially the other questions. Very brief.
Thank you. My name is Luke Andeka. This is my son.
That's your son?
Yes, I'm from Bunyore Medical.
Okay.
Man goes to SHA. And Dr. Lony, I'm worried. One, because what happens or what's the motive behind SHA or NHIF closing the system for us to track our claims? There are two things that went. We had the pilot system for e-claim. It was closed down with our money. There is the new system now that we are having. Why have you closed the old system? Because if generally that's our money, why do you close it? Open it up for us so that we can do reconciliation together. There are millions of our monies there. And I'm worried. Tomorrow, the new SHA thing, if the court says, now let's go back to NHIF, you'll close it down and our money are there. please open the systems, open that server for us, let us reconcile all of us so that we know our money is safe. Thank you.
We're running out of time. Is your question about SHA to the SHA representative? If it is, there is a plenary session that's going to follow. If it's to the other panelists, then I'll take it. Yes.
My name is Joseph Masiaga. I'm from Mamo Memorial Hospital. Our concern is that this month or last month we saw the level of hospital changing. Level 3 has changed now to level 3A. We don't know the effect, why it has changed, and what is the reason. Because our license says that we are level 3B, but in the system it runs show us that we are 3A now currently. That is one. Second, when we started SHA, we started struggling, and we are told treat patients, then we be paid manually. Then we treated patients, but we have sent our claims to the branch, manual claims, but you have not been paid up to now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, fine. It sounds like there are quite a few questions for Shadrach, and I believe Rupha is organizing a session with SHA where you can directly ask SHA-related questions with them answering, even being able to go into the portal for the same, yeah? This afternoon. So I think stay tuned for the SHA-related questions. I will spare you, Shadrach. You have heard them, you have listened, those will be addressed then, right? Because I know we have to go into the next session. I can see everyone else is SHA-related. I will give you Lishenga to close the session because the panelists were here, they have advocated, they have raised their concern, their solution. I will leave it for you to close it. I will ask the panelists as well to remain. We're going to take a quick photo before we go to the ceremony with the exhibitor and the ambassador.
Thank you, Dr. I don't want to close. I want to donate my time for one final comment from our panelists about the future.
Gakome.
I think I'll only emphasize a point Brian has made today, which is we need to aggregate our intellectual, economic, political, all the capital that we have and aim it to achieve good for this sector. Because Kenya devolved, and the devolution was not merely to the counties. We also devolved power to the citizens. So let us use that power for the good of this sector. And I want to emphasize a point Nikal made. Don't wait for others to write the laws for us. Let us engage. We have a great opportunity. Let us use that opportunity to develop a better legal and regulatory environment for us as a sector. Santeni.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. I can use this. There was a question about why we didn't join and why we don't always join. So, you know your local bishop, there is a way in which they make their decisions. When the AGM was called for Rupha to make a decision to go on slow, I attended your meeting online. Actually, Dr. gave me an opportunity to speak. And I told you that we cannot go at the same speed. But when you fight and 10 million is promised, if it is paid, we benefit. But in this case, it hasn't come yet. We are still hoping it will come. But I want to tell you, the bishops have a different way of dealing with this. Even them, when they go and they press the right button and money comes, it does not only come to the faith-based. Actually, I would say that we are in this together, just using a chain of different approaches and strategies and getting the money to move. And sometimes we come together. Today we are here. KHF is here, faith-based is here, and we are here. Tomorrow we'll be together pressing SHA on making payments. In the last 2 to 3 weeks, because of what the bishops did, you have seen some money in your bank accounts. It's not a lot. There was some little money, I think, last week, and then the primary health care. That was a push. My final comment on this is that we are doing it the wrong way. We don't have to find a way to State House for money to be paid. I mean, if somebody has some surplus in SHA, somebody said every month they have some little surplus. You inherited the claims from NHIF. Daktari said, use that surplus and settle, begin to settle this 10 million. Please, do something. Give us some cash flow. Don't tell us about verification. Please, SHA, take this message to your boss.
Okay. Final statement in 1 minute.
Yeah, final statement. I'd like to say, despite all the challenges we have, I'm still cautiously optimistic that we can get this done. But it'll take a lot of listening, a lot of effort, and a lot of proactivity from our part. In fact, withdrawing service should be a measure of last resort, because it doesn't help anyone, by the way. As a measure of last resort, for those people who want to be able to provide care, we have a responsibility to our patients. We want to keep our facilities up and running. So let us be proactive. We actually have a new Cabinet Secretary for Health. That presents an opportunity, and I had a meeting with him yesterday. He extended an invitation. I think Rupha had already written, and I shared with Dr. Brian, that he engages the private sector. He said he's also going to engage the faith-based sector. He thought our interests might be slightly different, so he said he'll meet the religious leaders and the faith-based sector, separate from private sector, but let's take this opportunity. Let us be very clear on what we want that office to achieve for us. Let us make sure we go there with the united purpose, and let us get this done, because I've got a feeling that he's going to be more proactive and be able to implement things a little faster in terms of decision making than those we've had in the past. So I think that's what I'll say in my closing remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Shadrach, I believe you were listening. Yes or no? You were listening. Yeah. We can leave it at that. Yes. Private sector. And then Lishenga will close.
Thank you. Mine is less than a minute. I would say let all stakeholders work together. Let us be able to listen to each other. I know there are very good ideas. And anything that is discussed in many forums, it means it's a good idea. Our dream in this country is to have a universal healthcare coverage, which will cover each and everyone wherever they are, and any economy in the world. That is what they want to do. Please let us implement what we talk about, and let us make sure it works. Thank you.
So, final comments for me. One, just a challenge to private sector. You cannot keep riding on SHA when you are contracting hospitals, Kiteko. All the time you say, oh, we want to contract a hospital, but it must have SHA. You can see the issues we have with SHA. Just develop your own products. I think all of us here have experienced a situation where a private insurance pays you minus SHA, and yet they have an independent contract with their patient, which they must honor. So that we must divorce completely. And for the providers, please take time to educate yourself. One of the things I have learned over 6 years of leading Rupha is that we don't have a reading culture. Like, for example, most people I interact with have never read the acts, the 4 acts. Most people I interact with have never read the regulations for SHA, the regulations for Digital Health Authority. Read them. If you cannot read them, Rupha has legal services that can interpret for you in a simple manner. But please, as a sector, we have to educate ourselves so that we can do what Dr. Olwenyi and Dr. Gakombe are proposing, engage proactively from a point of knowledge.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the audience. I know you still have questions. Rupha has organized for a session with SHA in the afternoon. The panelists as well will be available. If you have questions, we'll direct questions to them as well. But thank you so much for listening. As we said, we are united in all this. It might be different approaches, but we're heading in the same direction. For them to make time to be here, we thank you, and it's also a sign of good faith that we are in this together as well. Thank you so much, panelists. Asanteni sana for making time. We'll move on to the next session where I understand we'll be going, the ambassador of India to Kenya is here for opening the exhibition space. Asanteni sana. Thank you.
Yeah? Yeah, just seated, standing. Yeah, yeah, standing. Let's have that good picture there, number of them. And then I'll take my panelists as I ask our National Treasurer, Daisy Adala, please come to give us instructions. Good. You're smiling to that camera. Yeah, she's there. All right. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we are done. Okay, there's another camera here. Thank you very much. Let me bring Daisy on stage as I pick my guests.
Good morning. How are you? My name is Daisy. I'm the treasurer of Rupha, and I'd like to officially welcome you to our medical expo. Karibu members, Karibu exhibitors, Karibu partners, Karibu visitors. Thank you very much. I would like to give all you people a round of applause for the session that has just ended so that we can give them a round of applause. Na nguvu, na nguvu, na nguvu. Pigeni makofi. Asanteni sana, asanteni sana. So, because we are looking at time, we are at 10 minutes to midday. We have quite a lot to be done. Part of what we are doing today is that we are having workshops that will run concurrently. We have the exhibitors that you need to go to. We have over 100 exhibitors from Germany, India, if you want to go to the stands where they're manufacturers, if you want to import, if you want to partner with IT companies, we have everything here for you. So please, you're welcome. We also have sessions that are going to be running continuously. We have workshops up there. We have quality of care. So if you're looking at how to run your hospital, how to improve quality, and how to ensure that you'll make maximum monies out of and ensuring that the quality is maintained, we have a session that is going to be ongoing here in the next 15 minutes. Then upstairs, we have a point of care where we are going to be using ultrasounds. Ultrasound machines, this is where you're going to be taught for the next 2 days how to do tests there with the patient and provide point of care attention. So meaning if you're going to check for fetal hearts, if you're going to check for an abnormality, we have experts who are going to take us through this training. We have, so this would be important for clinicians, doctors, and midwives or nurses. It's going to be there in the next 10 minutes. For the others, especially hospital owners or people who would like to partner with manufacturers, we have exhibitors this side. We have the people who are also sending in, who supply us, our suppliers of non-farms and pharmaceutical products. We have over 100 exhibitors. Please take your time, musichoke. Tea is going to be served on the right side for our Rupha members. So, on my left side, sorry. So, on the left side, we have tea. Our washrooms are right here directly, so please don't get lost. We have sufficient washrooms. So please feel free. In the next I'll give you around 20 minutes, stretch kidogo, and then now for the people who are going for ultrasound, tuko poa? Mko poa? Anyone with a question? Yeah, again, my name is Daisy, who also have the label Rupha. Please ask us any questions so that we can be able to sort you around. Sawa sawa. Asanteni sana, and we wait for the next session in the next 20 minutes. Asante. Karibuni tana. Asante.
One, two, some.
Infectious records.
Infectious. before I say anything, before I start us off, I would like to request the government. We had a representation from the government, who is Dr. Thomas. I would like to request him to come and give us some opening remarks to start off this session. Thomas Karibu Sana, who will be speaking on behalf of Dr. Kandie. A round of applause for Thomas. Okay, Thomas has a presentation that he had shared. I believe I can request the team from Rupha to ensure that his presentation is projected. Do we have the presentation for Thomas ready? But just as we prepare for the presentation for Thomas, I can't just be giving a brief so that to set us off and to prepare us for this session. The key session title is Implementing and Sustaining Quality in Healthcare, under the broader theme, Elevating Patient Outcomes Through Quality and Safety Initiatives. We are gathered here today because of a shared understanding of quality. And it's not a luxury, it's actually a right. One of the things we know that our constitution indicates that every Kenyan is entitled to the highest attainable standard of health. And that is Article 23, if I'm not wrong. 23. 43, yes. Article 43, thank you very much. So as we are gathered here, we know that significant strides have been made through national frameworks, through guidelines, and through partner-supported initiatives to enhance quality of care. However, the real transformation requires more than tools and plans. Real transformation requires all of us to pull together. It also requires a culture of innovation. It requires looking at sustainability, and it requires looking at collaboration. So this session aims to explore exactly how we can move forward and come from commitment to action and ensure that all this is actually being done to ensure a system change. So maybe as we wait for the presentation, I would like the panelists to take this time to introduce themselves in the interest of time. But your slide, I think, is already there. I can allow the Ministry of Health to go first.
Thank you, thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is...
Good afternoon, it's afternoon.
Good afternoon. Somewhere in the hall, it's morning. Thank you so much. I'm coming from the Ministry of Health, from the Directorate of Health Standards and Quality Assurance, really giving this on behalf of Dr. Kandie. And I'll just highlight quite a number of issues. I have, he sent me with a huge presentation, but I'll just try and highlight some of the issues that are there as we see them from the Ministry of Health. And the first issue that we look at is, of course, building a case for quality. If the slides can move. Yeah, so I'm really echoing what Millicent has just shared, that Article 43 of the Constitution really gives a right and assures every Kenyan right to the highest standard of health, which is very important. And I think that's why we have this conversation between the public and the private sector. I really appreciate what the private sector is doing. So, and given a context, of course, in terms of quality, because this is a conversation that I think we all have. I met an individual the other day and we were just talking about building a case for quality. And they were like, Thomas, what you're saying, what you're bringing on board is not a new thing. These are things that we've been having. It's a conversation that has been there. But what we have really been pushing for, and really that needs to be done in the sector, is to bring this conversation to the top and have an intentionality and deliberate way of doing this, and really looking at the aspects that we look at when we look at quality. So we're looking at whether our care is effective, the care that we give, whether our care is safe, and very importantly, because looking at what the Constitution requires us to do is our care patient-centered and people-centered, going to our communities. Also looking at whether our care is efficient, very important. And keep on moving the slides. whether our care is efficient, whether our care is timely, whether the care is integrated. And of course, this is a conversation we've had even within government in terms of fragmentation of services. And even in the sector that we are working in the private sector, that really comes out very, very importantly. And of course, the issue of equity, because every Kenyan has to have access to health. And so the issue of equity, this is very important in terms of the care that we're looking at. So those dimensions, of course, borrowing that from WHO, those dimensions, looking at that when we have that conversation on quality is very important. And we would pause and ask ourselves, have we been talking about this? Has the care we've been giving, of course, we look at aspects of timeliness when we look at this, but the issue of safety of the care that we give, in terms of safety to the healthcare workers, safety to the patients, have we had a conversation about this? And those are the issues that we would want to bring to the top and have a discussion on. Very, very important. And as we are saying, it cannot be accidental. We cannot, because this is a conversation that has been there. We've been having care, even as we've developing care processes from inspection, from the beginning, like what Dr. Nyikal was sharing. We've had these aspects being thought about. But now we want to say this cannot be accidental. It must be a deliberate process, and it must be driven by policy. We'll have a discussion on some of the policies that we've developed as a ministry in consultation with various stakeholders, because this is what gives the direction as a country. And we are saying the quality journey, of course, it's not something that you begin and you arrive. It is a journey that one will keep walking in the various, within the health sector. Of course, we're looking at the entire health sector, getting accredited to this, certified to this. But it's a journey that we will keep on growing, from one step to another as we go. And that's what we call the quality improvement journey. Are we improving the services that we are providing? And of course, strive for excellence. Now, to achieve as a sector is we developed what we call the Kenya Quality of Care Certification Framework in the year 2020. And this is very key because as we see following this, there are issues, there are key pillars of this framework that really involve us and things that we really need to implement. Of course, anchored on the Constitution. The objectives of this framework, in the next slide, really is to advance high-quality service delivery. Because we are talking about service delivery. These are things that we are looking at. And we're saying we would want this to drive, to advance high-quality service delivery, then to ensure that our care is patient-centered. Very, very important. It must be patient. We're looking at even how we will be able to monitor this and be able to have a way of being able to measure that. Next slide. So this is looking at the regulations that are there, because I think as a country we have so many policies and we have a lot of these policies that are there. And when we had this conversation, just looking back and looking at the sector in terms of quality, we realized that we do not have very specific regulation that talks about quality. And to this end, quality has been voluntary. So I want to go for this accreditation, for this certification. It is, for me as a provider, it's a voluntary process. So, and we're looking at that to anchor that in law and regulations. Then for us to have a formal mechanism from the ministry where we can be able to give a formal recognition. At the end of the day, you're also looking at the bottom line as a private provider. So when we go looking at what is there in terms of quality, you would want to have a formal recognition. So the ministry would want to look at this and develop a mechanism where we'll be able to have that. Then setting up, very important in terms of competence, requirements that are there, and how we would be able to meet these requirements. And we'll discuss some of those requirements very quickly. I'll be able to, just bring them up in terms of quality of care standards. Now, it has a number of components. The first component is the component of licensure, registration, and gazettement. And this is in terms of the facility. So, of course, we know the obtaining situation right now is done by regulatory bodies. So we have, the various councils are doing that. And that's the process that they'll be able to do that. So that's a preliminary. from there, then once a facility is licensed and registered and gazetted, then we'll have the process of certification. And that's what we're saying, is that there has been a gap in terms of certification. And for us sitting as ministry, we've looked at that. We have had different players coming in, different hospitals, private hospitals, going in there and seeking for certification in terms of the different providers that are there. So we would want to do that. And of course, link that with accreditation. Now, in the Social Health Act, 32(2) talks about that there shall be a body that shall be responsible for accreditation of facilities before they are empaneled into SHA. That has not yet happened. And here, when we talk about accreditation, we're talking about the formal recognition by an organization in terms about that. Let us look at licensure, registration, and gazettement. Next slide. So here, and we're looking at, this is based on what we call the Joint Health Inspection Checklist that was developed and gazetted by the government. So, and of course, a lot of back and forth with the various regulatory bodies. And this then looks at different areas, looks at the issue of administrative in terms of licenses and all that, looks at the infrastructure of the facility, the management and record information, IPC, addressing issues of medical and dental consultation services, labor ward, medical and pediatric wards. So this checklist, when you look at it, it's the issue of compliance. And this is what should be used in terms of licensing of facilities. The advantage of this is that instead of going to multiple regulators where you will go pay, X amount of money, X amount on and on like that, this is a one-house top thing where you use one checklist and they are able to provide that, looking at the various dimensions. And as we look at this checklist, of course, we are saying that we'll expect there will be overlaps with KQMH dimensions. We'll talk about KQMH. Yeah. In terms of certification, you can move the next slide. So, and in certification, and I think I alluded to this, we're looking at various certification bodies happening in there. We have JCI, we have SafeCare, we have even efforts by AMREF in terms of looking at the facilities. And it's all fragmented. There is no formal recognition by the ministry. Next. Let's move on to the next slide. So this is the certification process. And I'll just take a breath there. I know it takes time, but it's very important for us to explain this. Because we are saying this is voluntary. It is voluntary, but we have developed within the certification framework that was developed in 2020, there are incentives in there to quality. Because quality requires investments. And so we are saying, we're looking at it and saying, once you move from one level, 1 star, to another star, there are incentives in terms of the rebates that you're going to get on this. And we are saying also that this certification is going to be based on Kenyan standards. Kenya Quality of Care Standards, the Kenya Quality Model, KQMH, Kenya Quality Model for health. So that, of course, sorts and settles a lot of things in terms of us as providers, because we have standards, we have Kenyan standards that we would look at and that are easily available. Of course, what we will do, because as a question then providers will ask, is we have JCI, we have SafeCare, we have different providers that are out there. What we do is, and we've developed a system where we will benchmark these standards against the Kenyan standards. So requirements there that are not relevant to the Kenyan scenario, we will revert to the Kenyan scenario. So we are saying that for each health facility to go through this, there are prerequisites for this. Of course, once the facility has been licensed, it has been gazetted, and it is up and operating. The key thing that we'll look at is the establishment of quality improvement teams in the facilities. A dedicated team that has an appointment, very key, that reports to management. And this team will ensure that quality is a permanent agenda. What they develop in terms of the QIT is a permanent agenda in terms of in the meetings that are held at the facility level. So in management meetings, that should be an agenda that is there. The QIT will also develop a quality improvement plan for the facility. So, and using different standards, do the assessments and develop improvement projects. And once you develop these improvement projects, going down to the departmental levels, for example, if it's in theater, developing an improvement project and tracking that and saying, this is what we are doing. So that's why we are saying, for us to begin with certification, we must have a QIT in place. This is our implementation roadmap, very quickly. So we're looking at identification of a body to do this. This is a process that is currently ongoing. We also, from that then, we will strengthen the regulatory function, and build capacity of the health sector, build mentors, because it's going to be a phased approach. Have the regulator, build mentors, and go on and build the issue of CABs in consultation with different stakeholders, for example, Kenas, and have this, then do this in a phased approach, beginning from level 6, coming all the way down up to level 2, and even having a conversation, right now even doing that at level 1 at the community level for this. So, and we will do certification. When we're talking about doing certification, we'll do all this. What we do this based on is what we call the KQMH. And I know some of us have interacted with this. It is a conceptual framework that looks at, doing two things. An integrated approach in terms of how you manage quality within the facility. Then, because it's a one-stop shop where you have all the standards all put together. And then looking at improving the quality of care. Because remember what I said at the beginning. We've had service delivery since independence. What is different? What do we need to do? So, and these standards then are basic minimum, requirements that we have per every, dimension, every area within the facility, from OPD going all the way up to mortuary. We have standards for that. And using this, then you can be able to, as a facility, measure yourself and see this is where we are at. Of course, as we said, the quality journey is incremental. You'll find in some areas we're doing well, so you go on building on this. So, and it links three things with this. It takes evidence-based medicine, in terms of looking at this, because the care that we provide must be scientifically sound. And that is the conversation we keep on developing. Within the directorate, we develop clinical guidelines, which we keep on updating. We build this. Then we take this and we couple them with total quality management. Just put in the principles of total quality management. And then, very important, bringing the patient partnership with this. And build this in terms of continuous quality improvement. And we can move on to the to quite a number of slides. Let's move on. So, and I will skip this in terms of the principles. We have quite a number of principles that are there, and the dimensions. I know time is short. We'll be able to maybe on the sidelines be able to talk about that. Maybe the last slide. Just go back to the previous slide, and talk about this, because this is very key in terms of what we do when you apply the standards. So you will use the standards to identify the problem. And that's where a lot of us stop. We have a problem with infection. We have an increase of healthcare-associated infections in Ward 1. So, but we stop there. We're not able to deal with that. So, and we're really looking at that we develop these teams. The QIT team that I alluded to earlier will be able to, just analyze and measure this, and then develop, and once you get the problem, you identify, you do a root cause analysis and identify quite a number of issues that will be there and develop a change plan for this and test them. This is very key, and the framework is really looking at that. So that is KQMH. I would want to skip all the way down to patient safety. Patient safety. Apologies for the slides, the many slides. In the Ministry of Health, I think we really like giving information and really having this conversation with everybody out there, which is very key. Yeah.
You have 2 more minutes at most.
Yeah, thank you. I think I can use that on in terms of on patient safety. Let me finish by talking about just the previous slide. On the Kenya National Action Plan on Patient Safety, Health Worker Safety and Quality of Care. Because remember we said quality must be, one of the dimensions of quality is that it must be safe. It must, in terms of looking at safety of that. And so this action plan addresses 3 key components. Just move on. So looking at that in terms of addressing the problems that we have, I think we can look at our statistics. We spend over 15% of our costs dealing issues that with harm that we would have avoided, which is a huge cost in terms of what we're doing. I will just talk about the strategic objectives. Yeah, just move. So the first one is we're looking at establishing a governance and coordination structure. So, and we want to, because quality must be read. That's one of the principles that is very key in terms of that. So leadership and governance, I think let me finish with this. Leadership and governance, the other objective in terms of patient safety, looking at measures that you would be there to address patient safety. Then health worker safety, very important, looking at the built environment and all that. And then tying up with the last objective of quality of care. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Thomas from the Ministry of Health. And just to make it very efficient, I want to ask us to make it very interactive. My able panelists, let's make it precise and very involving for the audience that we have, because this is a very good topic. So the approach that I want to take is, as you introduce yourself, you talk on one of the key theme areas. So I would like to start with Dr. Okutoi. Please hand over. Please introduce yourself. And as you introduce yourself, please tell us, how do you inculcate a culture of quality in an institution?
Good morning, colleagues. Great. My name is Dr. Lydia Okutoi. My background is in obstetrics and gynecology, but for the last 4 years, I've been supporting healthcare quality and not gone to labor ward to do deliveries. So I've transitioned to do what our brother there does. I work for Kenyatta National Hospital. I'm the director for healthcare quality. And also, together with Millicent and Kira here, a few members on the panel, on the audience, we are part of the Society for Quality Healthcare Kenya. I'm president for Society for Quality Healthcare Kenya. And I have special interest in patient safety at academic and practice level. How do we inculcate quality of care in an institution? Maybe just for KNH, my being here is a testament that you can have a dedicated team. There are people who come to do the work, the front line, to support various aspects of procurement, aspects of patient care, but there are those who come to ensure that indeed you are doing the work well. And so in my JD, I am paid to support quality of care at the hospital. So having a dedicated team, I have 5 units that report and we work together: patient safety, IPC, public health, standards and process improvement, patient affairs, among the teams that I work with. And so we ensure that when the patient comes, they will not be harmed during care. That is, we do surveillance for HAIs, we do surveillance for incidents, we investigate, and we support respectful care. Then also that care will be given with respect. So we do customer journey mapping, patient experience surveys, and look at learning points. Also ensure that when they come, they will get care that works according to some standards that are acknowledged as best practices. And so we do audits, and we help the departments where there's a system issue that is cutting across a department at hospital level. How can we improve? How can we learn better? And so we are paid to support what we call a learning health system at an organizational level, to reflect on the experience of every other patient whenever possible, or every other staff to be onboarded on how can I do my work and also do it better. And so I think having a dedicated team has helped KNH. We are not perfect, but we are eager to learn. And leadership is vulnerable to pick the learning points. Quality and safety is very humbling. In private sector, you'd rather look the other side, but we welcome you that it is a game changer. And many Kenyans come to private sector for healthcare. And so we need to also boldly take it on. That is the care working? Is it safe? And is it given with respect? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Okutoi. Would be keen to hear on some real-time experience that you have had at the hospital that has been game-changing at Kenyatta National Hospital. I'm also keen just to talk about one big thing about AI. That is one of the key focus of this panel. And we want to see how can we leverage AI and data analytics for real-time quality monitoring. And this question goes to Dr. Kura at Mater Hospital. We know your systems are digitized. Please introduce yourself. And as you introduce yourself, you can just tell us how do frontline workers interact with AI tool in your setting?
Thank you very much, Millicent. So I'm Daniel Kura, as you have been informed. Happy to be, apart from my friend Thomas, the only male person in the panel. Wanaume oi. Right, okay, that is a light note. So I'm the quality manager at Mater Hospital. Also did the same role at Aga Khan previously in my previous job, and also in another company before that. And in these facilities, I've been able to implement some of the standards that Thomas has talked about, safe care, ISO, and so on. At Mater, we have ISO for our lab. Kenas are always there every year for surveillance. We're happy to have maintained that. And yes, so as you implement all these standards, digitization actually acts as a lever to make it happen. So there are two, healthcare has the administration side and the clinical care side. So in the admin side, some of the things that we implemented in Mater is like what you have here, the QR codes. They help us to collect patient feedback in a real-time manner. Even before the patient leaves the hospital, we can attend to them. If they have a complaint, because the data is being picked real-time, we can attend. I'll not just talk about Mater, what is also going on in other places. And in fact, for most of the facilities that Rupha are members, people are beginning to use WhatsApp business. Even individuals have WhatsApp business to promote their own products. That's a very good low-hanging fruit to digitize and incorporate AI. We have platforms like Open AI plus Twilio. It's a chatbot, you just fix it. It's able to give answers to your clients without having to have a full-time front office person. There is also for websites, we have chatbots like Talk2, and you can see my colleague there, Dr. Carol, who used to work in Mater, in Aga Khan before. In a current company, Healer, they have that where you have online triage, whereby a patient just asks a few questions, and the chatbot is able to direct them and tell them you need to come to hospital immediately, or this thing refer to so on, such and such and so on. Then going a bit forward in terms of clinical decision support systems, and this is what we're looking at the patient care level. Facilities like Penda Health, yeah, Sarah is here. They have incorporated clinical decision support systems into the HMIS. Most facilities now are starting paperless from the word go, because it's easier anyway, it's cheaper to maintain digital records. So with those kind of, Open AI, which can, Open AI or Open CDS, clinical support, decision support system, they just plug into your HMIS. As a doctor is clerking, it gives prompts. Remember to ask for this. This is a child, you must take weight. The dosages are weight-based. Have you asked for allergies? before, even as we're implementing standards like JCI and SafeCare, we were creating forms for doctors, nurses to fill and not miss out anything. So AI has come to make it that much easier and much more efficient. At MATA, we are implementing AI with our imaging department. So that's again anything with images, be it something like X-rays or pathology reports like histology, ECGs. That's another picture. We know when you're in college, you're taught ECGs, but the moment you leave, it's like those waves just go into the sky and disappear there. So people have trouble, doctors have trouble interpreting ECGs. So there's AI that we have implemented at MATA to help to interpret the ECG and give a quick diagnosis as the cardiologist is coming to give a confirmatory diagnosis, and the doctor can take immediate action. MRI AI helps to reduce the workload for the radiologists. Radiologists are specialists. They are not easily available. Some facilities may not afford them as a full-time person there. So it reduces the workload, prepares a report, and the radiologist just comes and edits and clarifies that this is what it is. So those are quick wins. They reduce the impact of that. It reduces the manpower. It's more efficient. It reduces errors. Thomas has said it's very important to ensure quality. Even the law now is coming hard on that. It brings a mini expert, because if I don't know how to interpret ECGs quickly, then the AI is going to help me. I have the days of saying that we want a clinical officer, a nurse with 3 years experience, and someone has just graduated. Atatoyo 3 years wapi. So AI is coming to close that gap and say that, look, you only have 1 year experience. AI, I'm bringing you 200 years experience. Let's work together and give better care. So those are just some quick wins for bringing technology to deliver quality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kira. Very good example of MATA, leveraging on AI. And AI is moving very faster than we think, and it's inevitable. It has to be adopted in the health sector. And maybe as you're mentioning and talking about PENDA, Dr. Sarah, it will be interesting to hear, because I understand, are you paperless as PENDA?
Yes.
Yes. Can you introduce yourself and give us an example of how you're working on this to create efficiencies and to transform quality of care?
Okay. So my name is Dr. Sarah Kiptines. I am a family physician by profession and also the head of quality and innovation at PENDA Health. I was trained and have worked at Kenyatta National Hospital and also AIC Kijabe Hospital. But I've been in PENDA for the last 5 years. PENDA has been paperless since 2017. A little bit about PENDA: we are 16 medical centers across Nairobi and Kiambu County. We see an average of 35,000 patients per month. So we are a high volume primary healthcare outpatient facility. We do not have an inpatient, so it's pure primary healthcare, which I say is the backbone of healthcare. When we raised our hands to say who of you have been sick, all of you have been to an outpatient facility. Maybe some have never been admitted. So that is what PENDA does. Piggybacking on what Dr. Daniel has said, yes, we've been paperless, and digitization is the beginning of all these things. We can say AI is there, it's so exciting, but the reality is, if you are not fully digitized, if you are still having clinical, your clinical team documenting notes on paper and not using an EMR system and having all that data in an electronic medical record, and then using that data to give you feedback, AI is a dream for 10 years from now. But if you have that now, AI can be implemented immediately. So I think Kenya, we are early adopters of innovations. We did that with M-Pesa, and if you think back, you know, there was a time you were like, siwezi tuma pesa bila ni lazima nione hiyo pesa imetoka hapa happen. Or even a taxi driver. I like to use the example of how even Ubers came into place. There was a time where you had your taxi driver number on their phone. And right now, if you ask a taxi driver, are you on, I need to find you on Uber, on Bolt, or one of these, and they say no. They are basically an outdated or inefficient taxi driver. So in the same way, a healthcare organization that is not adopting digitization and ready to take on the changes is soon going to become obsolete. So I have the confidence that Kenyans, we are early adopters. When these things happen, we take them on, and I know that we shall be able to, to quickly transform into being fully digitized. So how we are using AI is actually for clinical decision support. From 2019, we started using clinical decision support systems with our EMR, and at that time it was very rule-based. So when a patient is diagnosed with a particular condition, for example, malaria, at the point of care, which is also very important, at the point of care, that clinician is able to know what to do. We have lots of guidelines from the Ministry of Health, but many times at the point of interaction with the patient, a clinician is not able to go and find that PDF document and find page 342 to know where the malaria guidelines are. So having those point of care guidelines at the, on the EMR has been very helpful. And we did that from 2019 all the way to 2023. At the beginning of last year, we now incorporated AI, which, as Dr. Daniel has explained, is basically where, as the clinician is documenting notes, they are able to get guidance and support on things they may have missed out. And I can talk a lot about that, but that is not what my time allows me to do, in different ways that we have benefited and seen growth. One summary I can say is that digitization creates space for the clinician to be present. Many times we think that once you have an EMR system or a laptop, there is a barrier, because now the doctor is only on the computer. And that's the reality, because we have to adapt and learn. And there are times where you've been used to writing and now you're typing very slowly. But over time we adapt and learn. And once you become efficient in optimizing these digital tools and now become present as the clinician in the room, your patient leaves feeling very satisfied because the quality guidelines and things have been sorted, and now you're able to be present to the fidgeting patient who's struggling with anxiety, or the other elements that are needed for that doctor-patient relationship. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Maybe a point of announcement. I've been requested to announce that there were some people who are lost, who are looking for the ultrasound demo. This is upstairs, first floor, in a room labeled MAAI, MAI. So if you are that person, please find your way. Thank you very much, Dr. Sarah. Yes, and even as you talk about what you're doing, we are privileged this afternoon to even have the academic institutions. And many other times we talk about quality, about a lot of things we do without the academias. We have Florence here in place. And Florence, as you introduce yourself, can you tell us what is the role of academia in inculcating a culture of quality, and what kind of partnerships or what do we need to do for you to be able to take us to the next level?
Thank you very much, Madam Millicent. My name is Florence Maina, Principal KMTC Mathare, which is along Thika Road. We are located inside Mathare Hospital. So I am here on behalf of KMTC, Board of Directors and our CEO. And in terms of quality, there is no quality without quality trained healthcare workers. So KMTC is a state corporation which was established through an act of parliament amended in 1990, is the oldest and largest mid-level training in Kenya and even in East Africa. We are a public corporation under the Ministry of Health. We contribute, KMTC, contribute 85% of local middle health care workers, and also in labor migration. When we train excess, we participate in the labor migration. KMTC healthcare training aligns its strategies to those of the health sector, the Kenya Kwanza, Better, and UHC, Vision 2030, and even the Sustainable Development Goals. We have 90 KMTCs and 5 satellite campuses, and they are spread across 45 counties in the country. It's only Samburu and Kirinyaga County that does not have a KMTC. Other counties have even more than one. Some have 4. So we are widespread, and therefore we align with the rural and the urban hospital, with the Rupha. Where KMTC is, we are also aligned with the Rupha. So currently, we have over 66,000 students. These students are distributed in 7 faculties, 18 departments in KMTC, and we have 126 different health courses, beginning with the certificate, diplomas, higher diploma, and the short courses. Just to maybe outline a few, diploma, we have nurses, we have clinical officers, we have pharmacy, we have medical imaging, that is the radiographers, we have medical lab, we have nutritionists, we have physiotherapy, we have occupational therapists, we have medical insurance, we have mortuary attendants. So all these courses we train at KMTC, and therefore when the graduates come out, I'm sure they are not all absorbed in the government hospitals. They are also working in the private hospitals, and that's why we really need to collaborate with Rupha.
Yes,
The vision of...
Sorry, Florence, I'm keen to hear, are there thoughts of really introducing a curriculum on quality at KMTC? Because it's about the training institutions. Are we talking about quality enough?
Yes, I was coming to that. Our number 1 key resort area in our strategic plan is quality training. And what do we mean by quality training? Quality training is using a quality curriculum. Our curriculum is reviewed every 3 to 4 years. It is competency-based, 30% theory and 70% practical, meaning that our students, they are in the clinical area, acquiring skills, attitude, and knowledge on how to do better, how to provide quality care. And we do this, we have skills lab methodology. Before our students go to touch a patient, they use simulated patients, they use mannequins, so that by the time they are touching a patient, they are offering quality. And even as they graduate, they will graduate with the skills to offer quality. Then KMTC is also using digital technologies. We have e-learning. Where we use to train our students on even foreign languages, so that we bring in equity. If they meet a foreign person who can speak French, who can speak Arabic, who can speak German, they are able to communicate and to provide the care. Our curricula is standardized. KMTC is ISO certified. 9001, 2000. So we are certified so that all our curricula are standardized, and this provide equality. Then we partner with the institutions, especially hospitals. And when I am here, I'm very, very grateful for this invite. Over the time, we have partnered with public hospitals, and now we would wish to extend to the private hospitals so that we partner together. We train our students through the lens of private hospitals so that even we improve the quality care of training we have been offering. Some of our courses, like healthcare assistants, where I see them in most of the private institutions, we have them. And this is an area we want to partner. Our nurses, so that the nurse we produce is the nurse the private hospital wants to see or to have an experience. So we are all regulated. Our curricula are regulated by the regulatory bodies that have been explained by the Ministry of Health. If it is nurses, they are regulated by the Nursing Council, and this brings out quality. Clinical officers are regulated by the Clinical Officers Council.
Maybe
and this brings
Florence,
quality.
please allow
Thank
me
you.
to cut you short and just reinforce the question that was asked by Dr. Nikal. He asked, how can we have private sector also benefit from the interns? And I think if the audience are listening to you, I believe the private hospitals are also willing to support, to actually support interns from KMTC. And one other point that you have mentioned that is very pertinent is that the Society for Quality Healthcare in Kenya is actually working and collaborating with you and doing training needs assessment on these issues. So it's very important to see how such collaborations will ensure that a proper curriculum is in place where we can have the healthcare workers not only learn what they need to know, but also have quality as a key highlighted topic. So as you have mentioned about ISO, I know KENAS is one of the institutions that is enacted by the parliament, has an act of parliament to do accreditation in Kenya. And they are not only in Kenya. And when they are working, they work with both small and big institutions and labs and various institutions. I'm just keen to hear, Doris, what are some of the challenges that you experience as you work within the low resource settings, because we know how our settings are. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Doris Mweni Mengo. I work with the Kenya Accreditation Service as the manager in charge of medical laboratory accreditation. So we look at many things in Kenya apart from medical lab accreditation. Maybe I can start from that, Millicent, if you would allow. So we look at, we offer first of all accreditation in line with international standards, and the international standards here are the ISO standards, which I believe most of you have come across. And I'm very happy to be seated around my clients, right? The ones who have been accredited to ISO 15189, that is MATA and KNH, yes. And of course, self-care when it comes to certification. And accreditation is really very important, especially when it comes to healthcare. But maybe before I get there, Millicent. So I was saying the services that KENAS would offer. So apart from medical laboratory accreditation, which really purely looks into the lab, we also offer accreditation to diagnostic imaging, point of care testing, biobanking, certification bodies where safe standards of safe care is accredited to, inspection bodies, and of course with the inspection bodies we have you know, people like KMLTTB and Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentist Council who can also, you know, get accredited to that. There's also testing and calibration laboratories. Millicent, you have asked the challenges that you know, small laboratories and huge laboratories would face when it comes to accreditation? There are quite a number, and the first one would be, maybe I would start off with the competence of the people we employ in our laboratories and in our hospitals. That's a big challenge. And probably the competence or the gap in competence comes from the training, and I'm glad that KMTC is here. Yeah, it comes probably from the training. You know, when we were being trained, let me start from there. When we were being trained, of course, issues of quality were hardly touched. And I believe that still is the case. So you find, yes, you will employ people with, degrees, diplomas, masters, but then when it comes to issues, quality that later lead to accreditation, that becomes a gap that is very glaring. The other issue that this organization would face is issues relating to equipment. And equipment mostly in relation to the public sector. And maybe let me not touch the public sector alone because I'm government also. When I look at faith-based organizations, when I look at even private sector, we are still using the old methods, the old equipment, and that can slow down on turnaround time, and of course having an impact on the quality of the results that we generate or release from the laboratories. And I think at this point it will be a challenge, as even we speak about AI. Let's think about modernizing our system, because that's really a challenge, and that is a challenge that really makes us not even accredit labs, not because the methods are very old, it's because the methods would not be compatible with most of the activities that you do. The other thing that has been a challenge is, I don't know if you have heard about calibration of your equipment. It is very important to ensure that our measurements are traceable to the SI, and I don't want to bring a lot of science when it comes to the SI. But I want to ensure that my 1 ml is the same as 1 ml in France, 1 ml in Rwanda, isn't it? And that can only be ascertained by calibration of equipment. So we realize most laboratories, hospitals, do not calibrate the equipment, and that has a really detrimental effect, not only to the lab, but even to the patient that we serve. How well do we know even the amount of drugs we need to give if I do not even have a proper weighing scale? I don't know if you've gone to hospitals. You go to hospital A, and if you're a lady who's trying to look at their weight today, you're 68 kgs. Tomorrow you go to hospital B and you're 99, and you're like, hey, what's happening? That happens a lot, but it will happen because we do not have measurements that are calibrated or equipments that are calibrated. And of course, that becoming one of the challenges. The other thing that is really common is lack of commitment by top management, and especially when it comes to commitment in line with quality. Quality is very important when it comes to safety of our patients. Now, if top management is not committed, then implementing all these issues becomes a problem. Who will give us money for training staff? Who will give us money to ensure that there is proper internal quality controls and quality assurance? Who will give us money even to pay for the accreditation? It becomes really difficult if top management is not committed to all that. Then I think there's a gap, Millicent, when it comes to understanding of what quality is. Understanding of quality in relation to patient care, understanding of quality when it comes to certification, and understanding of quality when it comes to accreditation. In government, I have found that to be a challenge. I'm not sure if it's really a gap or it is people who are a bit ignorant, right? Especially in our counties. So there is that gap where people don't understand what quality is in relation to certification, accreditation. Then you find the uptake of accreditation being a problem. And then the last thing is actually an item that goes with top management is lack of financing and lack of proper budgetary allocation, and especially when it comes to quality. So maybe we need to go back to the drawing board, especially when it comes to the medical labs, not medical labs actually, to we scientists. I think we have a very big gap when it comes to budgeting, isn't it? We do budgeting based on need be. But our finance people do budgeting based on a whole year's, calendar. So if we're not able to give them our activities in advance, that means we will not have our activities budgeted for. So these are some of the challenges we are actually coming across. But one main challenge is we are being left behind as a country. The world is way behind, not behind, in front of us. People have embraced the culture of quality across the world, and we have many examples from the US where we have the Joint Commission International on certification, or as they call it, accreditation of hospitals. And I ask myself, now that Thomas is here from the ministry, we have been having this KQMH forever, isn't it? Well, when will we get there? Maybe we need regulators really in place to ensure that standards are being implemented, because we really have good policy documents around, right? As I was saying, the world is going ahead. One other thing is, I hope medical lab people are here. Yes, it's very important to note that testing is moving out of the medical laboratory into the point of care testing, and I thank Millicent and the team that we have a point of care activity going on, so we cannot be left behind. We cannot be left behind with our traditional way of thinking and fighting, because we medical lab people love fighting. We will be left alone with our big equipment there, while every other person in the world is moving to point of care, and that's where testing is generally going. The other thing is mandatory accreditation, and I would want to look at it from the perspective of, UK, of Rwanda, for example, of Canada, where accreditation of specific activities has been mandated. And it's because, quality is important to us. As Millicent has asked us when we were starting, who has been a patient here before? We all have been patients. And so if we've all been patient, I think we should be the ones pushing for these activities, isn't it? Mandating quality in specific things, specific areas, like the medical laboratory, diagnostic imaging, the point of care, the hospitals themselves being certified. We should be the ones who should be pushing these agendas. And that's why KENAS is here, to actually help the government and KMTC and the rest private sector to push the agenda of certification of hospitals and accreditation of medical labs, point of care testing, diagnostic imaging, as well as biobanking. And that is where the world is actually moving to. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doris. You really raised quite some pertinent questions. Why are we being left behind? Thomas, why are we being left behind? And I always say you can't do the same thing the same way every year, every day, and expect any difference. So what we've seen as Safe Care, maybe good to mention that today we are even launching in India, which is quite interesting. We are now in 25 countries. Quality has no nationality. When I'm sick, I'm sick. I want to get the right care, whether I'm private or public, whether I'm Kenyan or Ugandan. Why is Kenya being left behind, as Doris has asked? I would like to pose this question to you before we get now to the audience to have some interaction. Why are we being left behind?
Thank you so much. So thank you. I think that's a very important question, and I think that we grapple with in terms of why all these things, why are we being left behind? And from where I see it, one is that we've not come together within the sector to have a honest conversation. So, and of course, we talked about that there's fragmentation in terms of the various interventions that are there. Doing that in the lab and all that, doing that as a private provider, JCI, all that. That fragmentation, not having an umbrella, one umbrella that we can have that conversation and be able to move forward. That's very important. I think that has been lacking. Of course, the issues that I brought out in terms of making quality optional, there has been no regulation. So really looking at that, lack of regulation. And that, and very important, because quality is expensive. Having a dedicated team, those investments and all that, lack of incentives to facilities that implement quality and undertake to improve the quality of their services. For me, those are three key areas that really make us lag behind as a sector in Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you very much that you mentioned that. And something else you also mentioned is the issue of why do we make it still so optional? Why is it that, like in the motor vehicle industry, we find that it's a must you have insurance. Whether you like it or not, your car is not going to get out there without an insurance. Why is it that we make it so flexible when it comes to life and we are dealing with life? And what role can the government play in enforcing this? I always say with innovations, you can have all the tools, you can have everything, but how you implement, 95% is how you implement what you want. And we have seen this with Safaricom. That's how M-Pesa worked well, their distribution model. So what can the government do to ensure that quality of care leapfrogs?
Thank you. Thank you, Millicent, really because this is very important. I alluded to the SHA Act, that 2.2, where it talks about a body that will be accredited for quality. And the efforts that the government is doing right now with a lot of stakeholders, COG, all that, even private, the Kenya Health Federation, is to try and enact what you're calling the Quality of Care Act. So I'm really putting efforts into that. So all these things that we say, it will be like me driving out there without a driving license. Now going forward, once this act is in place, as a facility, you must be licensed and adhere to these standards. So that's what, as government, we are doing. And of course, as the process moves on, we'll cascade it down to that. Give those standards, give all those desires about patient safety, the health worker safety, give them teeth so that they'll be able to. It's either you do it or you don't practice in the country. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I would like to turn to the audience to actually ask us questions. And I hope we can make it very swift because we have a very, very intelligent and experienced team of panelists. So I'm requesting for a microphone from behind. But just as we do that, I want to ask Dr. Okutoi to give us one practical experience that was a turning point at KNH that really emphasized and supported them in terms of focusing on the culture of quality, so that we learn from experience and from the reality what we are having in the hospitals.
Can I be heard? Oh, yes. I don't know.
Very faintly.
I think one of the turning points for any organization is when you all have to focus on quality, whereas it was just maybe by the way, when it becomes that this is what you need to look at. There are some incidents in our hospital that have been, they change the structure in how we do things. So whenever there is an issue, we try to investigate and find out what we can learn from it. But there are some that get to the magnitude of the bodies there. We have social media and everything. And such events, we had such an event in 2018, and it helped us now start the patient safety unit. And we learned that we need to take a repository or to track what we call clinical risks. We need to address clinical risks and have them be reported. So what that event made us know is our vulnerabilities, that we are training institution, that becomes a strength, and also a vulnerability in terms of the training and having new staffs being onboarded. Another aspect is how we carry out our shifts. We had to look at it. So whenever there is an event around patient safety or quality incident, it makes us look at all what we call the organizational issues around that event. That somebody does not come from home coming to do harm to a patient. It is how we organize our care in the institutions? What is the culture? Are we able to voice when we think something is going south? And so we got into such a point. I did not mention the event, but it was on CNN, so you all know. So whenever there is something we say, it is wrong that an event can happen of that magnitude, but it is worse that you cannot learn from it. So it requires those in the boardroom to have hard discussions, those at the bedside and in the ward to have real discussions of what happened. So I cannot overstate because we continue having going concerns. But is there movement in the right direction? Yes, there is. So there is what we call a reckless event, whereby you have to look at the staff and punish, but it is said that accounts for less than 2% of patient incidents. So the rest are system. So let us not be keen in looking for this one individual who is the wrong one. It is likely the organization has set itself in a manner that this could happen. And some are some are new. There are some things that we would never imagined, but there are some that every other person used to say, this is a ticking time bomb, it will happen. And so do we have a safe space where the front line can voice and say, this is a risk? Allow me to mention the aspect of quality management systems and use of standards, as Mweni has said. So standards are very revolutionary because standards by themselves help us meet a certain threshold, even if they're not within a QMS. But what accreditation and certification does, it makes us say, next week is our surveillance audit. We need to have a discussion about our performance. And so since most of the quality management systems depend on documentation, then it is beyond my memory or me who has been there for 5 years. It is an institutional good. So the accreditation and certification for KNH has become what we call a knowledge management system. It helps us have the knowledge of what are our problems, what are the outlier performance, and so we're able to truly address them. So in the QMS, the ISO 9001:2015, they have the risk-based thinking, and so these issues that are happening here, have we put them in our risk registers? So as KNH, one of our challenges has been to track all those risks that have been submitted, because some are not incidents, they are incidents in the waiting, and so they are in the mitigation side. They may require some money, they may require a budget. It is only when they're in that register that they will be elevated to a budget level conversation, even if it requires a budget from any other place. Thank you. I think I will just enforce the aspect of the governance. What we call clinical governance has to be very sound. Include the people, including those who are not really part of. For the mission hospitals, include your expatriates. Are they a risk? Are they a benefit? For the learning institution, the students and their teachers. At times you get costly incidents from students. So you have to take care of your equipment. Otherwise, you'll be out of business for 6 months because you are a teaching institution. So all those are tied to risk management and how you decide as an institution, you don't want to go for 6 months without a certain procedure because you had a certain kind of a risk. Allow me to give a comment about KMTC, that we are doing a TNA, a training needs analysis for quality and safety as Acquire and Society for Quality Healthcare. Dr. Carol Mukuha in the audience has been collecting and putting that data together, including the private hospitals, even Aga Khan. So soon we'll have some presentation on how ready the KMTC, University of Nairobi, Aga Khan, and Kijabe, how ready they are to integrate quality and safety in their trainings, and we will share to the training institutions for the purpose of curricular integration, such that it will be, there'll be an approach to both teach and assess like how the rest of the world is doing, that you're not only taught nursing, but also quality and safety in nursing. You're taught communication, you're taught respectful care, consent, you're taught QI, and all that. Asante.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Okutoi, and that's very nice that the society is working on that. So very good response also on practical examples. I would just like to ask from the audience if there is any question. I know time has really moved, but I can give at least 2 questions. Yes, please. I've seen one hand, second hand. Okay, the third hand. Please make it precise so that we can wrap up.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Agre Alo from Evans Healthcare. My question is from the representative of Ministry of Health. You have talked of policy on accreditation that is coming up. Now, my question is, because previously, when we were dealing with quality, maybe in our labs, there was a paper-funded and USAID-funded program whereby they were doing mentorship and helping in strengthening quality system. But since there was a problem with the funding, I think it has been reduced to maybe a minimum, or it has been removed. So when you are coming up with this policy, are you thinking of a way of helping in mentoring both in the public and the private sector, so that they come up as a team and pick this quality thing to absorb into their system? Then I think they have said quality also come with funding issues, because for quality to take place, there's financial aspect of it. Then the first session we were talking about TAR and the funding things. So I think the ministry should also put that into place, so that when we are dealing with the quality, there should be enough funds for us to achieve the quality aspect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Linking pay for performance, which Thomas mentioned. Thomas will pick that question. Can I have the questions first? The second one?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
This is Evans Raven Glory Healthcare Services. I have maybe 2 questions. One is a moral question that has been asked by my colleague. How can we balance between quality and at the same time we don't overburden the patient with an extra cost? That's one. 2, when we're talking about quality and also now the introduction of AI, I know there are a lot of ethical considerations that have also come along with the AI. How do we ensure that we are compliant so that we don't have, the issues to do with the litigation as a result of maybe the data protection violation, and also ensuring that the patients' rights and we operate within an ethical, balanced environment. 3, this now to the KMTC and the institutions that do training. Do we have a roadmap in regard to curriculum review, so that the training that we are offering are also adjustable to contemporary and emerging issues, especially for the medical entrepreneurship?
Thank you.
The last question is still on leveraging on AI. And AI has brought a lot of balance between, let's say, the trained and untrained people, in regard that you can access the information on the same platform. Do you think it's going to have a serious impact and effect in regard to research and other explorations? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Daniel, you'll take those questions. That's the last question from him.
Good afternoon. My name is Duncan, Bailiff Hospital, Mombasa.
Mine is from Doris, especially on the culture problem, the challenge that you have, especially in trying to implement the quality gaps. We experience the same in the private sector. So maybe just to ask how you've been able to manage in the public sector, I think that will help us. And maybe now from the ministry on the data protection certification, maybe a comment, especially for the rural settings.
Thank you very much. I think we can start responding to the questions. Can I start with you, Kira?
Yeah, thank you very much for those questions. Answering the questions by Evans about balancing quality and cost. There's this saying that quality is expensive, no doubt. But trying the opposite, no quality, it's even more expensive. You know, cheap is expensive. So it's a matter of planning and going stepwise. As you saw from the presentation from the ministry by Thomas, there is that concept of going stepwise. Even the safe care standards which we are implementing at MATA are stepwise. You cannot do it all at once. It's done step by step. And as you implement one part, the patients appreciate, they come, you get more funds, and you go improving. And just small things. For example, I mentioned the QR codes. We implemented the other day this queuing management system. And patients, so whatever you're doing, whether you're selling fruits, you're selling healthcare like our group here, it's okay. Then regarding the legal issues to do with AI, AI is a tool. As you write with a pen, you cannot blame the pen for signing the wrong document. The responsibility is on the owner of the signature. So even with AI, anything that is produced, if it's a medical report and so on, it will be. I remember when you were, so it's a matter of following the rules. That's what I'm saying. There's the Data Protection Act. Even the ministry, last week you were at the Medical Council looking at the code of conduct, and the issue of AI came up. And so it's being looked at. So follow the rules. When we were in medical school, there was a professor who put one rule, and the rule was, when everything else fails, read the instructions. so we used to laugh at that with Dr. Lishenga. We were the same class of 2006. We are very proud of him and what he's doing in the leadership of Rupha and for the country. So yes, so if we go stepwise and stick to the rules, then we should be okay.
Thank you very much.
Sorry?
But not replacing, sorry. So Doris, your question?
Thank you for the question. So how have we facilitated the public sector to align itself or to deal with this issue of culture change, especially when it comes to accreditation? Now, culture change has to come from top management, right? Yeah, change never comes from down, it has to come from up. So what we have done in line with that is have, meetings with top management of these public sectors to encourage them on the uptake of, quality, including change that is needed by themselves and the need for them to cascade it downwards. The other thing we have done and we continue doing is encouraging top management to have a culture of continuous improvement, right? That you will never have it at a go. You don't wake up today and you are at 100. We want to encourage the stepwise. Yes, today we are at 50%, but then can we get to 60? But then when we get to 60, can we move to 70? But then also encouraging that people should not be pointing fingers, especially, in the areas of non-conformities. That's how you lose people when you you attach a non-conformity to an individual. So we have been telling top management and management, please desist from this. Because when you attach a non-conformity to an individual, you will definitely lose people. The other thing is the need for training. I mean, who doesn't want to be trained? And especially in the government, I am talking like government because I am in government. People love being given trainings, isn't it? Including that small aspect of a per DM somewhere. I know that is very political, but training cannot always be for management, isn't it? It has to be for the people who do day-to-day activities, the work. And so we keep on encouraging top management to actually, train their people, take them out, go for the professional development, give chances for all these workers so that they change their mindset. But the other thing is, what is the value of quality? And if we all knew what the value of quality is and value of accreditation is, then we would change our mindset. You see, yes, as my colleague has said, quality is expensive, but remember there's a cost of bad quality, which is really expensive, which includes death of patients, and you remember we are patients also at some point, but there is cost of good quality, which means I am able to give the right diagnosis at the right time. I'm able to make sure that diagnosis is given, hence a patient is better very fast. Isn't it? There's a cost associated to that. So we always don't want to look at quality being too expensive. We want to look at quality and its value. And the cost related to the value of quality and accreditation is higher than the cost of not implementing that activity at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doris. I would like to wrap up there and really give a round of applause to all our panelists. They have done very well. Please clap for them. They have done very, very well on this very important topic because quality saves lives. Quality saves lives, and it's about outcomes. And this has been confirmed by a study done by Lancet, which demonstrated that 60% of people die because of poor quality and only 40 die because of lack of access. So without much ado, I want to really appreciate you as the audience as well. Let's clap for ourselves because it was lunch hour, but you've been very patient. You've been able to listen to us. We really appreciate. Thank you very much. I think I'll just ask them to stand for a group picture. Then we can call the Rupha team, our treasurer, to be able to advise us on the next steps and the next session. Thank you very much. Thank you, panelists. Really appreciate it.
As we take pictures, si tunapigianga watu makofi tafadhali. Ai, hiyo yenu hapana. Tunapiga ile akilo ya Moi, si ndio? Because tuko hapo saa hii. Haya, 1, 2, 3. Funga. Fungua. Asante.
Let me pass this word to us, that we would want all of you, the way you are seated, just to, because there is some place for coffee and some other good things inside there. It will be good for us to do that. And then we will be back here at around 2:30 for another one exciting session, and then we'll be back. Kindly thank you very much for your patience. It has been good having you as an audience for this session. Please, you can rise up on your feet. Yeah, so that we see wale hawawezi kuamka tuwasaidie. Oh, all of you can, eh? All right, so let me encourage you maybe to pass through this way. There's some things you can pick also inside as you look at what we have displayed for you inside here. This year is bigger and better. You have over 100 exhibitors in here. Please make sure that you pass there and see something. Thank you. We see you back at 2:30. Huh? Okay. Yeah, our gate is only this side. This is the exit, so please, let's use the other side.
isn't the case anymore. That is never the case anymore. We're going to try today. We are a physical representation of our support for George Floyd.
Fly me to the moon, let me play among the stars. Let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars. In other words, please be true. In other words, darling, kiss me. Fill my life with song, let me play forevermore. You were all I long for, all I worship and adore. In other words, hold my hand. Fly me to the moon, let me play among the stars. Let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars. In other words, hold my hand. In other words, I love you. Fill my life with song, let me play forevermore. You are all I long for, all I worship and adore. In other words, hold my hand. In other words, I love you. Isn't she lovely? Isn't she wonderful? Isn't she precious? Less than 1 minute old. I never thought through love would be making one as lovely as she. But isn't she lovely? Made from love. Isn't she precious? Truly the angel's best. Boy, I'm so happy we have been heaven blessed. I can't believe what God has done. Through us He's given life to one that's so very lovely, made from love. Isn't she lovely? Life and love are the same. Life is Aisha, the meaning of her name. Lord, it could have not been done without you conceived the one that's so very lovely, made from love. Lovely, so lovely, so lovely, so lovely, lovely, so lovely, so lovely, lovely, so lovely, so lovely, so lovely, lovely, so lovely, so lovely. Isn't she lovely? Life and love are can without you conceive the one that's so very lovely, made from love. Nayebaki suka sikotinga mae yanga ina mobali nanga pantalon kaba mama balana tosuki sobilo belango ya batu likwela yanga ina sheri suka lilita nayebaki suka sikotinga mae yanga ina mobali nanga pantalon kaba mama balana tosuki sobilo belango ya batu likwela yanga ina sheri suka lilitama. Nayebaki suka sikotinga mae yanga ina mobali nanga pantalon kaba mama balana tosuki sobilo belango ya batu likwela yanga ina sheri suka lilitama. Suka sikotinga mae yanga ina mobali nanga pantalon kaba mama balana tosuki sobilo belango ya batu likwela yanga ina sheri suka lilitama. Nayebaki suka sikotinga mae yanga ina mobali nanga pantalon kaba mama balana tosuki sobilo belango ya batu likwela yanga ina sheri suka lilitama. When I wake up in the morning, love, and the sunlight hurts my eyes, something without warning, love, bears heavy on my mind. Then I look at you, and the world's alright with me. Oh, just one look at you, and I know it's gonna be a lovely, lovely day, lovely day, lovely day, lovely day, a lovely day, lovely day, lovely day, lovely day, a lovely day, lovely day, lovely day, lovely day, a lovely day, lovely day, lovely day. When I wake up in the morning, love, and the sunlight hits my eyes, see something without warning, love, bears heavy on my mind. Then I look at you, and the world's alright with me. Oh, just one look at you, and I know it's gonna be sunlight hits my eyes. See something without wanting to. Bears heavy on my mind. Then I look at you, and the world's alright with me. Oh, just one look at you, and I know it's gonna be a lovely, lovely day, 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 lovely day. When the day that lies ahead of me seems impossible to face, someone else instead of me always seems to know the way. Oh, then I look at you, and the world's alright with me. Oh, just one look at you, and I know it's gonna be a lovely kuponza mkwe na watoto wamekimbia, tulikukanya chunga heshima yako, mke na watoto wako nyumbani. ndiyo hazina ya maisha yako. Amigo, amigo, wakati tunakupa ushauri uliona sisi watu fitina, twaingilia mambo yako ya ndani na kwamba tukwache kama ulivyo, sababu wewe bingwa wa maisha. Amigo, amigo, thamani ya mke ni mavazi, kula vizuri, kulala vizuri, ndiyo siri ya kudumisha ndoa, mtaishi kwa raha. Amigo, watoto wako wapeleke shule kwa manufaa yao ya baadaye. Elimu ndiyo zawadi muhimu kwa watoto wako. Amigo, badala yake mambo yote hayo kwa mkeo imekuwa ni ndoto, maisha yake ya kubahatisha na kazi unafanya. Amigo, mke amechoka mwisho kakimbia, umebaki kulaumu wenzio, lawama zako hazina msingi, bembeleza mke wa kurudie. Thamani ya mke ni mavazi, kula vizuri, kulala vizuri, ndiyo siri ya kudumisha ndoa, mtaishi kwa raha. Amigo, watoto wako wapeleke shule kwa manufaa yao ya baadaye. Elimu ndiyo zawadi muhimu kwa watoto wako. Amigo, badala yake mambo yote hayo kwa mkeo imekuwa ni ndoto, maisha yake ya kubahatisha na kazi unafanya. Amigo, mke amechoka mwisho kakimbia, umebaki kulaumu wenzio, lawama zako hazina msingi, bembeleza mke wa kurudie. Majirani na rafiki tulisha kukanya sana. Amigo, heshimu mke na watoto wako, heshimu baba na mama nyumbani, na wakwe zako uwape heshima, shemeji zako pia waheshimu, tukawa sisi wabaya kwako, shauri wetu hauna maana, tukwache kama ulivyo. Amigo, sababu wewe ni bingwa wa maisha, mahari umeshalipa. Amigo, mkeo huna habari naye, na leo yamekufika mambo, ubingwa wako na mke amekukimbia. Majirani na rafiki tulisha kukanya sana. Amigo, heshimu mke na watoto wako, heshimu baba na mama nyumbani, na wakwe zako uwape heshima, shemeji zako pia waheshimu, tukawa sisi wabaya kwako, shauri wetu hauna maana, tukwache kama ulivyo. Amigo, sababu wewe ni bingwa wa maisha, mahari umeshalipa. Amigo, mkeo una habari naye, na leo yamekufika mambo, ubingwa wako na mke amekukimbia. majirani na rafiki tulisha kukanya sana amiko. Heshimu mke na watoto wako, heshimu baba na mama nyumbani, na wakwe zako uwape heshima, shemeji zako pia waheshimu, tukawa sisi wabaya kwako, shauri wetu hauna maana, tukwache kama ulivyo amiko, sababu wewe ni bingwa wa maisha, mahari umeshalipa amiko, mkeo una habari naye, na leo yamekufika mambo, ubingwa wako na mke amekukimbia
Okay, if you can hear me wherever you are, please start gathering here for our next session in the next 5 minutes. Those who are far off, please come here for a session. Yes, in 5 minutes.
machozi yangu yote namalizika, mie nitalala na nani, we unaenda, mie baka ni mawazo, mie baka ni kuwaza, we unaenda, kama ile njia ya kuenda, kama ni maisha ya kufuata, wewe dada, rain on, rain on, rain on, seems that's the way. Rain on, rain on, rain on, seems that's the way. Mie baka ni mawazo, hapo naniacha, kama we unaenda, we unaenda, we unaenda, rain on, rain on, rain on, seems that's the way. Rain on, rain on, rain on, seems that's the way. Rain on, rain on, rain on, seems that's the way. Rain on, rain on, rain on, seems that's the way. Terapiane Kisumu, Terapiane Dala, Terapiane Kisumu, Negaido Terawina, Aido Meli Terawito, Boda Boda Soya Kundele, Anna Dwaro Kenda, Unge Ngamatera, Anna Dwaro Kenda, Unge Ngamatera, Binidong, Binidong Chadala, Binidong, Binidong Mosepna, Binidong, Binidong Chatelo, Binidong, Binidong Chatura, Binidong, Binidong Chadala, Binidong, Binidong Mosepna, Binidong, Binidong Chatelo, Binidong, Binidong Chatura, Tegaido Terawina, Aido Meli Terawido, Anna Dwaro Kenda, Unge Ngamatera, Anna Dwaro Kenda, Unge Ngamatera, Binidong, Binidong Chadala, Binidong, Binidong Mosipna, Binidong, Binidong Chatelo, Binidong, Binidong Chatura, Binidong, Binidong Chadala, Binidong, Binidong Mosipna, Binidong, Binidong Chatelo, Binidong, Binidong Chatura, Terapiane Kisumu, Terapiane Kisumu, Terapiane Kisumu. Rain on, rain on, rain on, seems that's the way. Rain on, rain on, rain on, seems that's the way. Rain on, rain on, rain on, seems that's the way. Mie baka ni mawazo, hapo unaniacha, kama we unaenda, we unaenda, we unaenda. Rain on, rain on, rain on, seems that's the way. Rain on, rain on, rain on, seems that's the way. Terapiane Kisumu.
To bring you to order. So those who are still standing, those are still inside there, please make your way here. We have a lot to cover. So many questions about SHA that were not answered. We want to have ample time to ask them and get the answers. So please, those who are still out there, please come. And somebody help me to get the ones in to come so that we start together. We give them 5 minutes. Yeah, you have a song for 5 minutes. Okay.
What shall we do? Oh, to this and what shall we do? Sins in journey, what shall we do? Shinorata sei kurera rufumu maoko. Can we now? Shinorata sei kuchengeta rufumu maoko. Bazabamata bamorere basinararamo. Bazabachumuga bamorere basinararamo. Oh, Jody, what shall we do? Sins in journey. Oh, today, what shall we do? Sins in journey. Sinorata sei kubinywa newa ugere naye. Kana we now kutachiwana zvinorwadza sei kubinywa neakabvisa pfuma kana uinawo kutachiwana hazvisifa uinawo kutachiwana kana uinawo kutachiwana ende uchiziva uinawo kutachiwana kana uinawo kutachiwana hatodi what shall we do since journey home Todi what shall we do since journey seri kwekuva kuna muna matovarume tapererwa donipa masando seri kwekuva kuna mteuro mambo tapererwa donipa masando oh seri kwekuva kuna muna matovarume tapererwa donipa masando seri kwekuva kuna mteuro mambo tapererwa donipa masando Todi what shall we do since journey oh Todi what shall we do since journey seri kwekuva kuna muna matovarume tapererwa donipa masando seri kwekuva kuna mteuro mambo tapererwa donipa masando seri kwekuva kuna muna matovarume tapererwa donipa masando seri kwekuva kuna mteuro mambo tapererwa donipa masando Todi what shall we do since journey oh Todi what shall we do since journey what shall we do Sofia, mwambie Sofia wangu, naye atange vile na milele na milele. Mama akina Sofia, mwambie Sofia wangu, naye atange vile na milele na milele. Mama we, baba we, mwambie yule wangu, naye atange vile na milele na milele. Mama we, baba we, mwambie yule wangu, naye atange vile na milele na milele. Punda alinyimwa pembe, akapewa masikio, akapewa na mlio wa milele na milele. Punda alinyimwa pembe, akapewa masikio, akapewa na mlio wa milele na milele. Mama we, baba we, mwambie yule wangu, naye atange vile na milele na milele. Mama we, baba we, mwambie yule wangu, naye atange vile na milele na milele. Wasemaji walisema na masemo yao yote hayakuwa sawa kweli na milele na milele. Wasemaji walisema na masemo yao yote hayakuwa sawa kweli na milele na milele. Mama we, baba we, mwambie yule wangu, naye atange vile na milele na milele. Mama we, baba we, mwambie yule wangu, naye atange vile na milele na milele. Mama akina Sofia, mwambie Sofia wangu, naye atange vile na milele na milele. Mama akina Sofia, mwambie Sofia wangu, naye atange vile na milele na milele.
they were very good. So a big round of applause for them. I was asking them, I was giving them a request saying I'll sing with them. They said, I don't think we know the song that you have. So I said, which song? So I told them, Todie Sherehe, Maisha no Maya. And you see the guitarist is walking away. Pharmacists were like that guitarist. You didn't see him, you only heard him, and without him, the band would not operate. That's what pharmacists are. I thought that was quite creative, don't you think? Right. I'm just trying to buy 2 minutes so that we can officially say we are 1 hour late. The other day, a patient came to me and said, I have a story to tell you about pharmacists. So I said, tell me a story about pharmacists. And he said, I went to one of these Rupha hospitals and the doctor scribbled something and he gave it to me. And he said, here's your prescription, go and have it filled in the pharmacy. So I visited many pharmacies. The first person told me, this drug has been discontinued, is no longer in the market, but I can bring it for you. The other one told me, this drug is for cancer. Who in your family has cancer? Then the third one said, this one, I can't give you this brand name, but I can give you this other brand name which is available. It's the same thing, you can use it. And then the fourth one said to him, he said, I can get you this drug, but you have to pay me 1,000 shillings in advance. So now I'm coming to you, doc, you tell me what is this prescription? So I called Daktari here and I said, this is from your unit. Can you explain to me what this prescription is about? He says, no, I was just trying to see if my pen was working. Okay, not that good. All right. We are going to start our session, and I would like to call upon my first distinguished speaker. He's going to talk to you about why you should employ a pharmacist. How many of you here run a hospital or a clinic in this beautiful country of ours? Yeah, no, it's something to be proud of. It's not a bad thing, it's a good thing, yeah. So the second question is, how many of you employ a pharmacist where you are? Right, so that's about 20% of you. And my next speaker is going to talk to you about why that 20% should now become 80% and what value the pharmacist brings to us as a profession. So please welcome Dr. Hilary Kagwa. He is a clinical pharmacist from the University of Nairobi, and that is his bachelor's and his master's degree. He is the current chair of the Hospital Pharmacists Association of Kenya and the current county director of health, Kiambu County, and he doubles up as the antimicrobial resistance focal person for Kiambu County. Please, with a warm round of applause, Dr. Hilary Kagwa.
Thank you, Dr. Anis, for the kind welcome. As you've heard, my name is Hilary Kagwa Gishuki. I'm a clinical pharmacist, and I've been currently I'm the county director of Health Kiambu County. I've been asked to give a keynote address on the topic, which will be very brief. First of all, I want to thank the Rural and Urban Private Hospital Association for giving us this opportunity to talk about the role of pharmacists in containing the a global pandemic that is upcoming. So we are glad to be here, and we hope what we share will ignite some discussions as we address this. So without much further ado, I'm going to talk on pharmacists at the front line, strengthening infection control, AMR containment in healthcare settings. Those are my names. All protocols observed, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. As antimicrobial resistance threatens global health security, the role of pharmacists has never been more crucial. Distinguished guests, as you are well aware, antimicrobial resistance is a serious public health concern with economic, socio-political implications that are global in scope and cross all environmental and ethnic boundaries, whose effects are greatly felt at a local level. As a result, they result in derailing the achievement of modern benefit, excuse me, and the potential to negatively impact our attainment of universal health coverage cannot be underestimated. And I know one of the themes in this conference is attainment of universal health coverage. Ladies and gentlemen, it is important, therefore, to elevate the AMR agenda beyond health as part of a larger development agenda in the context of the Sustainable Development Goals. It is therefore pertinent that we are in a position to frame AMR in a way that aligns with the UHC agenda. We know that achieving UHC is one of the targets set by various countries as part of the Sustainable Development Goals in 2015, yet UHC continues to lead many developing countries. Without a shadow of doubt, countries that progress toward UHC will make progress towards the other health-related targets in the SDGs, such as AMR, and will provide the basis for long-term economic development. Distinguished guests, it is good to note that UHC will not be possible without paying close attention to one of our most pressing global health threats. That is drug-resistant infection, especially in sub-Saharan Africa, where up to 50% of mortality rates can be attributed to infectious diseases, and in addition, food security will be equally threatened. Research indicates that antimicrobials are one of the most flagrantly overused and misused agents, contributing to a significant waste of resources. Therefore, the current move towards UHC offers a great opportunity to fight antimicrobial resistance, but these goals can only be achieved by improving the drivers that contain it. That is accessible, affordable medicine, safe, quality services through infection prevention, control, and antimicrobial stewardship. Ladies and gentlemen, as we work through the conference, there's need to recognize and prioritize the need for action to improve health system performance for effective containment of AMR if we are to achieve universal health coverage. Therefore, we must be deliberate in reviewing AMR from different perspectives in the context of UHC. First, consider equity to ensure a reduction in the excessive burden of infectious diseases among the poor by strengthening basic public health and prevention and control of infections in humans and animals. Enhancing access to appropriate antibiotics that are affordable at an affordable cost, and instituting measures to reduce inappropriate use of antimicrobial. Secondly, let's assure quality to ensure antimicrobials used are of required quality and used appropriately. Thirdly, efficiency in the system to curb unnecessary expenses from overuse of antibiotics and the need to treat infections with expensive drugs. Alteration of financial incentives that encourage overuse of antimicrobials. Accountability, which will require provision of information on surveillance findings, appropriate treatment for different infections, and finally, sustainability and resilience to stimulate the creation of social coalition to preserve the long-term efficacy of antimicrobial drugs. Distinguished guests, looking at what is required, we reiterate that no single government or sector can successfully fight antimicrobial resistance or scale up UHC. Implementation of AMR action plans and UHC strategies require sustained efforts to induce system-wide changes in the use of antibiotics responsible for health prevention and health provision. Kenya has made significant progress in the prevention and control of antimicrobial resistance. The country developed the first national action plan on AMR in 2017 based on earlier situational analysis that was done in 2011 and 2016. It is aligned with the WHO Global Action Plan and emphasizes a multi-sectoral approach involving various stakeholders covering the period up to 2022, and now we revised it in 2023 to cover all the way to 2027. A key governance structure, the National Antimicrobial Stewardship Interagency Committee, was formed in 2018, currently in the public sector with 21 counties having established their own AMR coordination mechanism, well known as CASIX. Similarly, the AMR coordination structure at both national and county levels and active technical working groups under each AMR National Action Plan strategic objective, because there are 6, have been raising awareness through the annual World AMR Awareness Week that is normally held in November, and other AMR campaigns, training, sensitizing professionals using standardized AMR, antimicrobial stewardship, and infection prevention curricula. Kenya has also developed a robust AMR surveillance system for human, animal health sectors and created a One Health platform to integrate and visualize the AMR data with an annual AMR surveillance report being generated and submitted to the GLASS system in Switzerland. Antimicrobial stewardship programs in major hospitals have been implementing AMS guidelines, though with various challenges. It is worth to know that in 2023, the 2023 Kenya Essential Medicines list adopted the WHO Access, Watch, and Reserve classification of antimicrobials, and the implementation of most AMR activity has been achieved with the support of multiple partners or projects. However, significant challenges remain in the implementation of the AMR National Action Plan, including limited county governance and coordination mechanism over use of antimicrobials, including unregulated over-the-counter access to antibiotics by the public, insufficient surveillance infrastructure, weak laboratory systems, and low public awareness. Despite these issues, Kenya's progress in AMR mitigation highlights a strong commitment to tackling the growing threat of antimicrobial resistance through coordinated national and sector-wide efforts. So, as I finish, the case for integration. Why are pharmacists pivotal as we fight this looming pandemic? Why pharmacists must be embedded in healthcare facilities? Number one, infection prevention and control. They are key enforcers of IPC protocols, from hand hygiene to disinfectant stewardship. They ensure safe preparation, storage, and administration of medicines to reduce nosocomial infections. Support implementation of standard treatment guidelines and safety protocols in wards, outpatient areas, and pharmacies. Secondly, antimicrobial stewardship programs. Pharmacists are trained drug experts or medication experts. They are central to evaluating prescription for appropriate antibiotic use. They lead or co-lead with physicians and other cadres antimicrobial stewardship teams in hospitals, reviewing antibiotic prescriptions, dosing, and duration. Their interventions reduce antimicrobial misuse and help preserve the effectiveness of existing antibiotics. Patient safety. Pharmacists catch medication errors, counsel patients, and ensure therapeutic effectiveness, especially for vulnerable population, especially those in critical care and in the kids. They improve adherence to treatment regimens and identify adverse drug reaction early through active pharmacovigilance. On the issue of supply chain integrity, they serve as custodian of medicine quality, ensuring procurement from licensed sources and preventing stockout of essential antimicrobials. They help to monitor and report substandard or falsified or counterfeit medicine which contribute to antimicrobial resistance. They optimize inventory systems, forecast demand accurately to maintain access, especially in rural and underserved facilities. Building policy and practice. Pharmacists are natural connectors, translating national AMR policies and IPC guidelines into everyday practice at the hospitals. Their involvement strengthened multisectoral collaboration, engaging clinicians, nurses, veterinarians, and lab professionals. They advocate for rational use of medicines at the community level and educate patients on antimicrobial resistance. And it's a huge role for pharmacists' role in primary healthcare, interacting with the level 1 of healthcare, aligning with the national priorities. Kenya National Action Plan on AMR. Pharmacists are implementing partners in county and hospital, both national and private, both public and private and faith-based. They support diagnostic stewardship, data collection, and rational prescribing practices. Challenges, of course, limited staffing with the 20% that Dr. Anisa realized from the room, lack of recognition, and fragmented AMS structures. Opportunities, scale up of pharmacy-led AMS programs, continual professional development, policy reforms to empower pharmacies further. AI, because we are living in an era of AI and data-driven AMR strategies. Pharmacies can champion real-time surveillance systems, digital prescribing platforms, and use of AI to detect resistance trends. Empowering pharmacists with digital tools enables proactive intervention and improved tracking of antimicrobial use. The One Health approach. Pharmacists in human health system must collaborate with the veterinary and environmental counterparts to address this pandemic that is here with us. Their input is essential in regulating antibiotic use across the human-animal interface and ensuring shared accountability. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, let me make a clarion call to action. Recognize pharmacists as core members of infection prevention control and antimicrobial stewardship programs in your facilities and at all levels of care, especially in the whole spectrum of continuum of care and the change as they transition from one service point to another, either outpatient to inpatient or special clinics. Invest in training and digital tools to amplify the pharmacist's impact in AMR containment. Establish policy frameworks that embed pharmacists in strategic decision-making for AMR and IPC programs. As I finish, if we are to win the war against AMR, pharmacists must not remain on the sidelines. They must lead from the front. I wish you fruitful deliberation during the conference. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kagwa. You can take a seat as we hear the other presentations. So if a pharmacist can do all those things for AMR, imagine what it will do for your hospital and for NCDs and for all the other treatment areas that you are involved in. Our next speaker is a clinical pharmacist in critical care. She has been with Kenyatta National Hospital for over 20 years and a member of the hospital AMS committee as the pharmacy lead for that committee. She's also been the head of the KNH IPC unit and the member of several AMS AMR units. She currently works in critical care and is here to share her AMR story with us. Please welcome Dr. Rosalind Kinuthia.
Good afternoon, everyone. You're well? I think I've been ably introduced, so I'll go straight to my presentation. And I know my predecessor has done a very good job of mentioning all the issues around AMR at the national level. And I'll be trying to help us address antimicrobial resistance in Kenya, basically calling us to action to help us understand more the impact of AMR globally and locally. Issues of national action plan have been mentioned. Challenges we face generally as healthcare providers in implementing containment measures for AMR, and then eventually try to help us find out or figure out where we fit in as private health facility practitioners. So we all are aware about antimicrobial resistance, and this is when organisms or microorganisms develop the ability to resist the effects of drugs that they were once susceptible to. And this is has a global effect, as we have heard, and has a more impact, a lot of impact actually, in our healthcare provision. And the WHO has a leading role in managing AMR globally. So the diagram on the right is just to show us how resistance happens. Usually you have organisms, bacteria that are a mix of resistance and susceptible. And then you give antibiotics, which kills the susceptible microbes, leaving the resistance ones to thrive. And then, of course, we may not go into the details of how resistance happens, but there is transfer between bacteria as they share the resistance modes. So this is basically a diagrammatic presentation of the global landscape. And sorry, I'm hiding my slide. I think it's the way the presentation mode is, because it's one slide all the way down. But the first map just shows us the percentage of isolates with resistance. The red, of course, being the highest resistance organisms isolated in mostly Southeast Asia. And then if you look at Africa, we are not so badly off, but we have like 30 to 40% in Kenya, and some other West African countries at 40 to 50%. That means whatever organisms we are isolating in our setting could be, most of them could be 40 or 50% could be resistance. Have we experienced that in our setting? Yeah, it's very possible, and this is data from 2021. So currently at 2025, we might be in a worse state. And then, of course, there's prediction of global deaths from AMR, which is said to be around 10 million deaths from AMR by the year 2050. And Africa, we are not left behind, being a small continent, and yet we are likely to contribute almost half of those deaths is really alarming. So in Kenya, we, I think, are following the same global trend of having issues of containing AMR with increased resistant infections across the hospitals and communities. And then this, of course, has effects on our healthcare cost and difficulties in treating things or diseases that we would have commonly treated effectively. So some data shows that, like in 2019, there were more than 8,000 deaths attributable to AMR and 37,000 associated with AMR. And this is data which at least is from studies that were done. Because again, in our setting, we are not very good with collecting data, which is something that we need to to improve on so that we can have the real picture of what's happening. I think this diagram, I just wanted to show you treatment appropriateness for antimicrobials, with the green showing appropriate treatment. The maroon is conditions that antibiotics are not indicated, and then the red is mostly where it's inappropriate. And you can see some surgical, I don't know in your hospitals, but in the hospital I come from, surgery tends to be the main culprit of misusing antibiotics, no pointing fingers, both adult and pediatric surgery. The neonatal and the medical pediatrics seem to be doing a better job. I know we've been doing a lot of point prevalence surveys through different partners in the country. I'm not sure if our facilities are included in that, but it would be good to know what the current trends, resistance trends are like, and what are the current antimicrobial use trends are in our facilities. And this helps us to collect data and find out what interventions to put in place. So we have challenges in containing AMR, which I think all of us are aware of, issues of lack, issues of limitations of recent AMR data. Again, that comes from the quality of data we are presenting and the amount of data we are presenting. Inadequate capacities, insufficient financial resources, excessive use of antimicrobials for different reasons, and of course, absence of proper surveillance systems. All these would lead to the challenges that we have in containing AMR. So on matters surveillance, if we are not checking what our resistance is, then we may not be able to put measures in place to contain that. So Dr. Kagwa has mentioned the One Health approach, which of course involves human health, animal health, and environmental health, and the way they're interconnected. You can tell that if you have excessive use of drugs in livestock, you may start developing AMR, and then of course that might get to the environment or to human beings. So to be able to contain AMR, we have to work in collaboration. The animal health, human health, and environmental health. Then this has also been mentioned about the collaborative efforts that have been put in place in Kenya to contain AMR, where we have the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Agriculture, and Ministry of Environment working together. And then, of course, at different levels, Kenya also collaborates with WHO, FAO, OIE, and other global partners to be able to contain the scourge of AMR. And of course, we mentioned the national and the county level support, or the system, the governance for AMR containment. I think Dr. Kagwa mentioned that, and again, we usually encourage the private facilities as well to contribute to their CASICs. Those are the County Antimicrobial Stewardship Inter-Agency Committees in the county levels. So how many their hospitals are part of their CASIC? Hakuna? More work to do. So we've mentioned again the National Action Plan, so I will not dwell much on that. When it was started, the implementation processes, and just maybe to mention the ongoing priorities on implementing interventions from the National Action Plan on AMR, where we are trying to strengthen surveillance and research, reduce infection incidence. Of course, this comes through infection prevention and control. Promoting responsible antimicrobial use, and this is where we have the antimicrobial stewardship programs. Enhancing AMR awareness and education, which we hope that even in our facilities and in our communities, we are able to do that. And then AMR surveillance, policy development. We've worked on quite a number of guidelines at the national level on antimicrobial use. That would be helpful in helping us to implement the strategies in our facilities. So, of course, there is the private sector involvement, whether they are pharmaceutical companies or private health facilities. And then, of course, we have had challenges in implementing AMR, and this cannot be overemphasized. Mostly lack of knowledge, inadequate facilities, weak infrastructure, lack of political will or support across all the levels, and mostly our lab capacity. If we don't have adequate lab capacity, we may not be able to do good surveillance, which will help us in developing evidence-based policies that would be helpful in implementing AMS strategies. But apparently most of us, even when we have our microbiology labs in our facilities, we are not utilizing them well. So there is the issue of diagnostic stewardship that comes in together with IPC and antimicrobial stewardship to manage antimicrobial resistance. So I think this must be the main slide for us here, what your role would be in addressing AMR. Number one, I have a few points. One is ensuring we have antimicrobial stewardship programs in our facilities. Do we have AMS programs in our facilities? Anis, these people don't talk to me. They don't respond. How many have AMS programs in their facilities? Katama. They don't have it, okay. So I think we are picking points on where to start because AMR is for all of us to fight. The moment you have a patient, it doesn't matter they're in a private facility or in a public facility, they can spread the resistance everywhere. So antimicrobial stewardship programs, this would be a discussion we can have on another day, how to start up and how to implement stepwise antimicrobial stewardship programs. Then of course, issues of education and training. For example, this is what we are doing here, just creating awareness to healthcare providers, but also there is the aspect of educating our patients, because when they go out to the community, the issues, the things they do will still affect antimicrobial resistance or contribute to antimicrobial resistance. Then infection prevention and control, where we have to monitor and reduce hospital-acquired infections. I know Katama will speak a lot about IPC shortly. Then collaborating with public health authorities. So there is, we've already been told there is a national program that runs AMR surveillance, and we need to contribute data to that system so that we can have, a real picture of what's happening in the country in terms of antimicrobial resistance. And then from there, we are able to put in place measures that are implementable across the board to manage antimicrobial resistance. So whatever little thing we are able to do in contributing to the public health authorities and in AMR, let's do that. Then promoting rational drug use. So this involves, for those who are in where ANIS works, regulation of antibiotic sales and ensuring that we are not just giving over-the-counter antibiotics and building more resistance in the community. Then for the hospital setting, when we have formularies, we need to manage our formularies well in terms of antibiotics, classify our antibiotics according to our classification, and promote rational use of, antibiotics and limit access to broad-spectrum antibiotics. So all that can come through our medicine and therapeutics committees or the antimicrobial stewardship programs. And then engaging in research and innovation, where we can conduct studies on effectiveness of different treatments, antimicrobial treatments, tracking resistance patterns, exploring alternative therapies. All those are things we can do to contribute to research on AMR. And then probably if there are clinical trials, if there is development of new products, supporting clinical trials, being part of that, and collaborating with pharmaceutical companies as well. And then there's the last one on role in the private sector economy, where you can be involved in advocating for policies that regulate antimicrobial use, provide guidelines for proper prescription, and support AMR containment. So that's, we have, at national level and also from KNH, we have worked with different private facilities as well, offered mentorship through AMR and AMS programs, And also working with partners, we are able to do antimicrobial use and antimicrobial consumption patterns. And currently there is work going on at the national level to help collect that data so that we are able to tell how much antimicrobials we are using as a country. So these are things that are implementable, and we are, for example, at KNH, we are a success story of implementing a workable AMS and AMR surveillance program. So we, of course, we have issues and challenges. One, we may talk of data quality, or lack of comprehensive data, lack of funding, lack of lab capacity and all that. And then we need to think of what opportunities we have to strengthen regional and national surveillance networks, enhance our lab capacity and data sharing platforms, and like has been mentioned earlier, how to leverage on mobile technology and AI and other data models to improve and to get real-time data sharing. So this is just a map of Kenya showing us where we have surveillance going on. You can see it's really concentrated in the central and the western area. The red shows the human health AMR surveillance sites, and the blue is animal health AMR surveillance sites. So a bit of that is going on, and there are a few partners who are involved in pushing this and ensuring we have some quality data that can be reported to GLAS to represent the country. So in conclusion, this is just to remind us that AMR is an issue that needs immediate action, and it threatens the progress of global health. Wherever we are all called upon to be antimicrobial stewards, to be champions for containing AMR. And we need multi-sectoral collaboration, improved surveillance, public education, and also noting that Kenya has made some progress, but we still need to put in more effort, loop in everyone from all the sectors so that we can have quality and be able to manage AMR better. So for me to finish is to call on you to be part of this fight against AMR. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rosalind. See, one more reason why you need a pharmacist. This quality of presentation can only be made by pharmacists. Rosalind, if you can come and take a chair here, we'll have a short Q&A after. Our next speaker is Jemima Katama. She's an infection prevention and control specialist, works with KNH and holds an international postgraduate diploma in IPC and is in a higher diploma in critical nursing. She is currently the secretary of the Infection Control Nurses of Kenya. Please welcome Jemima to educate us. You see, pharmacists, we work with everyone. We work with you, the administrators, we work with nurses, and we also work with pharmaceutical technologists. Welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm challenged, I'm blessed upwards, so I had to come somewhere like here so that you can see me. Now, you can greet your friend or your neighbor on my behalf. And after that, you have to sanitize. Take your pocket sanitizer and sanitize. Have you greeted your neighbor? You have to sanitize. Have you done it? Anyway, I'm Katama. I'm doing infection control at Kenyatta National Hospital, just like I've been introduced. From 2006 is when I left critical care. and I joined infection control as an infection control coordinator. That time, we did not have a unit, but right now we have a fully functional unit, which is multidisciplinary. Now, without wasting time, we'll go through those learning objectives. Anybody can see? I can't see well, so you have to read for me. So you have to be alert. You read as I talk. So that is what we are going to cover. We have to first define what is infection control, because most of the time people confuse infection control with other procedures. It's a discipline like others. So we say infection control is a scientific approach and a practical solution that is designed to prevent infection within the healthcare setting and the community. You see, you have a benefit there. You prevent it in the hospital and in the community. You have to do it. It's a practical solution. In our national policy, we say we have procedures, policies, and activities designed to prevent infection. Mark the word designed. Now, we are saying infection prevention and control is a practical evidence-based. So whatever we talk, whatever we do, we are evidence-based. That we are going to prevent the infection and prevent what Rosalind was talking about here about and microbial resistant. Now, why practice infection control in a healthcare setting and not in a school, not in church? Why are we so much concerned about in a healthcare setting? It could be an hospital. We know nowadays healthcare has moved from hospitals to houses and other setups. So we are saying healthcare facilities are an ideal setting for transmission of infections because patients have infections and they can transmit to others and also to healthcare workers. We are saying that sick people are more susceptible to infection, and they also have procedures which breach the barrier to infection, that is the body barrier. And then we also have transmission of infection to patients, healthcare workers, and the community. I want you to note that you will not separate the three: the patient, the healthcare worker, and the community. Once you finish doing your work in your hospital, where do you go? To the community. So if you don't take care of infection, you take it to your house. I want to remind you of COVID. We only got one patient with COVID and was brought to KNH, where we have an ideal isolation for airborne and other transmission mode. It only took 2 weeks. All the family members came, and almost every county had a COVID patient. We did isolation precaution in Bagathi, and all the relatives who were suspect, the first initial stage of examination or being tested, they were negative. They were just incubating. After another week, all that clientele which was in KMTC and in another isolation unit, they came like patients. And now we could not contain it in one hospital. It had to be done in all the counties. So it can only take 1 week for one infectious case to reach far places from Europe, from China, Japan, to Kenya, and everywhere. That's why we have to be very careful when it comes to IPC. We are saying that comprehensive IPC practices will help us to prevent, identify, monitor, and control spread of infection. The word identification is there. That's where we collaborate with even lab people. You have to know the mode of transmission. You have to know the clinical features. Identify, very important. Hospital-acquired infections will affect the patient and the family and the community. So we are saying healthcare, hospital-acquired infection, they are becoming a concern to the health industry because we have advancement in healthcare. We have more invasive procedures than before. We have technology. For example, if I say a patient who is undergoing hemodialysis. The blood has to be removed from the patient through artificial tubings and back to the patient. If there's a gap there, what will happen? Infection. Think of endoscopy. Think of that patient who is being done catheterization. We have a lot to think about infection control. So what are we saying? We are saying that we need healthcare workers and everybody who is taking care of the patient to adhere to specific infection control guidelines. We know how we treat surgical site infection. It's not how we treat ventilator-associated pneumonia. That's why we are talking about specific infection control guidelines. Now, let me talk about hospital-acquired infection. We are saying is that infection which is acquired during the delivery of healthcare. That is saying the healthcare worker can get it. We are also saying that patient who is receiving treatment, the one you are calling the patient, a visitor who is coming to market, something like my friend here, Anis, coming to market his product in an hospital, you can still also get hospital-acquired infection if measures are not taken care of. We are saying for those who are intubated, who are admitted, the infection is not incubating, did not come with it. It appears 48 hours after hospitalization. So even when we are measuring, we are auditing our hospital-acquired infection, we have to put that criteria in mind. Patient did not come with it, and it was not incubating. We know some of the infections, like surgical site infections, and maybe where there's an implant, the infection may come more than 30 days, and that one we accept. So where there is also instrumentation, and a patient gets infection after the removal of the instrument like a catheter, we count 2 days. Because 2 days post the removal of the catheter, the patient could be having an hospital-acquired infection related to that catheter which has been removed. Again, you are going back to your 48 hours. Too much talking, eh? Now, for you to be measuring that and to be auditing and telling people this is where we are, you need an IPC program. You need to implement infection control in your hospital, in your facility. You can't do all that job when you are still doing other duties. Like I was working in ICU, I'm a specialist in that. I was to be pulled away from ICU to work on infection control. Because those patients there, they need comprehensive care, including infection prevention. So this is an organogram from the MOH, and what happens, you can see the national level, the county, where we have the IPC, MOH, but I want you to concentrate on the count level, where we are going to have an hospital or a facility committee, then we have an hospital committee. After the hospital committee, we need guys, staffs, multidisciplinary staffs to implement infection control. That's why we have an hospital committee, multidisciplinary with POCO people. Their work is to have the guidelines available, review them, distribute them to the healthcare workers. Let me go back again to the hospital. If we are to strengthen our IPC units and IPC program, we need facility IPC committee. I've just picked an example of KNH, where we have the CEO on top there, who appoints the IPC committee, and the IPC committee is multidisciplinary. Then we have the unit. The unit has got fully pledged healthcare workers. And how do you determine the number of the staffs going to work in IPC? WHO says where you have 200 and bed capacity, you need one fully pledged IPC. So how many bed capacity do you have in your hospital? More than 200, you need one fully pledged. If you have 500, you need 2. You have 1,000, you need 4. Then from there, we have link persons or IPC focal persons. These are guys who work in their area, whether you are working in the lab, you are working in the laundry, you are working in the ward, you coordinate infection control in collaboration with the IPC coordinator in your unit. So they can be as many as possible. The other time I was just looking at our unit, and we had over 100 and something, because the units are also many, including non-clinical like laundry, catering, mausoleum. All those people should have IPC link person, because they also have challenges when it comes to IPC. This is how the composition of an IPC committee should look like, but it will be dictated by the type of your hospital. Everybody has to be included. What is their work? It is to implement the core components of IPC program. I want to bring to you the core component of IPC as the WHO put it. One thing we are seeing here, there are 8. There must be an IPC program whereby we have the chair, the committee, and the unit. What is their work? There's the guideline area there. There is staff education, surveillance. Surveillance is the backbone of infection control. If you have no surveillance in your unit, you may go blindly. You don't know what is happening. You're just cleaning the floor, washing your hands. You don't know which microorganism you are dealing with or which disease you are treating. So from there, we need to have audits and feedback to the healthcare workers. We have the enabling factors down there, which is the workload, staffing, and bed occupancy. As much as we are talking about infection control, we have also to think about workload. When the hospital is understaffed, there are chances of getting infection. If one doctor or one nurse is seeing or attending more than what is recommended, chances are there for infection control to be compromised. Then there's a very important issue here called build environment. I will talk about it in my slides, and it's very important. This is the time people ask, where do I isolate my patient? I have considered during building of the hospital, construction of the hospital, and modernizing your hospital. The other one is about equipment. Many at the time we get equipment in the hospital and they compromise infection control. They may be single use, but we reuse them. It could be a machine, you don't know how to clean it. The person who brought it did not even give health education on maintenance when it comes to infection. I went to one of the hospitals and I found that they had been donated mattresses, very good mattresses. But you know what? The person who covered the mattress did not think that patient in the hospital could have urine continence or stool continence. And then they called me, how can we clean these mattresses? I told them, you can't. You have to take them to Kemri to be incinerated. You know, you can't do it with hospital incineration. So even when you are buying any equipment in the hospital, think, how will I maintain it as far as infection control is concerned? Whether it's linen, whether it's an instrument, a machine. Many other times, machines, ventilators, endoscopy machines, they get corroded because of disinfectants. When the manufacturer did not comment that you are using what is available, the chlorine. So IPC has to be considered from the initiation. Now, it is not a one-man show. It cuts across all the disciplines as well as module strategy in the implementation. We have to have the systems built in, like we have the sinks, we have the laundry machines, and so on. And this is where we bring collaboration, because the doctor has to collaborate with the supply person to get the products, the cleaner, and the person who is the public health, the lab, and all that. It's multidisciplinary. System change helps healthcare workers to improve their adherence to IPC. Because if the sanitizer is not there, and I'm teaching you, I'm coming here telling you, wash your hands, what will you do? Just shake your hands and go. The paper towel is not there. So training and education is also very important. This helps in prudent use of our materials, our supplies, and so on. Then we have to monitor. I told you an hospital which does not have monitoring mechanism and feedback, it's like walking blind. So there's also the part of communication. Yes, you can have those nice materials, you can have everything, but if you don't communicate to the healthcare workers, then you are not reaching there. The adherence will not be there. Multidisciplinary and also multi-module strategy. Build an environment. We are saying that build an environment plays a critical role in minimizing the risk of infection. It influences how the pathogens will be transmitted and how effectively infection control can be implemented. IPC should be considered during designing, construction, and renovation of any healthcare setting. Why are we talking about building environment? This is the time you want to have precautions when it comes to transmission, like you have a patient with open TB in your unit. You have nowhere to isolate that patient. This should have been thought before. We have somebody who has low immunity, an HB of 5. That one needs protective isolation from other patients. We have patients who have immunocompromised. They need to be put aside or be put somewhere where they can be monitored. When it comes to construction, one has to think about all the protocols of IPC, including cleaning. We've gone to hospitals and seen others have tiles. Look at the tiles where you are. Think of a patient diarrheaing on that floor. How will it be cleaned? It has to be with non-joints, either epoxy or terrazzo. Because if there are joints like tiles, that's a no. You can't even put a carpet there. Think of your clientele. Thinking on that, when it comes to build an environment, we think of ventilation. How is the ventilation? Is it positive or negative? Like in theaters, you would like positive pressures, which are protective, to protect air from coming inside to an open wound and cause infection. While in a TB unit or in an infected area, you need the negative pressures. In newborn, while you are protecting the patient, you need negative pressures. So we need to know all these and know which kind of ventilation are we employing in our built environment as far as infection control is concerned, and how many cycles are sufficient to remove the contamination. Water system, thinking of pathogens like Legionella in the piping, we need to know that. I've gone to many of the hospitals and just found that the faucet, which pours the water to the drain, is directly to the drain. So it splashes the Legionella to the environment. It has to be away. And these things have to be considered during planning of the hospital, construction, renovation, and all that. Room layout, service material, and risk assessment during construction to take care of healthcare workers and patients who could be in that area. Again, audit based on IPC standard precautions must be done. If we say we practice hand hygiene in that hospital, how well do we do it? What is our adherence rate? Waste management, and so on and so on. You can see the engineering controls are there, the sterilization and waste management. I won't talk much about that because it's still in the next slide. There's something here called employee health. That is very important. And the last one is outbreak management. Which outbreak is happening in Kenya now? What is the mode of transmission? How many clients do we have in our hospitals? Like this morning, I know as we got more, IPC again, outbreak management. What should we do in the hospital and what should be done in the community there? And what should be put in the books for others to learn? These are the pillars of IPC. If I ask you, which one should be number one? Engineering controls, protective equipment, or training? It is the administrative support. Because this is the team or the admin or the CEO who is going to put the IPC program in place, put the healthcare workers there, multidisciplinary supplies and all that. Engineering controls is how the hospital is constructed, meeting the sizing and ventilation, lighting and all that. Protective controls, we are talking about PPE. But when I'm training, most people tell me PPE should be the first one. No, it should be the last one. Then training, research and surveillance is very important Those are the pillars. Any hospital without surveillance on hospital-acquired infection is at risk of infection. I've talked about that, eliminating the hazards, than running to the PPE, having the control measures, and then the PPE last. Now, when it comes to IPC best practices, we can't go without talking about hand hygiene. Because we are saying 80% of infections are transmitted through our hands. It's like just saying, when you wash your hands, you eliminate 80%. Out of all the disease transmission mode, conduct plays 80% of it. So when you wash your hands, you protect the patient, yourself, and the community. And there's one special thing I'll tell you about the healthcare workers' hand. The healthcare workers' hand has got several microorganisms. The normal floras for the healthcare worker, which are not normal for the patient or somebody else. The transient flora and the microorganisms, which are pathogenic, they get from the patient. So the healthcare worker's hand has got those three. And you need to clear them to protect yourself and protect the next patient. That's the rationale for washing hands when it comes to the healthcare worker. Healthcare worker is responsible of moving the microorganism from the patient to the other environments. That not separating the patient zone from the healthcare worker zone. So go in your unit and see which are those procedures which make us mix the two zones, the patient zone and the healthcare worker zone, even if the build environment was okay. Like just putting your file, patient file, on the bed of the patient when you are doing your round. Do you do that? So the normal floras from the patient will be on the file. If the patient has got MRSA, it's carried on those files. And after the round, where do you take the file? To the nurse's desk, to the doctor's room, and sometimes we carry it with our own body like this. That's why when you see a patient with MRSA, test the healthcare workers. Don't test the fellow patients. You'll be surprised. We've done it several times, and it's not a joke. Now, we want to promote hand hygiene. So if you're going to promote hand hygiene, you have to have educational programs, provision of the supplies, and also promotional materials which encourage healthcare workers to wash their hands. When we talk about hand hygiene audit, we audit the 5 moments. And you can see which moment is missed. When I'm doing it in most of the hospitals, because I've gone all over the country and we've seen hand hygiene, the most moment which is adhered to is after touching the patient. But before touching the patient, nobody's doing it. And from there, it's after touching the patient and after touching the patient's surrounding. We need to protect the patient by washing our hands before touching the patient, before any aseptic procedure, after body-fluid exposure, after touching the patient, and after leaving the patient surrounding. I will not dwell much on that. I wanted to share this. This is an audit, a recent one, actually Q2. And our adherence is 48.2. Are you any better in your place than us? But we have to keep on doing such audit because we are talking of IPC improvement project. You improve from somewhere to somewhere. How will you improve if you don't know where you are starting? Have a baseline, then improve from there. I've seen an hospital which scored 8%, a whole hospital, 8% in hand hygiene adherence. But after training, giving the results, and insisting on hand hygiene practice, they went up to 60%. Sisi hatujawahi fika 60% hata wakati wa COVID. We are still below there. Are you better? If it's not done, it's not there. Now, let's come to personal protective equipment. This is one of the last items by healthcare workers. Even before we receive the report, we already have a PPE on our self. Does it happen in your area? Even before you receive your report, the PPE is already in. And we say that you should do risk assessment before choosing the PPE. Which risk assessment do you do when you just report and you have the PPE? So we are saying the PPE is a specialized clothing or equipment made to protect the healthcare worker or a worker from the hazards prevailing from their area. The goal is to improve our safety. But we are saying the last point there, the choice should be guided by risk assessment. Before you pick the PPE, just think of it. Is it airborne? Is it droplet or contact? Or am I going to get into contact with water? Then you choose your PPE. Appropriate use is very important, and this is going to be guided by SOPs. So we must have SOPs on how to don, how to doff, and then periodically train our staffs. Then remove PPEs immediately after your procedure to avoid contamination of the environment. Have you ever seen anybody documenting with a glove on? You are writing the patient file with a glove on. And after writing with that glove on, you pick the pen and put in your pocket. Does it happen? But here we are saying, remove the PPE after the procedure. You should have done risk assessment and say that I don't need the glove. Then you continue without the glove. So that is what we are talking about. And this can only be implemented and measured if you have an IPC program in your place. IPC vocal person, IPC coordinator. This is waste management. Waste management is an integral component of infection control. If waste is not managed well, there will be transmission of diseases, there will be wastage of resources, and losing life. Getting needle stick injuries, and having infections like HIV, hepatitis B, and hepatitis C. So we must employ waste management protocols in our area. Risk assessment and follow the protocol. If it's non-infectious, has to go to where non-infectious goes. If it's infectious, has to be taken as infectious. And now, apart from the ones I've listed there, we are having another new kid in this. We have cytotoxic waste from our oncology unit. I know almost every hospital in Kenya now has an oncology unit. That is waste which can cause damage to our normal cells. So waste, it's a very important protocol in IPC. We can't train without talking about waste. We say that, listen because you are going to repeat what I say. Make that waste be that waste which will not waste resources and waste life. What have I said? I'm not hearing. What have I said? Make that waste to be the waste which will not waste resources and waste what? Life. Underline the life. Now, we want to talk about transmission-based precaution. We've seen the standard precautions, the PPEs, the anti-hygiene, but we want to say, what is the mode of this disease before we take any precaution? So, this is my news. When you hear there's a new disease in Kenya, don't ask where it has come from. Either as a healthcare worker, ask what is the mode of transmission. Because whether it's Ebola, whether it's Mpox, it will still come to the healthcare setting. You will not run away. In COVID, some of us tried to run away, but at the end of it, they came back to the hospital, and others with even the COVID. So ask, what is the mode of transmission, and how do I break the chain of infection to protect myself? Yourself first. Who first? Yourself. Don't touch before you protect yourself. If it's TB, have your mask. That N95, not just any mask. That is what we are talking about. Now, there are three sources which take part when it comes to infection. The source of infectious agent, the susceptible host, which could be that patient, and the mode of transmission. So that one we will not stay there so much because we know the modes of disease transmissions, and in case you don't know, they are here. Are you seeing them? How many are seeing them? Now, Dr. Roslin talked so much about MDROs. So I will not talk about that, but infection control is at the center of preventing MDROs. I want to talk about an MDRO like MRSA, methicillin-resistant staphylococcus. Where do we get it from? Just from our skin. Our skin, you know, it keeps on falling, eh? And you are there doing bed making. You splash the bed sheet like this. The MRSA launches on the healthcare workers' notes, and they'll start discharging to their patients, to their families, and to everybody. Are you seeing how procedures should go? Knowing the procedure and knowing the patient with MDRO, you be protecting yourself. So we need to have administrative controls, education on MDROs, surveillance, isolation, decolonization of the unit. I want to share with you a report. This is a recent one also for this Q2. This is how the MDRO goes. And you know, when you have an MDRO, it's very expensive. Like for us, we have to isolate in our special unit, the IDU. The patient has got no medication to be given. You are left there to have your body immunity and others and nursing care. You can see how it is. What is the most MDRO in your unit, in your hospital? Do you know it? You know it, eh? At least if you know it, you know how to decolonize, how to eliminate it, isolate the patient. We know the ones which are in the blood and the ones which are not in the blood, and you can isolate. This is what I'm telling you, surveillance is very important. It's the backbone of IPC. Now, cleaning. We say that if you live in a colonized area, in a dirty area, you're going to be sick. And remember, our clientele, they have low immunity. Our staffs are there for longer hours. No wonder we ask for risk allowance. You are in a colonized area for 8 hours, 9 hours, 10 hours, and others even 12 hours. So we need to clean our hospitals. We need to provide a safe and comfortable environment to our patients. Cleaning alone removes a big percentage of microorganisms. Regular cleaning and paying attention to high-touch areas. Now, education is very important when it comes to cleaning. The cleaners must be educated on the product to be used, the dilution, and the care not to contaminate other clean area. You start from clean to dirty, high to low. That one, I think it's important. Now, yes, I've been told I've been handed a few minutes, so don't worry. We are saying routine cleaning and hospital cleaning is very important. Now, I don't want to go before I talk about hospital-acquired infection, and they are there, you can see them. So we are saying we have the pneumonias, the urinary tract infection, bloodstream infection, surgical site infection. But when you come to the down one, they are device-related infections. And those are the ones we are going to monitor because we are the ones who fix the devices. So we contribute to this. The ventilator-associated pneumonia, we put the patient on the ventilator. The catheter-associated and the central line or clumsy. Now, we are saying that to manage the hospital, the healthcare-associated infection, we need to use a care bundle. And each care bundle is specific for each hospital-acquired infection. It's easy to follow. It's 1 up to 5, and you can implement them together. Then the effect is quite important. Early removal. Review of the necessity of the catheter is very important. Most of the patients in clinical areas, they have catheters which are not needed or which have already elapsed their purpose. So we remove it because it's a risk to infection. Ventilator-associated pneumonia, which is the first care bundle, and hygiene. We do hand hygiene, then elevate the head to encourage drainage of the secretion and encourage breathing. Then there is daily sedation interruption to assess the patient, whether the patient is waking up. We also have the oral care. A patient who is not swallowing normally, there's accumulation of the saliva, and then the saliva goes together with learning together with the tube up to the chest. So oral care is very important when it comes to ventilator associated pneumonia. You continue like this until when? Until kesho. So I want to talk about benefits of IPC before I close. One, reducing the healthcare associated infection. Number two, it will help us to provide quality healthcare. It will lower the cost of treatment because you don't have to go back to the theater or come to be treated of infection which you are not having it. And it will also protect the hospital from investigation. Disease outbreak is part of the benefit. There will be no disease outbreak. A patient will come with an infectious disease, is treated for that disease, and cures and go home without transmitting to another. The healthcare worker safety. If there is no infection control, the healthcare workers are at risk of infection. And the last point is that, remember that breaking the chain of infection is the responsibility of everyone in the healthcare industry. Doesn't matter whether you are the doctor, the nurse, or the cleaner. Everybody is responsible of breaking the chain of infection. Having reached there, I'll say thank you very much. I don't know why the lights went off. And that is my part. Thank you.
Thank you. Please give her a round of applause. We were going to do a Q&A, but time has passed us. So on behalf of the Pharmaceutical Society of Kenya, I want to take this opportunity to thank Rupha for giving us this opportunity to be here with you. Thank Dr. Kagwa, Dr. Roslyn, and Dr. Katama. Please give them a big round of applause. For anyone who has any questions, there is a PSK booth. They will be happy to answer your questions. If you want to start AMR in your center, you want to start IPC in your center, please reach out and we will assist you in taking this journey together. So thank you very much for your attention and have a lovely evening.
We are not yet good. Okay, it's back. A lot of lessons to take home. IPC is key. In the morning we talked about quality, and there is no quality without IPC. So let's give them another round of applause for that is it. Just to give you a heads up, or maybe I should ask you to rise up for a minute for a break. Just rise up for 1 minute. Please lift up your hand and get to the highest you can. Now, I'm doing with one hand because I have a microphone. You should do both. Yes. And then how wide can you expand? Yeah? Yeah, I know if I would have said, how much share money do you want, you would have gone wider. You may have your seats. Okay, thank you very much. We'll be having a very important session here, which we call member engagement. The SHA team will be here. Dr. Brian with the latest document that he just did the other day, that you need to hear much about it. It caused a lot of ripples in high places. You need to hear it live. And I will also bring Dr. Brian here and some other people to help us in some things that we want to learn about. We are also privileged to have the chairman of Kenya Association of Private Hospitals. I saw Dr. Musau someplace. Dr. Musau, are you still here? Did I see Dr. Musau? And also the vice chairman, Dr. Njeri Okello. They are where? Oh, Daktari, come, please. Yeah, please make your way here. Please appreciate the chairman of CAF. Yeah, Karibu. Dr. Jerry is also coming here. Please appreciate Daktari. Wonderful people, please have a seat next to your boss. I will also be inviting my boss to come. And just before I allow many things, we are also in partnership with Kenya Pharma. And like you have seen, they have really helped us to bring the international perspective of our convention. Did you like it? Why didn't you give them a hand clap and appreciate them? Yeah, that's so good. Now, I've picked 3 companies that have come under Kenya Pharma, just also to come and have a feel of our stage and our members. And I think it is a good thing to have wageni pia watusalimia. Is that right? So let me, for a few minutes, welcome SI Surgical, the representative from SI Surgical, Aman Bajpai, just to come and speak to us briefly. There is a cable here if you have a presentation. Yeah. Daktari will be speaking to us for about 5 minutes, and then I'll bring another one also to speak to us so that we can get to know who our new friends are within Rupha. Karibu.
So, a very good evening to ladies and gentlemen. My name is Saman Bajpai, and I'm the Technical Director for SI Surgical and group of companies. We are from India. We are into manufacturing for hospital, infrastructure, medical equipments, and many other stuff. So, today I'll be talking about 1 or 2 topics. Basically, how a small and a medium hospital can scale to a larger extent and how they can survive. This is about the group of company, but I won't be going much into it because as our host has already given me 5 minutes time. So the topic is cost-effective hospital infrastructure and how can a small and medium hospital can survive. This is the topic. Once again, we are a group of company from SI Surgical, as I've already told you, and we are into manufacturing of hospital furniture, OT table, OT lights. Then we are into trading for MRI, cath lab, dialysis, pathology. We are into modular operation theaters, ICU, gas pipeline, patient monitoring system, hospital doors, and diagnostic equipments. This is our head office, our factory, and our R&D centers, and some other showrooms as well. Now, and our Dubai office as well. Now, why we have come to Kenya? The only point being to be in Kenya, we have been before as well. We are a manufacturer. So, our manufacturer is coming directly to the end user. So, to run a hospital or to manage a hospital, there are 2 parts which we generally believe in. One is the CAPEX and one is the OPEX. Operational expenditure varies from day to day and from places to places. But the CAPEX expenditure could be in the hands of the hospital management. Roughly, if you can decrease your CAPEX by 30 to 40%, your break-even comes, a standard break-even for a small hospital should go. That's where we come into play. As we are a manufacturer, for many products which you require for setting up a new hospital, and we have a service center and a service person as well as in Kenya, so you will be getting a cost-effective product, service, best quality material, and timely delivery. We have our upcoming factory in Ethiopia as well. We have our global office in Dubai. We have our office in Canada. We have our factories and offices in India. And we can very proudly say, whoever has been associated with SI Surgical, they have come a long way. So do the hospital and SI Surgical as well. These are some of our experience centers. All our hospital furniture and equipments are basically done in robot. We are into robotics. We have got high-end machineries, CNC machineries, laser technology, other machines. Just a brief introduction I'll give you about one or two of our products, that is modular operation theater. One of the doctors, I just forgot the name, extremely sorry, she was discussing about the HAI a few minutes back. So HAI is one of the key concern in the hospital, and that's the reason why many of the companies come into play for modular or theater, sterilization products, diagnostic products, and etc. etc. Whether you be into CSST, whether you are having a positive pressure ICU, whether you're having a clean environment, that all these are to reduce the HAI in the hospitals. So there are different type of HIs which she has already told, so I won't be going much into it. This is from where the operation theater started. The journey of modular operation theater was somewhere between 1940 during the Second World War time. From here, the entire world started for setting up a temporary hospital as surgical sites, and we have come a long way to the ultra modern modular operation theater. Whatever you are seeing on the board is completely manufactured by SI Surgical. There are few components which plays a key role to set up a modular operation theater. These are the few components. Then we have different type of OTs, operation theater, depending upon the budget of the hospitals. Hospital doors, lead doors, fire doors. We have got all the certification, the laminar flows, everything. Air handling units for positive pressure ICUs, negative pressure ICUs. Vinyl floorings and other stuff. We are into sterilization products, ETO, plasma, high pressure steam sterilizer, hospital beds, trolleys, OR lights, mortuary. So we have a range of products. We have more than 4,500 products, out of which more than 2,500 products we in-house manufacture. We are into manufacturing for laparoscopy. God would like to invite you all, do come and visit us. If you have got any inquiry, and if you have got any query, please feel free to ask us. Definitely we believe that we will be able to help you out with the best possible quotation, best possible rates, and best possible service. Thank you very much. Have a lovely evening. Bye-bye.
Like you have noticed, a lot of variety of products. You can't miss something for your facility. That's good. Thank you so much, and thank you for partnering with us. I also want to bring my good friend here, Kevin, who is the lead of Vato, Kenyan lead of this company. Also, speak to us, please.
Good afternoon, all of you. I think I'm the only one here who's not a doctor as a presenter, so I am humbled to be in a lot of pathogens and antigens and that, but that's not what I do. I have nothing to do with pathogens. I only move money, so I understand currencies, I understand money, and I understand helping businesses move money around the world. So, as is mentioned, I'll not take too long. I'll only about have 5 minutes, and want to just give an opportunity to say thank you to the organizers. Thank you to everybody who has attended to be able to hear to what VATO is up to. So my talk today is just about navigating cross-border payments in the pharma industry. We are keen about solving FX and supply chain challenges for businesses. So just a quick introduction of who we are. We are a cross-border payments platform regulated by multiple financial service regulators. In the UK, we have licenses under the Financial Conduct Authority. In the US, we have money remittance licenses. Dubai, we have a Dubai Financial Services license. Here in Kenya, we are regulated in partnership with 4 banks by the Central Bank of Kenya. In Nigeria and South Africa, we are regulated as a financial services provider. And what it is that we do is we use a payments platform to help businesses make collections. So in this case, a pharma business, a hospital, if you've got expansion plans across Africa, if you've got distributors that are buying your products across Africa, we can help you collect from your distributors in 24 currencies in Africa and globally 49 currencies. We can then also help you get the best execution on foreign exchange conversions. So I saw some CT scanners there from India. If you need to pay him, we are able to make that payment very efficiently and cost effective. Just by some statistics, last year we processed $14 billion in cross-border payments in well over 40 currencies. We have a fully fledged team across sales, payments, support, compliance as well. So what are we doing? We are really trying to shake up cross-border payments. When you call your bank and they tell you the rate is 132 and you don't have options, you now have options. We're here to help you process. Today we are processing well over $12 million a day in Kenya alone. So it's something that we are comfortable with and we have the volume to be able to do that. And just beyond moving money, we are trying to help African businesses access the best-in-class efficiency to make payments. A payment to India, a payment to China, or if you have a distributor that is buying your products from Cameroon, that should not take a month or 3 weeks or 2 weeks or 7 days to make the payment or to collect the funds from your distributor. It should be maximum 24 hours. So we are here to just try and help African businesses solve for that. So we do have quite a number of pharma companies that are already using our platform, the likes of Harley's, Cosmos Pharmaceuticals, Biolab, who else? Have quite a number, Abacus Pharma as well, using us for both their distribution to their distributors across Africa and for their pharma procurement needs. So just talking about the complexity, global pharma supply chains have always been fragmented. You find your APIs coming from India, packaging done in China, and then you have distributors in Kenya across, as well as across Africa. So 60 to 70% pricing availability. If you're not able to pay on time, your supply chain then gets impacted. We saw this in 2023, currency volatility, where you've made a plan to buy an MRI. When you did your budget, the rate was 130. You did your fundraising, did your debt. But the time to make the payment for the MRI, the rate was 157. You've lost 30% of that. then it comes back again to 120, 29. So one of the things that we also help with is managing your current volatility as well. What are the hidden costs that we see, especially with some of the pharma hospitals that we work with? There are a lot of hidden costs that a lot of the finance team don't always realize. Payment delays, 3 to 5 days, as was spoken earlier. This then disrupts your supply chain. If you're getting drugs in, if you need pharmacy and poisons board to approve, all these things then affect your supply chain. Cost. Pharma, healthcare, medicine has been a conversation around cost for the longest. I'm quite keen to hear about this shark conversation because I am a direct protester of it, so I'm very keen to hear. I have many questions, but anyway, on a light note. So margins, of course, are eroded by rates that you get from your banks. You've got hidden fees, SWIFT fees that then make it very complicated. Then, of course, because we are in Africa, we are all considered a high-risk jurisdiction. And you've seen what's happening in the global markets today around the tariffs. There are certain compliance requirements that then delay your payments, including documentation, what invoice, why are you paying for this as well? So what have we seen? We have a distributor that has seen 15% cost rise on year and year, just primarily because of the continued depreciation of the Kenya shilling. With that volatility, then becomes very hard for you as a business to plan. The presenter before me talked about reducing your OPEX. This is something that would be on top of mind for your finance. Then, because of lack of access to hard currency and liquidity, it then makes you have issues of medicines shortages, reduced access, compromise on quality of products. Then, of course, because of the increase, it then becomes unaffordable for the patients. And then we did a case study, just in the interest of time. We worked with a Kenyan pharma distributor and compared for 3 months what their current cross-border payment provider was offering versus what Vato was offering. This is including collections, conversions, and payouts. And they saw a 22% reduction in the FX cost over the last 3 months. And this is because they of course have an export business that has them collect currencies. So if your supplier in China wants you to pay in CNY, today our rate is 17.57. Anybody here in finance who has bought CNY knows they're getting about 20, 22, 21. So that's already a 20% reduction in your cost. We also have Indian rupee payment capabilities. So if you want to be able to get invoiced in Indian rupees, which I think a lot of the Indian suppliers of product wouldn't mind, that's something that we're able to as well offer, and then we're able to give you next day settlement as well. So in conclusion, I think the theme is resilience, and resilience you need to have seamless payments, and that's what we are able to do. My contacts are there at Vato FX. Just visit our website. We're happy to support you. I'm excited to have seated next to the chairman of the private hospitals. I think there's a lot of stuff we can help them with, even its bulk procurement. We also do have that. We also have something called Vato Connect that can help you connect with other suppliers in other jurisdictions for the more complex medical products. And on that note, I'm happy to take questions. I think I do have 2 minutes for questions, but thank you. If none, it is a pleasure. Thank you.
Please, let's appreciate my good friend here, Kevin. You can't talk about medical equipments without talking about money. They go hand in hand. Right. I also have another friend, Abhishek Mittal, from the Allengers. Please have your stage.
Hello, good evening to all. My name is Abhishek Mittal and I'm from India. My company name is Alengers Medical Systems Limited. We are the manufacturers of radiology equipments like X-ray machines, CM, mammograms, as well as cardiac equipments like cath lab machines. So today, my topic is this strengthening diagnostics in healthcare. One minute. So strengthening diagnostics refers to improving the ability to accurately detect and identify the diseases and medical conditions in the patients. The importance of this strengthening diagnostics are the foundation of effective healthcare. They ensure the patient receives the right treatment at the right time irrespective of their financial condition, leading to better health outcomes. And why this strengthening diagnostics in healthcare matters, that because of this early detection, accurate treatment, and the improved patient outcomes. If it's a strong diagnostic system, it helps detect diseases early when they are easier to treat. It can save lives and reduce the healthcare cost. Also, the accurate treatment, the proper diagnostics guide doctors prescribing the right treatments, avoiding the errors, and minimizing the unnecessary tests or the procedures. The better the diagnostics, the more effective the treatment, leading to faster recovery, fewer complications, and healthier patients. What are the key areas for the strengthening diagnostic is the advanced diagnostic tools, like in all the medical equipment nowadays, it's equipped with the AI-powered imaging system, advanced lab test, and the genetic testing to identify diseases with greater accuracy. Also, the laboratory capacity, we need to strengthen it to ensure that tests are processed quickly and accurately, with minimal delays or errors. Improving access to diagnostic, that is increase availability of diagnostic tests. We have to ensure that diagnostic tools and tests are available to all, including remote and neglected communities. It may involve mobile clinics or the telemedicine solutions. Also, the affordability, work to make diagnostic tests more affordable and accessible. The machines should be more affordable, especially in low resource settings. Health insurance policies and subsidies also can help make diagnostics more inclusive. The role of public health policies. Policy support. Government should create policies that encourage investment in diagnostic infrastructure, training programs, and research. They make sure the policies that support early detection and preventive care can improve overall health outcomes. Also, the public awareness campaigns educate the public on the importance of regular checkups and early screening for diseases like cancer, breast cancer, diabetes, and heart disease. The conclusion is the invest in the diagnostics. There is a need for call for the greater investment in diagnostic tools, training, and infrastructure to ensure everyone get access to high quality healthcare. Also, to encourage cooperation between governments, healthcare providers, and communities to strengthen the diagnostic systems and improve public health. And how Alengers can help in that? At Alengers, we believe that strengthening diagnostics means strengthening the entire chain of care, from early detection to faster recovery. That's why our focus is on providing healthcare professionals with the machines that are not only advanced, but also affordable, efficient, and accurate. So our comprehensive products for diverse medical applications, include radiology, from ortho, cardiology, urology, neurology, as well as healthcare IT solutions. So these are our product range. You can see this, we have the complete range of X-ray machines, that is mobile and the fixed digital X-ray machines. We have a DRF system, that is radio and fluoro DRF systems. We have mammograms, 3D and 2D digital mammograms. We have cath labs, we have fixed and mobile cath labs, floor mounted and the ceiling mounted. We have C-arms that we are using in the operation theater for the surgeries. We have a flat panel detector based C-arms machines. All of our machines are CE and FDA certified. We have a very good installation base in Kenya. We have supplied more than 350 plus machines in Kenya. We are here at 837, so means if you want to know more about our products, you are most welcome, so that we can give you more information about our products. Thank you very much, and have a great evening.
We can do better than that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate our good partners from Kenya Pharma and the different companies. They helped us to put together manufacturers from 8 countries, India, UAE, Germany, and some other place I'm sure you have visited and you have seen. And we are so excited to have them around. I'm trying to look around, see whether my boss is anywhere that I can access, because I want him to introduce his counterparts on the other side. Dr. Brian, I'm waiting for you. And as he comes, I want to invite our next panel, because we want to have some engagement. We're still having Shah represented in the House. There were some questions that we pushed forward. And let me have Shadrach from Shah to come and take a seat here. Daktari, karibu. Good. All right. Okay, so let's have our brother take a seat. Daktari, I wouldn't like you to Good. I also want to have the chair of Kenya Association of Private Hospitals to come, flagged with with his deputy, Dr. Saranjeri Okello. Please appreciate our good friends from CAF. I know they also go through the same issues. Karibu Daktari. At least I can bully Dr. Sarah, because we are at par. And we are neighbors. She's in Kitengela and Minisinya. So karibuni sana. And I just want to bring my chair so that he will set the tone for this session. And then we move from here. Karibu, Doctor.
Thank you so much, Vice Chairman, and thank you, members, for your patience. This session is the beginning of the annual general meeting, I'm sure. Vice Chairman, ulisema namna hiyo? AGM. Okay. But before we go into the AGM, Dr. Musau, thank you for coming. Shadrach, thank you for being here. My sister Njeri, thank you for being here as well. We felt that we take time as providers a little bit to talk about how our experiences with the transition have been up to now. So I will be sort of talking and moderating and asking questions at the same time, but it will be for only a few minutes, maybe about 15 minutes maximum. But this is just to talk about how we as your representatives in the association have been experiencing it, but also to hear from you how you have experienced the transition. So just to set the stage, as I said in the morning, as an association, with the help of CAF, we have been conducting surveys around the transition. And a lot of you have participated in those surveys. I also said that in the morning that we think primary health care has significant problems. And you also had the other panelists say that PHC needs to be remodeled. They think that we need to make some changes. But maybe I will start with Dr. Musau from where you are, and as chairman of CAF. What has been the experience of your members since we transitioned from NHIF to SHA? Maybe we can start from simple things like contracting, simple things like portal experience, and then we can move on to issues of financial cash flow. But generally, what have you been getting from your members since October last year?
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Chairperson Rupha, and the entire Rupha fraternity. Thank you for hosting us. I think this transition from NHIF to the Social Health Authority came at a very interesting time. And it came at a time when NHIF was really struggling to meet its obligations. And at that point in time, we had accrued bills that had not yet been paid, something which all of you are all aware of. And therefore, we had a significant trust deficit at that point in time. Because we are transitioning with debts, the transition mechanisms were not so clear, and most providers were not sure whether by transitioning to this other side, they are just piling up on more debts. This is over and above the fact that the new dispensation had promised more money into the sector, had also proposed that there are components of healthcare that the government will be directly funding. So it was a bag of mixed reactions at that point in time. Our wish was that the transition would have happened when the fund was at its best, because then the general acceptability of the transition would be much better than we experienced earlier. But be that as it may, our biggest challenge, especially at that point in time, as I mentioned, was, will the debts be paid? And are we moving into a new transition where we will pile up more debts? Number two, the usual operational challenges that come with digital migration. I believe on 17th of July, if I'm not wrong, 2021, we underwent another digital migration where we moved from the, I think the old system to HICS, which had its fair share of challenges, though you cannot compare them with the challenges we had last year when we were transitioning to the new system that was being developed on the go. So that was another major hiccup because we did not have prior visibility on the expectations in terms of the access rules. We did not have prior visibility on contracts. Issues of co-charging were still not yet very clear. The primary healthcare reimbursement model was also not so clear at that point in time. So that was part and parcel of the confusion over and above providers being in financial distress. So there was a lot of skepticism in terms of adoption. A lot of our members adopted watch and wait. Let's see whether some of these claims which you're being told will be processed manually will be paid. And I think when the first tranche of payment was made around 6th of December, and there was a general feeling that a bit of normalcy had started, we now slowly had more and more providers being onboarded into the platform. So that was just a general, I would say, feel from CAF in terms of the transition. And as I said, I think things would have been better if this transition was done at a point when the fund was meeting its obligation. We would have seen more registrations. We would have seen more support from the players, that is the providers, both in public and private sector, as well as the faith-based facilities. So that's just a general view of how we viewed the transition.
Thank you, Dr. Musau, for that. Shadrach, coming to you, what has been your experience as Social Health Authority? I don't know whether to call you NHIF or Social Health Authority, but what has been your experience? I see you still have an NHIF notebook. what's been your experience transitioning from NHIF to SHA? And maybe it is a hard question, sometimes very hard to get people from SHA to answer this, but also your experience as an employee, you know, because you're also working, worked under NHIF, working under SHA. Maybe we sometimes forget that, you are also transitioning. What has been your experience? What can you share with us about this transition?
Hello? Thank you for that question. Indeed, with any transition, I'm sure, there always, it's never that easy, and it is something that had to happen because a time had come for it. We all recall in the morning all the benefits and the vision that was there, the limitations that was with the NHF. I think Dr. Nyikal talked about even from the number of people being covered to even the benefit package, and even managing the number of facilities that are supposed to provide the services. So indeed, we all agree that transition is a challenge at whatever level. So what I think what is more important is for us to get away. To find a way in which we can handle the challenges as they come, to ensure that matters are addressed, and more so to our patients. We see, of course, and all the stakeholders, providers also being there. You see, right from even the system management and migration from one system to another. There are, there have been issues. We are happy that progressively those issues are being addressed, and we are hoping at a point to reach a point where all those will be now seamless. But just to say that even for us staff, it was also a challenge with any change because managing the change, and then also just ensuring adequate training, adequate provision of the staff that's supposed to help you do the work. So that's where we are at the moment, and I keep on also saying that let's look at this as all stakeholders, each of us having a part to play. Indeed, it will be interesting that this thing happened at a point when you and I were alive. So we should even also take that as a challenge, that when history will be written one day, we say that I was privileged to be part of the team with all the challenges that we managed to move from this system to the other system. So for me, healthcare delivery, especially in Kenya, we need everyone. And SHA, I almost said NHIF, SHA cannot do it on their own. You are a key component as healthcare providers towards the delivery of the service. On the other end, we also see I mean, even the information that patients will give us, once we sensitize them, we tell them what they need to do in areas like registration and how to access the service, even the access rules that Dr. was talking about. So I look at it that each of us has to play their bit so that we can deliver the right service to the people. You saw even the finance people, I mean, are part and parcel of the entire thing. So I take it that the challenges are there. Any transition, challenges have to be there. But let's take it upon ourselves by each trying to play our part so that one day when history will be written, we'll say that I was there and this is what I did towards ensuring that the program takes effect, I mean, more efficiently and more effectively. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadrach. And you are very diplomatic in your answers. I'm sure. I'm sure everybody can feel that diplomacy. Jerry, coming to you as a healthcare provider and a facility owner, after you, I would want to hear from our audience because they're also facility owners, their own experience, maybe from 2 or 3 of them. What have you struggled with the most since we moved from NHIF to SHA?
The biggest thing is we are still having challenges with reconciliation of the older debt. In terms of cooperation from the branch and the aspect of completion of a reconciliation, that is getting a signature from both the branch manager as well as either the QA or the benefits officer. And that's a big deal because even with this verification committee being constituted, if that process of reconciliation is not complete, then there is still a chance of being, left out or having more challenges in recovering the old debt. So that, number one, is one of our biggest problems. Number two is the system. The inability to do allocations and reconcile what has been paid and what it has been paid for what. So yes, they have improved it, but it's not quite as good as Hicks was before in terms of allocations and reconciliation. The other thing as well is the uncertainty, and as Dr. Musau had mentioned, that issue of mistrust between SHA and providers, and the fact that also there's a worry about how much the government has allocated to, like primary healthcare, that even if the model was clear, even if payments were clear, the funds are not enough. So that means there will be an issue with paying providers. So should you really onboard? I'm speaking as a provider, openly. Even with ECCF, with the recent announcements that have been made that healthcare is free, but has ECCF really been allocated funds to say that, yes, if I claim, I will be paid? Also with regards to the public servants or the public medical fund, has SHA really been paid to fund this medical scheme that has been created? So will we continue to accrue debts from October, November, December, January, February? None of those have been paid up to date. So as a provider, those are some of the challenges we have been experiencing.
And maybe just before we go to our audience, in your assessment, how does the future look like? Do you feel positive about the future under the changes? Are you cautious? Are you pessimistic? And you can be open because it's just providers here. How does the future look like for you from where you sit?
I'll say 50-50. Let me say I am cautiously optimistic. Because, as Shadrach said, every single transition will have challenges. It's not realistic to expect that an entire paradigm shift, which is what has happened between NHIF and SHA, is going to work like, perfectly from day one. That's not realistic. So here is where you will have early adopters who are risk takers, who will go, press the gas and go forward. Then there are those who will decide on the other extreme, like, hey, let me wait and see how this thing will settle, then I'll on board after it settles. So I say I'm cautiously optimistic because there have been some improvements since October. Yes, they're taking long. Yes, it's unclear what exactly is happening. There are a lot of changes, a lot of personnel changes. But yeah, 50%. There is still hope. Yeah.
So Dr. Njeri says 50%. I would like to turn it over to the audience, and I don't know whether there's a mic somewhere. And we want to hear from a primary healthcare provider. If you have a level 3 or level 2 hospital, we also want to hear from a level 4 hospital. So maybe three contributions. The question is, from where you sit, how have you experienced the transition? Has it been a plus or has it been difficult? Some of the things we have seen in our surveys, when we send out these surveys to you, many of you tell us you are having actually over 80% struggling to meet payroll, struggling to pay for utilities. And, a third of you telling us that you are struggling to pay your bank loans, things like that, or overdrafts. Another 1 in 4 in our latest survey, 1 in 4 of you guys told us in the survey that you are considering exiting the business. So we are very curious to know what is the experience from where you sit. I see a hand over here. Oh, so yes, Mr. Mao.
Yes, I have the mic. My name is Jared, and I also am a provider. First and foremost, I want to thank you for this convention. I met the chairman and I asked him about what is he doing about payments. Yes, we have, I don't know the name, I can't remember the name.
Shadrach.
He has really struggled to answer the question the way it was being asked. It's not your fault. But the thing is, for sure, there is no answer. Let us accept that there is a problem in terms of transition, specifically for the provision of the primary health care. For example, when patients come to our facility, some of them, they don't come because they don't know whether they are covered or not. And that's why you see now the consumption or the accessibility to the facility is not there because the patients don't attend. They are not sure when they come there, are we covered under the primary service or the secondary service? When is the patient supposed to pay? Because you are told the primary service at the level 3 or level 3 years, you are not supposed to pay. Okay, the other day we were given results and the figures that out of 20 million people have registered, only 4 million or 5 million who are paying. So when you look at that, you don't expect much of the payment from you for our debts. That's the way you look at it because you say that the government doesn't have the money. But what I'm trying to say is, and when I was asking about this, that we have not done the participation to the community or to the level of those people who are supposed to get the service. We have not differentiated what is SHIF and what is SHA. Because SHA is for everybody, yes. But the SHIF, before you go to SHIF, you must pay. You must pay. That's a fund. And we have moved from national to a socio. And a socio is like more of an insurance whereby some pay and some, it's not a must, they have to pay. And that's what is supposed to be there. So at the end of it all, the service and the quality of which we learned in the morning cannot be there simply because we are not able to provide the quality service of which we are talking about. Here, the provider is not paying. The patient who are supposed to come to the facility are not coming. At the end of the day, the debts are there. Our suppliers are running after us all the time. What can we do? The only thing that he mentioned is that we must partner. And the moment we partner with the government is through payment. If they pay, then we are able to provide the service. So that when we do an extra pay, we say now, this is the service for primary, but you have to pay something. They should not come for us. Simply because with the trend of the economy of the country, we cannot move without the service. So what I'm trying to say that the 50%, you try to give them that max. For me, it's 30%, you have tried, and the system is well taken care of, for sure. When you look at it at a glance, it is a good insurance for the people of the country. But at the end of it all, we started so fast, and we implemented so fast before we move further. So I request that let us partner. And the moment we partner, we are able to move. When are you paying us?
Thank you so much, Jared. Jared, when you mentioned suppliers, I just remembered a joke someone gave me when we were inviting our members for the conference. They asked how many suppliers will be there. Then I said, many suppliers. Then they said, I will think about coming. Then I asked, why will you think about coming? Akaniambia, daktari, madeni ya suppliers. So it's like, they even asked me a particular supplier, will that supplier be there? Yeah, I said that supplier, but I can see they came, so maybe they have negotiated. But we understand the challenge of payment, if I may just rejoin to what you're saying. As I said in the morning, we took it on the commitment of the president that it will be paid. Now, we see the verification committee in place. Unfortunately, I have seen also some people have gone to court to block that. And personally, I would say this is personal, this is not Rupha's opinion. Personally, I think that is tragic because, even the person going to court is also a provider who is owed money by hospitals. He is also owed money for surgeries and things. And one of the things we are afraid of is that if we start to litigate the process, you give a very good excuse to government to say, let that court case terminate. And being a court case, it could take a year or 2 years to terminate. So we are optimistic that there will be payment. But if there is no payment, then there is no partnership. It's a very good point you have made. Do you have another hand somewhere? Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm not doing SHA. There's something silent. I come from rural, and there's something unique I am doing, that I'm attending to pregnant children who are not having IDs. SHA, when you are recruiting, you must recruit people with IDs. You forgot that people without IDs also become patients. So if they go to the hospital and they are to be given a service, they end up being detained that they are not having money, because SHA is not covering them because they are not registered. What are you doing to assist these children who become pregnant and are going to public facilities? Silently, I was told there's some form you shared that those who are having no IDs be registered to SHA. But then you end up again saying the ID people are supposed to do what? To contribute so that they are attended. What of these ones who are not having IDs and they are also belonging to the people having IDs and you want to register them? You are making the children be more traumatized, and I don't know what type of a community we are having tomorrow with your system.
Thank you so much, Lumumba. I wanted to ask you a question.
Please do.
Have you been paid?
I'm not doing with them because they are not covering what I am doing.
Interesting. So we have one more hand on this side, and then we'll come back to the panel over there.
Good evening. Now, I know the big elephant in the room here is about payment and payment and payment. But there's something I've noticed. As a provider, I've tried to walk to different locations where I thought I could get assisted when I have a question. When you go to the branch, it's like nothing is happening. People don't know what to do. They don't know where to send you. They don't know what to do. I thought headquarters was better. When you go to SHA office, anybody who has walked there, it is like a ghost place. The things which used to flow because I've been there previously and I've been there now don't seem to be doing anything. You want to go to a certain office, you sit somewhere, you don't know who is to assist you, how it will be assisted. You end up getting tired and waking up and going home. What happened to that interaction of something called customer care, customer experience, whereby we used to get feedback, you are being told how providers were working, and even when we went to these offices, there was a feeling like staffs wanted to serve you as a person who enjoys customer service, as a provider from the branch, from the headquarters. What has happened? How can we get back to that track? Because I think we need to feel like we are going somewhere. When you find a vacuum, when looking for help, you feel like you are just an abandoned child. And that is what we are. Let's just face it. We are just abandoned children who have no fathers, mothers, or anybody to assist us. We are just crying out here and crying out loud. Who can assist us?
Shadrach, that is a mother asking for motherly care from the Social Health Authority. So two issues. So there's the issue of why does it look like the coverage that was promised to Kenyans is not what is going on, and Lumumba raised that. The issue of payment, which I don't know whether you will answer, but why, I think I want to focus on that last question. Why is it that the experience of providers with SHA branches now, we used to complain about NHIF branches. Maybe a particular QA doesn't like you, but it is okay, you know, it is better to be hated than to be ignored. Now we are ignored. It's like providers don't exist. But we have also noticed, because employees of SHA are human beings, that they are extremely demotivated. And the headquarters, as my sister has said very well, is a ghost town. What is happening internally?
Thank you for the questions. Yes, just as I said when I was starting, yeah, transition challenges, yeah, and just like even one of the main challenges that has been there, you realize that in the law, this transition ought to have taken place within a period of 1 year, which passed, yeah, and it's not yet over. And one of the challenges were those litigations you are now talking about, where stakeholders would go to court, then stop processes. Meanwhile, the timeline was already prescribed in the Act. Yeah? So these have caused all those. And even, okay, as we speak, key among this was this, the staffing, yeah? Onboarding of staff from NHIF to SHA. which ought to have been done some times back. But because of those challenges, that has delayed up to now. Actually, it is at the moment when the onboarding is taking place. Yeah, I mean, it has now started with some finality. I'm sure you must have seen the advertise for CEO, directors and the deputy directors. The interviews that have been done. Others are right now taking place the next level. So that actually even ties to what our mother or sister is also talking about there, because I mean, okay, this is now my personal, as he says, yeah, personal opinion, yeah, because occasionally you can only hold up to some time, yeah, because also you can imagine the uncertainty in this in the whole flock of about 1,800 people, who according to the act is now like going to be taken about 8:15 or something like that, 8:45. So I mean, that uncertainty also, you may not actually blame them so much, because I mean, you can say, that's what I'm saying, it's not the official SHA position, but I'm saying as a person, even you as an individual, that may take toll on you. So perhaps just maybe that's what is leading to that, yeah. And then during the transition period also, there are regulations and laws to guide how that was done. Remember, the defunct NHF was just part and parcel of the whole thing. So we have the ministry, we have other players who are managing the transition. So even in terms of the act, you saw it was is it a whole government approach in terms of public participation? So most of these activities were not necessarily done by NHIF alone. So NHIF was just part and parcel of the actors. So it could be maybe some of those, I mean, are done by, I mean, depending on the audience or what is supposed to be done. So I'm just saying in many words that these are mainly the challenges of transition that, I mean, that are real, and the best we can do is for all of us as key actors in the health system to pick them up and address them so that we can correct those ills. I think I talked to Lumumba, we had a discussion on what he was talking about underage mothers. And yeah, there are various administrative procedures that can be done. He's talked about one of them. But let me say that under SHA, anyone who is not 18, assuming this household, because unlike NHIF, which was individual based, this is household based, yeah. So assuming this person you are registering, like Dr. is registering, his household. So anyone that is below 18 should be a dependent, such that if that was done, then at the point of now seeking the service, I think that will be salvaged. Yeah? And then still the elephant in the room, which has been said from morning. The challenge, I think, for the system was financing. Thank God that SHA has given, I mean, they created the legal framework to enhance this financing. So we've just started, I suppose, because about 60 or a very large percentage will be sorted out at the primary care level, because this preventive, promotive, to at least to ease pressure on the chief, which is now the contributory. Yeah? However, we have to find a way to talk to people, and this will take you and I to explain to people as much as it's said that primary health will be funded by the exchequer, which to us translates loosely to free, including the ECCIF, the emergency, chronic, and but then we need to let people know that we need to, money is required, because the challenge right now, what Dr. Nikal talked about, the chair, was that, there's a funding gap in because those two are supposed to come from the exchequer. They're supposed to be from the government, yeah? While you and I here are also raising concerns that Shadrach, you guys are now taking my whole 2.75%. So on the other side, we are imagining that we are collecting so much money, but that is just about 3 to 4 million. How will that support the rest of the population? So, which means, we need to talk to people with information so that at least we let people know that at one point, as much as that is taken care of, because there's nothing for free, that this thing is a fund we need all to bring, because it's based on your ability. Thank God it's proportionate, that whatever you can bring to the pool, so that when she falls sick, we all mobilize all this money to sort out her, because one case alone can be so much. So it's up to all of us to at least do this sensitization, explain, then let people, and not to let people know that. And that's what was bringing the statistics that somebody was talking about over here, of about 20 million registered, but only 4. Paid up. Loosely translating to, the ones who are paid up are basically the guys who are employed. So it means the other people are not paying up. And mark you, with NHIF, we had that challenge with the informal sector, where we had like 12 million registered, but about only 1.2. Thank God, over time, for NHIF, we had put some, that's why we had put some administrative rules such that, for certain pre-authorization, you have to pay a year in advance. That was just basically to try sort out sustainability, because people will have to understand that one case can take everything. And this is a fund where if he's exhausted, then he's exhausted. So we really need to bring really people on board in terms of sensitization, so that people can pay up. Then once we sort out the primary, at a shift will now be there, because cases will be not so many. We'll have some money now to even enhance this, primary stage, because that's where 80%, almost a very large percentage, will start from there. So if we can just control it there, then we don't have to wait to get to shift. We are taking as SHA, we are taking on that feedback, and I'm sure over time, as she alluded to earlier, that things are beginning to work out. I'm sure that once the transition will be finalized, I think things will be okay, including even the deaths that are owed because at least the ministers, the CS has already instituted a team that has actually started working, and I'm sure things will be okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Shadrach. I think that last remark has been your most honest since morning. And we really appreciate although you did put the caveat that those are your personal remarks. So as we bring this session to a close, Njeri, I'm interested to know your thoughts, your final thoughts on, if you were to advise our colleagues, so these are private investors in healthcare, where do you think they should put their money? They want to stay in this business. If you take your crystal ball and look into the future, where do you think we as private sector should be focusing on so that we can at least make the best out of this transition as we bring this to a close?
I would say yes. Healthcare is still a very good industry to invest in, despite what is going on. Because at the end of the day, regardless of what is happening with SHA or the government of Kenya, Kenyans require healthcare. And they will pay for healthcare either, this is a bad thing to say, but they will pay from healthcare either through their pockets, which is not the right way, or SHA will have to eventually do what Kenyans needed to do. So I would say yes, healthcare is still a good industry. And what is most important, in my opinion, is to identify what your particular customer needs. So, and what level of care are they expecting? What quality of care are they expecting? What level of customer experience are they expecting from you? And if you have the customer's heart, whether your payment is coming from cash, whether it's coming from SHA, and whether it's coming from private insurance companies, the demand for your service will be there. So I think the focus should be, by focusing on your customer and what exactly they want and need from you, will be a way to be resilient, that regardless of what is happening macroeconomically, because even we are going to an election period, we don't know if things will get worse. They could get worse than they are right now. Then another government may come in and they might decide to, this SHA thing is not working, we are starting again from scratch. So all these political things will affect all providers. But if you remain focused on who the customer is, and customers have different needs, they have different expectations, and they have different perceptions of what you're giving. So make sure you understand your customer and what exactly they want from you. And if you meet their needs, they will pay you. That's my thoughts.
So the customer.
Yes, number one.
Who pays your bills?
Yes.
All
And
right.
the customer is the one who will pressure SHA to ensure that the system works.
Fantastic response, Njeri, and thank you for joining us. Eric, I have a very interesting question for you. When will Rupha and CAF work together as one association? Is there such a future for the private sector in Kenya?
Thank you. And it's a very good question, because one of the things that we normally discuss with you is that we have a lot more in common than differences that we think we do have. And this period, especially this transition period, has overemphasized the need for providers to come together. And if providers don't come together, what we tend to do is we focus on the trees and miss the forest. So we are so much focused on one item of the bigger problem, which is, we talk about payments, which is good. But then, are we looking further to see the sustainability of this fund? Because if this fund is not sustainable, it will make the debts that providers will incur, will make the debts under NHIF look like child play. Because we don't know the willingness of the government to inject funds into this particular fund or its capability to do the same. again, is there a market beyond SHA, right, that providers here can also benefit from? And this week, I've been encountering interesting statistics that despite all these problems that we have, Kenya has the second best healthcare system in Africa, just after South Africa. We are the largest non-mineral economy in Africa. And that tells you that if you're doing business in Africa and you're not in Kenya, you're not in business. And if you're doing business in Kenya and you're not in healthcare, you're probably also not in business. So these are some of the interesting statistics that have been coming across this particular week. And this shows that if providers unite, if we are able to sit down and in as much as we are focusing on the trees, we can look at the bigger picture, we can look at other payers, we can look at other opportunities that are available for us, then we can be able to dilute the effect of a single payer dominating the market and subjecting providers working together. It is time for us to unite. It is time for us to put all our focus on the entire sector so that we all benefit. And maybe as my last point, and I think I would like Shadrach to take this back to the office. Everybody who's seated here desperately wants SHA to work. In as much as we raise the criticism we usually raise, it doesn't come from a point of us wanting the fund to fail, because we are direct beneficiaries of the fund. So we are much, much more invested into the success of this fund than probably a lot of the people who are managing the fund itself, because our lives depend on the fund, and so are the lives of our patients. So take our criticism as feedback. We are coming from a good space. We are ready to work with the team that will be selected. I know we are currently going through interviews. I think they are done with the interviews. We also have a new cabinet secretary. We have a new permanent secretary. We will have a new chairperson. We have more or less a new chairperson of the board. We also will have a new CEO. So we are ready and willing to work with the team that is there. Thank you.
So round of applause for my panel. And I think you have, done very well. Most of you have tried to answer the questions directly. And I really want to just ask you to take your seats so that we can finish up for the day. Thank you. So members, we've come to the end of day one of Rupha Convention 2025. How many of you have had a nice time? Can we see? Mume enjoy? How many of you have enjoyed the depth of exhibitors present here today? Let me see. We should do more of this, all right? So we want to thank you on behalf of the Rupha Executive Committee. It's been a pleasure to have all of you. People traveled from as far as Mombasa. Where is Mombasa? Mombasa in the house. Thank you so much. I know there was Migori, Nyamira. Is there Migori? Migori in the house there. Baringo. Where are Baringo? I saw Baringo somewhere. They did not encounter bandits on their way. They managed to arrive. So we as executive, and Nairobi. Where is Nairobi? Can we see Nairobi? Show of hands, Nairobi. Thank you so much for taking time to come for this year's Rupha Convention Day 1. And I know all of you have benefited. It is your presence that makes Rupha work. And how many of you are here with us in 2020? Can I just see, Ms. Kandia, you are definitely there. I think those who attend Rupha 2025 think Rupha has always been like this. There was a time we met with one banner. So it's amazing how far we have come, and that is courtesy of all of you who are here. And we as your executive committee just want to say thank you so much. And I think that the future is amazing. I believe that the future is probably international. How many of you agree that the future is regional and international? So, having said that, I just want to make some announcements for tomorrow. Tomorrow is an exciting day. Tomorrow is packed with the people whom you want to meet. One of the things that has not been said here is that your payments these days are not handled directly by SHA. Your payments are handled by the Digital Health Authority. How many of you know that? Digital Health Agency handles your payments. So, where's my mama there? When she was saying she goes to Ghost Town and can't find people with money, we should send her to DHA. And tomorrow, the headline of the conference tomorrow is Digital Health Authority. The CEO of DHA will be here. Not only that, so we'll have Anthony Lenaira, CEO of DHA. We have representation from Savannah Informatics, who are handling the payer system, the portal. We also have Amazon Web Services are here to talk to us about what we are doing about data, and especially to do with the project we have with Rufasoft. Other guests coming tomorrow, a representative of the Cabinet Secretary will be here tomorrow. We reached out to the CS, Honorable Duale, and he really wanted to be here. In fact, as at late last evening, we were expecting him, but his PA informed us last evening that the CS is overwhelmed with the amount of stock taking that he has to do for Ministry of Health. We hope that is a good sign, that, yeah, I know stock taking. We hope he is finding the money wherever it is hidden, but informed us that he has back-to-back meetings as he tries to understand how the Ministry of Health works, but he is definitely sending a representative tomorrow. The other person who will be here, one of our honored guests tomorrow, is the Governor of Murang'a County, Irungu Kang'ata, coming to talk to us about what he has been able to do in Murang'a County that is making that county shine. So we have a very exciting panel for you tomorrow, and we think that all of you will be there. I have spoken to the team who make sure chai ziko karibu 3 ama 4 na vinywaji, but if you have never been to Sarit, there is plenty of shopping downstairs. So if you have been thinking of buying a gift for someone, this is a great time to buy a gift. Najua mnataka kusema mna pesa, but I met some of you spending a lot of money somewhere here in the corridors. So it's good time to buy something for someone, walk around, enjoy the experience. Now, a key difference in this year's conference is because of the venue and the setup, the executive committee felt that this would not be probably the right venue to discuss the accounts of the association and to hold elections for the association. So what our plan is to have a special general meeting for those two functions, the accounts of the association and the AGM to include new officials. We have gaps in the office. The executive committee has at least 2 positions that need to be filled, and we know that there are leaders here who can fill those positions. So this is something that we will set up for a special general meeting. So other than that, from the EXCOM of Rupha, we want to say thank you. If you have not had tea, there is tea and refreshments over there. Please make sure you have a cup of tea or refreshments before you leave. But we look forward certainly to seeing you back here tomorrow for another exciting day of the Rupha Annual Convention. So, without further ado, I like my meetings to be brief. I want to welcome the Vice Chair to close for us today's session with a word of prayer. Please let us be upstanding.
Okay, thank you. Let's appreciate my boss. As a very able deputy, I always like to remind him what he has missed, but not make a remarks after he has made his, is that this being an AGM item, the audit report and the elections that we are pushing forward, would like it documented in our minutes. That is, we have one member propose, another one second, so that it goes into our books that we were in agreement. Is that all right? So if you can give me those 2 names to propose, And to second that postponement of the audit report and the election to a later date, I'll need your hands up so that we take minutes. Okay, it's called what?
Yeah, I'm Paul Muriuk from Unasi Medical Center.
Unasi Medical. Yeah. Kiritiri huko Embu.
I propose the postponement because you're having a lot of activities going on.
Okay. Thank you so much. Can I get a seconder? Oh, here it is. Please give the mic there. Name and the facility.
Sam Otieno from RTC Medical Center, Homa Bay. I second.
Thank you. Homa Bay. Salamu za Governor Wanga. Asante. Having said that, just let me tell you that we've been here the whole day, and probably your car at the silo out there or the parking out there, we have a negotiated rate for Rupha. So you will have your card, that ticket stamped at the office just behind us there. Please, if you give your ticket there, they will stamp it, and you go to the parking office, you will only pay 300 shillings. I know if you were to count from the time you came in the morning, you will be paying something like 800. Now, it is discounted to 300, so don't miss that opportunity. Lastly, is that we have our tea served at the end there. Please, from here, just go take your tea and some snacks, network a bit, and then we allow you to go. And tomorrow we are meeting at 9 right in this place. Like you have heard, we have people coming, and some of them are time bound. So please, let's be here by 9. We will have those sessions. The lab workshop also will be taking place at Maranga up here. And in the afternoon, we'll be having an award ceremony right here. So please, you don't want to miss tomorrow. It's one of our best days. Is that all right? All right, let's share the words of grace, and then we go for our tea. And now may the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen and amen. Thank you so much. See you tomorrow. By God.